Oh, they probably heard that. It is August 16th, 2023. Welcome to the Hang Up, usually hosted by Matt Dillahunty. But today, you get me. You get Jimmy Snow, the man who taught Elon Musk how to dance. Just Google Elon Musk dancing. You are welcome. The number is in the description. And remember, before we begin, this is a reminder that this is a call-in show for people who would like to talk about their beliefs. And here in a few, I will bring on Forrest Valkai to join me to take calls. So if you have religious beliefs, political beliefs, or any belief that we don't share and would like to have that challenge and potentially convert us to your beliefs, we'd love to hear from you. Also in the live chat right now is a poll asking if the 2024 election were to happen as Trump versus Biden. Again, who would you vote for? Trump, Biden, third party, or you can mark if you are ineligible or unable to vote in the U.S. Now, Matt usually starts these episodes with a short rant on what is on his mind or what he is hung up on. That's the name of the show. And as I've been informed by comments that I love the sound of my own voice. So obviously I can't pass up this opportunity to do a little bit of a ranty rant myself. But it's not going to actually be a rant for rant's sake. On my mind right now, in something of an obsessive loop, like a masochistic hamster, is this thing that I imagine is probably on your mind as well. And that is the fourth indictment of Donald Trump. And look, at this point, it might feel like nothing because we're up to 4 indictments and 91 charges. Between this and his dual impeachments, it might just feel like your average Wednesday in America. Especially since we live in a country where school massacres are greeted now as sort of mundane repetition. Oh, one of these again? So look, I'll forgive you if this fails to stimulate you. But that said, there is something that these charges do that are unique from the other ones, and it brings me a sense of hope. I said it, Jimmy Snow has hope. Do I dare allow myself for a moment to hope that this autocratic reality TV host, which is at best what he is finally going to be exposed. The arm is falling and I'm trying to fix it while continuing to do my rant here. May finally be understood to be the kind of man that he really is and understood by everyone. But I'm really not just talking about the right. I think there's a lot missed by a lot of people. So before I big reveal what I mean by all of this, let me share something about me. Me, my favorite topic. Again, according to the comments. I grew up in a home that is disturbingly similar to how the Trumps run their inner circle. The number one rule in our home was loyalty. And I don't mean that it was like implied that should be it. It wasn't inferred, and it definitely wasn't earned. I mean, we literally had to recite at times that we know, this is how it went, the number one family rule is loyalty, in those words. And that rule was a mandate. You were told you have to be loyal, above all, with no regard for harm it might do you, and certainly not harm that could be done to others, whether or not you would have to conceal harm. That's not a consideration. You be loyal. Now, therapists would tell me one day that that's what they call in their field. The technical term is big old red flag, y'all. That's what it is. Loyalty meant that you don't involve anyone outside of the family with matters pertaining to the inside of the family. It meant that if you could keep another family member out of trouble by lying or fighting, you lied or you fought. And I'm talking fisticuffs here. It meant that you respected the man at the top. You understood his rules were the law and he did not have to justify them. And in this case, I'm not referring to God. Him too, though. Your identity was his pickings, this man at the top. Again, not God. And you would be rewarded or punished based on how you conform to his model, or you would be more often punished by how you didn't. And by the way, that model was often fluid. Day to day, you might not know what the model was. And just because you couldn't predict moment to moment if you were doing it right was certainly no excuse. You were meant to understand what the man at the top meant, what he needed from you. So what I'm telling you is that my family ran, and I guess still does run in some places. I'm not kidding. It ran like the mob. Much of that model I described actually came literally from the mob, the mob culture is actually something that members of my family were directly exposed to. But it also comes from the religion I grew up in and this idealized form of what a good Mormon family should look like. And in my family's case, what it should look like to the world, even if it's something else at home. There is a disturbing number of crossovers of how churches run, and especially how the Mormon church runs, and how something like a mob family runs. But look, this isn't actually a rant about Mormonism, though I love doing those. It's not even a rant about my family. I especially love doing those, usually more with the other family members who have been disillusioned, if you will. This is about Donald Trump, and it's about the latest indictments that I think may finally make the case that I've been wishing people would see for years. Donald Trump is a mob boss. Donald Trump is a mob boss. Donald Trump is a mob boss who thinks the U.S. is his turf. You're on my streets. And the only thing he cares about is loyalty and never losing. And sometimes that comes in the form of getting everyone to agree he didn't lose, even when they all saw him lose. Sometimes it comes in the form of lying, stealing, cheating, because how he wins doesn't actually matter, just as long as he can say, and I suppose also pretend, that he did win. And that is why I feel some combination of hope, vindication, and, to be honest, catharsis, maybe even an ounce of Schadenfreude, as this fourth indictment of Donald Trump looms. Because the state of Georgia is charging Donald Trump and 18 co-conspirators for trying to seize power, the power of the American presidency from the American people and from Joe Biden. And they're doing it using racketeering laws. So if you don't know, these are the laws that have largely been used to go after organized crime and very, very famously, the mob. And I mean it when I say famously. I also mean it, though, with a slight twinge of irony. Because some of the most famous racketeering cases against the mob took place in the 1980s. And these cases rocketed one attorney's career to fame. That attorney would later become the mayor of New York City and eventually run a notable campaign for president, but now is listed as co-conspirator number 1, charged in the same manner as the mob families he put behind bars. Yes, this indictment actually includes, unlike the others, Rudolph Giuliani, old Uncle Rudy, once known as America's mayor, now known as the unhinged man who once called a news conference at a Four Seasons only to find out that he'd booked a landscaping company and not the famous hotel for rich people to go have affairs. Weird. I would have thought he had that one on speed dial. What happens when he has to meet up with his cousins? That's true. Google it. And of the 4 indictments facing Donald Trump, this may be the one that is the hardest to see through, to see to the end, and that you actually get a guilty verdict. However, there are a few things that might give you the hope that I'm daring to allow to tingle in my body. At least I think that's what it is. I might just need a Tums. 1, unlike the Jack Smith cases, if Donald Trump becomes the president once more, he cannot stop the Georgia cases. Even his pardoning powers would be limited. If he is elected, that would likely result in the immediate dismissal of Jack Smith and bring those investigations to a halt. And as he would be something like 80, I think he's 77 now, so he would be 82 years old when he leaves office. Therefore, one doesn't imagine a world where much happens after. 2, this case is actually going after the grander conspiracy, and that's all I've wanted. And with 18 charged co-conspirators who will be tried simultaneously, mind you, with the disgraced president, that is 18 opportunities for people with firsthand knowledge to flip and save themselves. And 3, Donald Trump is in a very precarious situation right now. He is being charged like a mob boss, and he is already known to behave like a mob boss when it comes to judges and prosecutors. So this elevates the stakes, and even though I have so many doubts that he will ever go to prison, even if he's found guilty, I'm going to be honest, it makes me giddy that his odds of being held in contempt, even for a night or two, for violating rules surrounding like witness, jury, and prosecutor intimidation, those odds have just gone up a whole heap and heck of a lot. That's another medical term. So as we enter these more tumultuous political times, I'm actually going to be turning my personal channel, Jimmy Snow, into the political extension of The Line and doing shows not unlike to what you're used to seeing over here, but with some additions consistent with my content history as well. That new content's going to be starting soon. In fact, I imagine it's going to be starting Monday because Donald Trump has announced a press conference where he has promised a 100-page, his words, irrefutable report exposing all of the alleged voter fraud that happened in the 2020 election. Irrefutable. That's exciting. Wonder if they're going to be more like unfalsifiable, but we'll see. And I'll also be back here this next Wednesday, at this time. Well, rather, I'll be back here next Wednesday, and this time I'll be with Matt. I don't know whether it'll be at the same time because it'll be the first Republican primary debate. It's happening the same day. Look out for updates on that because he and I are going to have to decide how we're going to run it, considering that this debate is actually at the same time as the show. So do we do something like take turns muting ourselves while we watch the show and then come back and report it? Do we see if we can simultaneously stream the show and give commentary, or do we come on after the fact? We've got to figure all of that out, and there are legal things, copyright things to work out. But that's what I'm currently hung up on. That's it for my little ranty rant. Here's Jimmy's voice. Don't we all love it? He loves it the most. He doesn't think he sounds nasally and with a mouth like his mouth is constantly full of peanut butter at all. Instead of just continuing on, I will now be joined by one of my favorite people, one of my favorite guys in the whole dang world, and I'm going to welcome to the show with me, Forrest Valkai. At first, it sounded like a steam horn from like a boat, and then you turned it more farty. It was pretty like it was pretty horn-esque. I
like that. I'll take that.
I got to tell you, I'm feeling a bit horn-esque myself tonight.
Horn-esque.
I think I've just created a hostile work environment. What am I doing? How are you?
I'm all right, man. I'm all right. I spent the last several hours digging out all the neurovasculature of somebody's shoulder, and then I came home, took a shower, and showed up here.
Yeah. And how much do you like my voice? I'm just kidding. You don't have to.
It's all right. It's not the worst.
So, you know, I actually had to teach myself when I was, I just had to change the name tags because I was about to say that I was Matt Dillahunty. When I was younger, I was confronted with the fact that I do, and other members of my family do this too, somewhat talk when we're casually speaking, we talk as though there's peanut butter in our mouth and there's no real space between our words. And I was helping people prepare for what was called a quiz bowl. Have you ever done a quiz bowl?
No.
It's kind of what it sounds like. It's like trivia. It's like high school trivia.
Answer trivia questions.
For awards, yeah, against other. It was through a program called Skills USA. And nice. Yeah, I was helping them prepare for a quiz bowl, and I like read the words, and they were like, well, no one can answer. No one knows what the fuck you just said. If I try to do an impression of my way of speaking until that moment when I had such an awakening and then became the over enunciating fool that you all know and love today, hashtag love me. It was kind of like this, where it's just like, you don't even really open your mouth all that much, and you just sort of like, all the words kind of run together, and you don't know. Oh, in 1992, what happened? Like, it's very, very much like a You're just not putting a lot of tongue movement. You're not really making shapes with your mouth. It almost hurts to do now and annoys me. But that was my moment of awakening. And the beginning of me hating my own voice, I think.
Right on. Yeah. No, it's I think articulation is really important. And I feel like more people should like dabble in it. Just try it out. Because like there's room for dialects and for like regional accents and for, saying things the way you want to say them. That's all totally fine. But like effective communication and whatnot, try to put some hard T's in there and shit. I say as I will now certainly stammer and stutter my way through this entire goddamn show. I don't know,
might not be your choice.
Yeah.
If the internet goes out again.
Yeah, I was on the phone for a long time with my ISP before the show started, and Jimmy got to listen to me compliment this person who was the first fucking person to actually notice a problem. I've called like several times, like, hey, my internet's really slow and really spotty, and it keeps cutting out. And like, I'm paying like for the most expensive internet y'all have. What's going on? And like the past 3 people have been like, oh no, it says it's on. Don't know what else to do. And then this person was like, yeah, no, I just pinged your modem and it took 3 times longer than it should have to get back to me. So like, yeah, there's clearly an issue. We'll try to fix that. So see right there. Tonight might not be perfect. It should be slightly better, but by next week it should all be fixed. I'll have new material, new hardware, people coming out here rewiring my shit. So it should be good.
If only you were hosting with someone who could fill all the time when the signal's not good. By the way, a little audio note. It turns out that if you swirl a drink with ice in it in a plastic cup closer to the microphone than your own mouth while you're talking, not an audio slam dunk. This hurts. So we're just going to go ahead and mute for it.
I did it actually because earlier on when you were on the when you were doing the intro stream and whatnot and you made a weird fart noise and everything, I was like fucking with the mic and doing weird stuff and none of it got through, so I wanted to add to it. You know what I mean?
Are you referring to like was my mic open when I was doing like vocal exercises? Because I do those, so I was going. Yeah, that's a vocal exercise.
Yeah, part of them. Yeah, I think noise. So. Man, I just heard a little something. I'm glad that I'm not the only one who does that one. Camera.
That's like the main one. That's the best one. Look, people's lips when they do that on camera look insane.
What all do you do? Do you have like a set list of vocal exercises? I have like a set of them.
I'll enunciate words. I'll do some limericks and stuff if I need to do a lot. It just depends on the day.
I do.
Sometimes I feel ready.
3 tongue twisters.
Oh yeah.
I do 3 tongue twisters, 2 stretches, and like I have a couple little things that just I do in like a sequence. Yeah, we should teach the audience all of those someday. That'll be a great show. Everyone will tune into that.
Someday we'll do a welcome to the vocal exercises show. 3 people are watching live. The number is down below 720-619-2288, 720-619-2288. Funny enough, somebody has tried 4 times to call in who is apparently blocked because I've got 4 busy signals sent to a blocked signal. And I just wonder which person it is who thinks they're going to get through today. I have to think I know biblically he's been trying to call back in recently. I think that might be the guy who says he had sex with the Holy Ghost or something.
Yeah. He had sex with God. He is God's sexual, perfect romantic lover. You should let somebody on, man. Unless they're blocked for being hateful. If they're blocked for being fucking obnoxious, let's make this a weird show. I
can't see which one it is. So for all I know, it's somebody who's been banned for like calling in and just yelling like the N word. We've had that before.
That's what we have call screeners for.
Yeah, but they get past the screeners. I'm talking about they wait till they're on air and then they just start screaming N-word or they start screaming. So I can't actually there's no way to let the blocked through and let the screener see if they recognize it. It just says 4 block calls came through.
I'm just saying live dangerously, but it's not my show. You do what you want to do.
There's not a technical solution to what you think should be done.
I still want to talk to the teeth guy. Damn it. Like there's so many people that you guys tell me about that I want to fucking talk to. There was
he doesn't say it's not a talking to, it's a talking at. You go, okay, and I hear your point, and I'm going to say in response, by your teeth you shall know him. And he just repeats himself. There's no back and forth.
But I have a particular question that I want to ask him so badly, and it just like because we talked about him. and I would have to find. Let me see if I can find really quickly the name of it.
Call
The
in now,
last
people.
time he
We'll
called
do
in-
political and religious topics tonight since I brought up the Trump shit. Go ahead.
Yeah, the last time he called in, when I was on, you didn't let me talk to him. You was like, "Hey Wesley, I just want to have you on to say go fuck yourself," and then you hung up on him really quick, and that was the whole thing. And
It wasn't,
I was like, "I
his
want to
name
talk to this
wasn't
guy."
Wesley. It was something like Charles. No, Charles is the. And when I tell you, you're
No,
going to know, and it's going to be so great.
Wesley from West Virginia is what I got. Was the name?
Was the name of the guy who says the teeth stuff?
Yeah. He says that God, that your teeth in your mouth are perfect evidence of God, and that God touches you in the mouth to tell you that He's there, and that
I guess you could be
everybody
right,
heard.
but I think something's gotten mixed up here because the Wesley.
He's the one who says. He's the one who says that it sometime in the early 2000s, Jesus said some dumb shit. And every single person in the world heard it. And then Satan said some like sad and delicious or some shit like that. And every single person in the world heard it. And that in like 5 years or whatever, there's going to be a green Volvo station wagon that's going to blow up and start a nuclear war. And like, it's all this crazy, like he's got this really detailed prophecies. And I know all of them. I've learned because after you hung up on him and wouldn't let me talk to him, I got an email through my website from a podcast called Now That's Debatable. And they were very, very nice. And they're like, "Hey, we had like an hour-long conversation with this guy. You should listen to it." And this is just a small podcast that had this guy on and actually earnestly talked to him. And he actually did talk back most of the time.
Then I don't think it's the same guy because we've already wasted time with the teeth guy many times.
Oh my God. I listened to that whole fucking thing and it was wild, dude. And I want to talk to that guy now. It's fucking crazy. But yeah, you can look up, if you want to hear what this fucking nut says, look up Satan Said Sad and Delicious by Now That's Debatable here on the YouTubes. Shout them out.
To be clear, channel we haven't vetted and we don't stand by anything they've said over there because I have no idea what they've said.
Yeah, I have no idea anything else about them. I just know that's the video in which you can hear this fucking crazy guy talk.
They could be great. They might be terrible. Who's ever heard of a bad debate channel, though?
But it does sound like the same guy because, like, there's one part where they ask him, like, a question, like a real question, like, what do you think about this thing? Or, like, what if you're wrong about this thing? And his only response is, "Thou fool. Thou fool." And they're like, "No, but like, what's your answer?" He says, "My answer is thou fool, thou fool." And he just keeps saying that over and over, and it's fucking great. But yeah, dude, it sounds like the same guy, and I so badly want to just ask him like 3 distinct questions and then also be done with him forever. But I don't think it's gonna ever happen. I don't think it's ever gonna happen.
Yeah. All right, let's start with this because I'm going to send off some notes to the screener real quick. So we're going to bring in quickly Lisa from Colorado while we get things squared away, and hopefully Jacqueline is working on calling in because she said she would. But Lisa in Colorado, you are on the line with Jimmy and Forrest.
Hello,
Mostly
guys.
Jimmy.
Thank you for letting me through.
Hello.
Hello. I am calling in hopes that either of you or both of you might have a suggestion as to how on earth I can get a point through to one of my parents. I had not.
Just keeps going.
No. I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Yeah. I will say your audio is muffled. Are we on speakerphone or anything?
No, actually not. No.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we'll keep trying. It's all good.
Carry on.
Okay. Anyhow, a certain parent of mine has been doing a lot of proselytizing lately, both religious and political, and I don't know how to get her to stop. And every time she brings something up, my typical approach is to ask her, what is her evidence? What is she basing that on? What are her sources? And she can never give me an answer. But she still keeps trying, which seems so imbecilic, even fanatical to me. And on the most recent occasion, when she blurted out some spoon-fed rhetoric about, oh, President Biden letting in all the illegal immigrants, and they're all killers, criminals, traffickers, and all.
Mm-hmm.
I asked her point blank, why does she believe that is true? Why does she believe that? And her exact response to me was, because it was stated very strongly. I mean, come on, this is somebody who raised me to not fall for something like that. And it's to the point, it seems to be the only way to bring this to an end is to have no more communication, which is what I've been trying to avoid, because I'd like the communication line to at least be there, even if it's not used very much. But it's getting to that point, because I just cannot have an even halfway normal conversation with her anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's fucking hard, yo. What you're dealing with is a cult. Like that really is long and short what it is. Like, and there are people out there that get upset when you use that word too flippantly, and I really don't think that it is being used flippantly. The worship of Donald Trump in this country is cult behavior. People give him all sorts of crazy amounts of money. He says, we need to give me money so we can stop the steal, so we can win back the election. And then he uses that money to pay off his own legal fees for dumb shit that he does. He tells people to believe what he says, regardless of what else they hear from other places. There's that classic quote from fucking Kellyanne Conway of like, they have their facts and we have alternative facts. Tell me what's more fucking Orwellian than that. And the idea that news media of any kind is corrupt and evil and trying to trick you, unless it happens to say exactly what he says. And any statistics that you happen to find out there are corrupt and evil, unless they happen to be saying exactly what he says. The idea that Donald Trump is the only trustworthy arbiter of truth it's cult behavior. They are using him as a leader, as a figure of worship. And you can find a million more examples of exactly that, not just in terms of behavior control, information control, thought control, emotion control, but also in terms of like the cards that they sell, the NFTs of Trump CGI'd onto some buff fucking Rambo guy or in a space suit or in a military uniform. The fucker dodged the draft, and they got all sorts of pictures of Trump out there with fucking an assault rifle, being American hero, whatever like that. The way that people buy or paint trucks with his face on it, like all of these things, this is cult behavior. You notice that we don't do that and wouldn't do that with any other American politician ever. Because why the fuck would you? So when you're dealing with this kind of situation where someone is saying, I believe this because somebody said it very authoritatively to me, somebody that I trust, somebody like my favorite question is always just, would you ever believe anything else with that same reasoning ever? And obviously the answer is no. But when you're dealing with an actual cult, reasoning doesn't work. That's why cults happen. That's why they're still around. So you've got an uphill battle there, and I'm very, very sorry about it. I wish there was an easy answer, but I think the first thing you need to recognize, and you need to be working with her to recognize, is that she is in a cult, and she is worshiping a man who says insane fucking things and believing everything that he says and shaping her worldview around everything that he says, because it's comfortable and convenient for her, because she's bought into a cult of personality, because she's already signed on to this ideology, and it hurts too bad to let go of it. Look up, I'll see if I can find it while Jimmy's responding, but like there's a video of this right-wing podcaster that has a show similar to this one where he sits there and kind of like Alex Jones style just talks about the news and everything like that, waking up and being like, Rudy Giuliani and all these people just came out and said that they knew that the election wasn't stolen. They just admitted that they lied. How much money did I give them? How much time did I spend telling you that this was all a sham? Because that's what they said. And now they're saying that it was a lie all along. We're the fucking suckers. we're the fools, we're the clowns, we're the marks, and he just gets it suddenly. It's not impossible to break out of it, but it is really, really, really fucking hard to break people out of it. And we have to quit tiptoeing around the fact that it is a cult, and it needs to be addressed as one.
Okay, yeah, wow. That's a lot of good information, and thank you for emphasizing that it is a cult, because that's something the things I was focusing on, or the approaches I was trying to take. It never even occurred to me to mention anything like that, although I know she would balk at it, she would deny it. So I'm not sure where to go with this, but it is, I'm tired of it. I really, really am. It's become so toxic.
I'll give you a couple of quick things. First of all, debating or disagreeing with people in your personal life is not the same as debating or disagreeing with people like you see most of the conversations that you see modeled on our channel. Though we try to keep in mind that, or I should say modeled out there. On our channel, we try to keep in mind that we need to do some of that modeling and make sure that we're equipping people. But that said, if you argue with a person and you immediately jump to like you're in a cult or you condescend to their intelligence or you're just being ridiculous or whatever, it just turns people defensive, and it's not a useful mechanism in changing a person's mind. I should say
don't just go assault her with that. Don't go accost her with this information.
What I'd recommend too is there's a book
I understand.
There's a book by Stephen Hassan called The Cult of Trump, and if you only read one chapter, I think it's chapter 11. Where it talks about how to change the mind of a person who's in a cult. There's also a very good short YouTube video. I think it's on its own dedicated one, but John Oliver does a video about how to change a person's mind as well, how to engage a person who believes crazy conspiracy shit. And I'm sure if you just typed in like John Oliver, how to change a person's mind, he articulates it well. Both of those are really good sources for how to have those conversations, because it's not even useful for a person to figure out that you think they're stupid if changing their mind is genuinely the goal. Now, all of that said, keep in mind too, nobody I know of on the line who is currently a dedicated host, trying to think it through everybody and if there's an exception, and I can't think of one. No one here on the line has changed their parents' minds, because there is also a complete difference between changing a person who has at least some default equal level of respect. I'm a human, you're a human, whatever. It's a completely different thing than your parents, who have perhaps psychologically evolved a mechanism by which they can simply just dismiss you because they used to change your poopy diapers. It's not literally that simple, but it is harder for a child to change their parents' mind than the other way around, because there is an inherent hierarchy and they don't respect you as equals. And I'm positive there will be people in the comments who go, I respect my kids as equals, and they can assert that, but no, they don't. It's very, very rare for people to break out of that, because it's something that when we have kids, we have a sense of like, we can't be equal because I have to protect them. And when you see your role as a protector of somebody, you're not going to see yourself as their equal. So, changing the mind of a parent is very much different than changing the mind of almost anybody. And so it may be more worth trying to figure out how the two of you can have a relationship without that. If having a relationship is the goal and you don't want to lose that relationship, it may be more worth saying, hey, we got to put up some boundaries. We got to put some rules, because I'm not having fun when we do this. You're not having fun when we do this. We go away from those things, probably thinking negative things about each other, when in reality, your mind's not going to change. And you could try and make it a little more equal. Like, we're both very confident in our position, so maybe we should not allow ourselves to talk about these things and put up that boundary. If the relationship is the most high priority thing and you want to save the relationship, that would be the approach to go with. If you don't care about saving the relationship, then you can pick amongst the others. And if you figure out how to, as a child, change a parent's mind, I feel like the closest example I even know is Stacy from the Stacy's Mom podcast. She and her mom do a podcast together, And she didn't change her mom's mind. Her mom happened to have already changed her mind. And then when Stacy revealed that she wasn't a believer, her mom was like, yeah, I'm really not either. So it's a specifically difficult challenge. And it may be worth going and, like I said, reading those resources offered by Forrest and myself and figuring out what your priority is.
I also want to just throw out there the podcast that I mentioned. It was Steve Deace, Deace. And there's clips of him from 7 years ago on Fox News. This is a sad day for America when they're coming after Trump and all this stuff. I'm just going to put in the chat here. This is a video from Midas Touch. Midas Touch is a left-leaning political action group that is like dedicated to making Republicans look bad. So if you want to watch the whole video, if you're of that persuasion, that's fine. But really, the clip at the beginning of just this person's podcast is all that I'm referring to. The whole video is probably going to say a bunch of other shit that's very political that I'm not necessarily saying I'm going for. But like, you can see this guy say, I've been sitting up here for years defending this guy. And just for him to go down and say, yeah, I know I lied. I did it on purpose. And he just kind of realizes that he's in a cult right there on air. And it's fucking crazy. And by the end of it, he's just repeating over and over, like, I'm the mark. It's me. So it's craziness. Yeah. I encourage you to check that out. And it gives me hope. Maybe it'll give you hope too.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All righty. Thank you folks so much for giving me some stuff to explore on this.
Sounds great.
Well,
I appreciate that. Take care. See you later, Lisa.
Uh-huh. Bye-bye.
I appreciate
Bye-bye.
you, Jimmy, giving a more thorough and thoughtful response to all of that than me, because I wanted to throw out there that like it's just really important to stop pretending that this is like this just a difference in opinion anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like at this point during the election, even a little bit during the presidency, maybe. At this point, it's just not. You know, it's just not.
Yeah, with family, it's especially tough. Broadly, wanting to change people's mind is a really common experience, and so I feel for all the people who are like, hey. What do you, but I think it's funny how often people call in to ask us when all of us have stories about how we and our parents don't see eye to eye on any of these important issues. And so it's kind of like, look, we're really good at what we do. Like we're the best around. Any other show that thinks that they're getting like us, not even close. But any other show. But on the specific issue of if there was a call-in show where it was all only hosted by people who modeled good conversations and had used that model to change the minds of their parents, I'd go watch that show. And I don't watch any atheist content anymore. Yeah. It's been years.
I was going to say, fucking, if you find out how to change your parents' mind on something, tell us how. Call in and let us know what's going on.
Right.
By the way, I did see that we have
actually probably don't call because I feel like some people are going to hear that and go, well, my parents and I see eye to eye, so I'm gonna, and it's going to be for totally unrelated reasons. And to tell you the truth, I don't want your advice. But if you actually have a model that you have a good reason to believe exists, I don't need general advice from people on how to talk to my parents who don't really know the situation. But go on.
Right. I was going to say, I saw that we have the amazing Jesse Jurdak back in the chat right now.
I was ignoring it because he only talked about how pretty you were.
Just leave that up for just a second as well, just while we're here. Just put that back on the screen.
Man, I was ignoring him because he talked about your pretty eyes and face, and I guess I'm just chopped liver.
I just saw him say something like, "Who's that nerd?"
in real life, and yet, Forrest gets all the love. No, I'm kidding. I love you, buddy.
In all fairness, I am adorable. Yeah. Look at
me. Hey, we want the challengers. Look, that's who I want to talk to right now. We've got some other conversations lining up. They maybe have the potential to be a bit spicy, but to tell you the truth, I doubt it. So 720-619-2288. There is a web link down in the description. God fucking damn it. I got to figure out a way to remotely turn off this fucking thing that turns my light blue. Anyway, I'm going to step away in a second and just fucking throw it into the ocean. Anyway, I'm not even close to the ocean. Several hours away from the Gulf is the closest. But that is the ocean though. 720-619-2288. There's a web link in the description. Look, we did a poll in chat and nearly 1,000 people have responded. And some 6% of you have said you would be voting Trump. Some 10% of you said if it is Trump versus Biden, you will vote third party. Call and defend either of those positions, because I think both of those positions are fucked up. And actually, the 10% of you, 11 now percent who said third party, you're voting for Trump. In my eyes, you're voting for Trump.
At the end of the day, yeah. If we had ranked choice voting in this country, it'd be a very different thing. But the fact of the matter is, we have a broken bullshit two-party system.
Yeah.
And we have to play along with it until we can get it fixed.
It's not going to get fixed by next November. And becoming a third party, an advocate of that change and that fix right around a year away from the election every time is not a fucking solution. And then as soon as the election happens, you go quiet for fucking 2.5 to 3 years. So anyway, if any of you want to call in and defend those positions, I'll be nice as long as you're nice. If you aren't nice, I'm better at it. I'm better at not being nice.
But also, God, evolution, sex versus gender, creationism. If you think
specifically debate topics on those things, I already asked the mod to get rid of one call. I love Forrest, but we already did that show this week. This is not the night for general biology questions. That's not what we're featuring tonight. Is politics and God. If you want to debate us, whatever, that's.
Are you talking about the person on the call screen that wanted to know what's the qualifications for being an animal?
Yes, and don't now just answer it anyway, because that would undermine the point.
I was going to.
Raven in Costa Rica. I'm going to let you and Forrest get started while I fix something here in the studio. Raven in Costa Rica, you are on the line with Jimmy and Forrest. Oh, I put the
Hey, Raven.
Hey, hello, Jimmy. Hello, Forrest. I hope everything is well. Jimmy, nice to talk to you again.
Hello. Are you our Raven with the creative go fuck yourselves in chat?
You asked me that before. I told you that no. I'm a Latin American political analyst.
Gotcha. No worries. All right. Well, I'm going to leave you with Forrest for a moment. You two start the conversation. I'll be back in like 45 seconds.
Sure. I just want to make a statement. I want to talk in regards to Trump as a Latin American. I want to make this statement and see what your reaction would be. Trump is to the United States what Hugo Chavez is to Venezuela, or Daniel Ortega is to Nicaragua, or Fidel Castro was to Cuba, or Augusto Pinochet was to Chile.
I think you're stretching a little bit on those, but I see where you're going with it. So yeah, I get you.
Why would you say, or extent on why do you think I'm stretching on that?
Well, I mean to say just that, like, he is absurdly right wing, and some of those people that you mentioned were still, fascistic and dictatorial, and made some, but they were more populist and left wing than others. And
Raven,
so, like,
real quick, Raven, do you got a dog barking behind you?
Yeah, sorry.
Then I either need you to mute the mic. Either you need to mute the mic when you're not talking, or we got to do the call another time. We're not just going to do a dog barking, bud.
Of course.
Sure.
I think it's quieting down, but just in case when I'm not talking, I'll mute my mic. Tell me.
There you go. Yeah. That sounds like the move. Just go ahead and mute. Yeah, perfect. Nope. Now I hear the dog again. Dog's still going, buddy. Let's hit that. All right. Nope.
Still going on?
I still hear it. All right, we'll pick it up another time. Give us your question and we'll answer it with you off air. And otherwise we'll pick it up another time. Though I don't hear the dog this second. Not this second. We're good right now.
Okay, we're good right now. What I would just dog about. Yeah, I get what you're saying, Forrest. However, the reason, and I think we can agree on this, since our process of independence in this continent, America, we have lived through so many populists. And Trump is that response of the breakage of bipartisan politics in the United States. I lived that through Venezuela in Hugo Chavez. I saw the death of the Fourth Republic and then the so-called today Fifth Republic. So what's interesting to me, and I just want to make this point real clear, is that United States is kind of late to what we have lived through in Latin America in the last, I would say, 165 years.
So,
And
yeah,
mhm.
but okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know where you were going with that.
I guess
Go
I'm
ahead.
wondering
Finish your point.
which thing do you think we're late to? The breakdown of capitalism, which would have been delayed by the Industrial Revolution, and the fact that we've had such rapid expansion and innovation that everybody wants a piece of? Is it because I don't actually see it necessarily as the same thing as you see. They're tangentially related, but I see the rise of Trump as not a reaction to populism swinging, but in fact the death throes of ultra-authoritarian Christian nationalism in the U.S., which has been able to exist for the last almost its entire life under the guise of beings. We've not actually had real democracy here. We've not actually had, the U.S. is not an example of working capitalism. We've never really had that. It's not an example of working democracy. We've never had that. So I don't think we see eye to eye on why Trump exists in the first place, but your thing sounds related, just different.
That's not what I got from what he said at all. So please.
I guess I misunderstood.
Please, first, if you have a point to make there.
No, I was just saying maybe I misunderstood as well, because I got something entirely different from what you were saying. I thought you were talking not about capitalism, but about like Trump as a reaction to American politics being so ineffective, and the two wings being effectively the same thing with just minor little differences in style, and we still go in the same shitty direction. And so Trump was like this throwout where people were like, I want something very different, and somebody who says, you know, whatever he feels and does and causes a ruckus and mixes things up, and it was really leaning on that populist side, and that went way the fuck out of hand. And what you were saying, it sounded to me, was that we were late to the party with that, because that's already happened in a lot of Latin American countries to horrible detrimental effects, and we're seeing that same kind of thing here. And I had a point to make about that, but I don't now, after what Jimmy interpreted, I don't know if that's what you were actually saying. So please clarify.
Actually, I want to make two strict points. One thing on Jimmy, we do have a difference of analysis in this sense, because even in the so-called United States exceptionalism, even in the way sometimes North America perceives their own reality, it does not, and it refuses to realize that they're not alone and they're not unique in this continent, America. And in second sense, I lived in the United States for a long time, and I've gone back, as well as in many countries in Latin America. And one thing I've noticed is that if we make an analysis in the last 200, 250 years, we will come to realize that we were the ones who put in practice the philosophical ideas of liberalism that originated in Europe. Once we, this continent that sets Europe, go F yourself, go monarchy, British, Spanish, Portuguese, etc., go F yourselves, we're independent, we want to be free, and we implemented this constitutional democracies, constitutional republics as such. We are the ones who have created this experiment. And the United States is not alone in that creation. But what's interesting is that we see it doesn't matter where we're at in this continent, either North, Central, South, or the Caribbean, we see specific patterns that are happening, and particularly patterns that happen after the World War II. And that political readjustment has created the condition of ending up like Venezuela, the situation in reality of Venezuela, which I could give a whole class.
Let's not worry about that, Raven. Let's just just have you go ahead and wrap up into a final point, because I think this is just sort of general conversation and a little bit of a monologue-y type of call. And fair enough. But we want to get on to some of the, I guess, the more contentious calls and some of the deeper conversations. So, but do go ahead and give the remainder of your point. And if you could make it rather prompt, say like another 30 seconds to a minute, let's do that.
I do have a rebuttal after that, if that's okay.
Sure. just in simple sense, I do consider that we, the American experience, cannot continue allowing the United States exceptionalism to dictate to them their actions as a country. Because at the end, what you guys do up there, shit on my parade down here.
Okay, and Forrest, you wanted to say to that what?
I just wanted to say that, like, you know, what you're describing, I agree that you know, the shit that America does up here has vast ramifications for the entire world, especially our immediate neighbors in a lot of ways. But like you talked about, like the rise of populist dictators and whatnot across several Latin American countries. I feel it's really important to remember that, like, that's because of America too. A lot of the times, every time there was a democratically elected socialist leader that tried to make real change for people, the CIA came in and murdered that dude and instilled a dictator. Like Saddam Hussein.
Every time might be an exaggeration, but the point's still there.
Damn near every time. You can remember when Osama bin Laden was a fucking American hero in every newspaper, and then
I think for some of the ones in the past that America was still behind, the CIA didn't actually exist yet. But I'm just being maybe pedantic.
Right. Not specifically the CIA for all of them. That's a very fair criticism, and somebody who is way more politically inclined than me would have called me out for it, and so I appreciate you saying that. But yes, America as a whole, in one way or another, went into, and you remember when Big Banana, when Chiquita Banana had their plantations and basically fucking slave labor, and when people tried to fix that, America helped slaughter innocent people so that there could be cheaper bananas here in America. And we were protecting corporate interests at the cost of human lives, and we instilled dictators to do that shit. So, like, we've been in the fascism game for a very long time. It's nothing fucking new for us. The difference was with Donald Trump is that it was full force face value, like right there in the White House, and it wasn't on purpose. It wasn't because we decided to try that this time. It was because we had somebody who was dumb enough to think that fascism worked. The stereotypical kind of fascist who's just overtly megalomaniacal, selfish, and uneducated. That's the kind of child that becomes a fucking fascist when they grow up and never get scolded. And that's what Trump was. Just like that's the whole thing, man, is that, like, yeah, we were behind, I guess, these other countries because we did that shit. And now we're experiencing the ramifications of that in popular culture today. And there's a lot to dig in there, but it's not like something that can just be boiled down to America needs to do XYZ thing better. We need to fix our entertainment industry. We need to fix our culture around how politics work. We need to remind people that the presidential election is not the only important election. We need to do a lot of things to make that better. Donald Trump is a symptom,
just say one thing about what
disease.
You're saying for us, I think it's very important. Yes, we as Latin Americans know how impactful the United States has been and detrimental to our realities. But we also have had the ability of effing up our own selves and our own realities. Thank you very much. And we have been very capable of that. I'll give you examples. Argentina, 11 presidents in 5 days.
Good enough. Yep. Great. Raven, final point. Let's go.
Final point is that I agree with you, Forrest, in that sense that the North Americans need a political re-education, but that means deconstructing a lot of the suppositions you have about the realities and about the structure of your own politics and the role that politics plays in the local, regional, and American sense.
Great. Thank you, Raven.
Welcome. Definitely. Thank you for having me. Have a good night.
Take care. And that is what he was talking about there. That is a luxury that Americans have. We don't know too much about international politics because we don't have to. Meanwhile, everybody in the world knows who the American president is and what's going on there because we have fucking military bases all over the world to hold a gun to the head of everybody else because it's a fear tactic. We fucking spend our tax dollars to maintain military installations and bases in foreign countries, which we would never allow here, just so that everybody can be as scared of us as possible at all times. So, like, yeah, you're describing the luxury of being an American. We don't have to worry about the implications of our actions, even though they are fucking horrific, and we have so much to be held accountable for, and haven't yet. Cheers.
Andy in Ontario says that the election was 100% rigged in 2020, is calling with proof. Andy in Ontario, you're on the line with Jimmy and Forrest.
Oh, shit.
Andy, hello. Say words. Andy, say words, bud. Andy. First fight of the night.
That would have been a fun one.
Andy, are you going to answer our call? Did you mute the phone with your face? Are you waiting to hear your name called out on the YouTube show, of which you might be behind on? Andy from Ontario. God fucking damn it. Let's see if Andy calls right back. They hung up. Let's see if they call right back. I want the fighters to call tonight, or just the disagreeers. Again, we can keep this monumentally respectful. Don't call with a boring topic, but at least something where there's enough. Let's not, here's the nuance. Here's this slight thing that we both agree on the conclusion on, but the nuance of how we get there, it may be a little bit different. I don't care.
He's waiting for Mike Lindell to return his email before he can pick up the call.
Well, that blows. All right, let's talk to Scott. Scott, oh my God, I don't know what sound that was. There's too much audio in the background, Scott. I'm going to give you 4 seconds to end it, or the call's over. Come on, Scott. God. Fix the background. Scott, are you even listening to me?
Yes, I am.
Okay, there we go. Okay, you're there. There we go. A nice muted background. I'll fix your call banner. I'm failing at my simultaneous production tonight. Scott, we'll start over. Scott in Indiana, you are on the line with Jimmy and Forrest. Scott, are you calling to agree, or it says you want to talk about Bernie Bros electing Trump. Are you calling to say that they are in part responsible for Trump being elected, or against
I believe
that?
So.
Yeah. Cool.
I believe so a little bit, yeah.
Cool, I agree. Anybody, especially in these hard areas that voted third party, that think Trump was the worser outcome and still did that knowing that Bernie did not have a chance, and who voted that way, and just as much as anybody who stayed at home is responsible, anybody who was just a lazy bones was responsible. There's lots and lots of people who are responsible, especially with how low the margins in, and the fact that it would have taken less than 100,000, and it might have been a lot less. I saw some of the lowest estimates were like 26,000 specific vote differences would have flipped the election. So a lot of people who didn't do their civic duty and actually choose between the two available choices and vote for the lesser evil are complicit. Yeah. Scott, I think we agree, unless you have a point to argue with.
It makes me mad. My son.
Yeah.
I try and talk to him about it. He still believes it again. That's what scares me.
You should tell him
again.
Tell him to call us. Wait, he's going to vote again that way, or he's going to?
I believe that he could.
Yeah, then he's not taking the process seriously. And is Indiana a swing state? I feel like it can be.
He lives in Chicago now, but
in Illinois.
He's in trouble.
Gotcha. Yeah, he's being selfish. You tell him Jimmy Snow told him, but otherwise, I'm gonna keep trying to find the contentiousness out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree.
Thanks, Scott.
All right, bye.
Take care, Scott.
Yeah, some of these topics are coming in. I'm like, I don't know if you're calling to argue or not. And in that one, it was like,
you had
calling to defend
whole
Bernie
conversation.
Bros?
You had that whole conversation with yourself. You were like, hey, is this what you're saying? Yeah, cool. I agree. Bye.
That was the point, because otherwise we would have gone on for minutes and minutes about whether or not the problem is. Never mind. I'm not going to shit on the call before it too much. It's just too long. I was so bored.
No, that's it. But no, it is true. People who write in or whatever like that and do the protest voting and things like that. I'm sorry. Like I'm glad that you have that freedom. Quit fucking using it right now. Like it's insane. Like that's the whole thing. I voted for Bernie in the primary because he's the most left-leaning person there. I'm significantly farther left than Bernie, but fuck it. It was better than anybody else. And then it came down to Trump and Hillary is everything that's wrong with politics, and Trump is everything that's wrong with society. And I was like, fuck it. I guess the status quo is good enough.
Yeah, except she's not wrong with everything that's a politics. She as a person is sort of wrong with the whole thing, but as far as politically,
yeah.
3
I'm not
Supreme
saying
Court
every-
justice, not you, but dick bags. That's what you gave up.
No,
that's what you voted.
I'm
That's
saying
what you
she
didn't
is
come
a
to terms with.
I'm saying that she is what's wrong with politics, not her politics are wrong. I'm saying she's just part of this same bullshit, corrupt ass establishment of people who've been there way too long.
I wasn't happy to vote for it, but you vote for what the lesser of two evils, and this is like
It's the
way
same
lesser.
thing, yeah.
This is, do you want to eat a whole steaming pile of dog shit, or like some licorice candy, which I think isn't as far away from dog shit as other people think.
Right. And that's the thing is like we've had people in the chat today right here that are like, you will tell me about Biden. Why do you love Biden so much? I fucking don't. Biden sucks dong.
Yeah,
He's
sorry. Who
awful.
Who likes Biden?
But right, it's terrible. But it's better than Trump. I would fucking vote for a half-boiled ferret over Trump. It's if you can have two buses and one of them is going north, but you live northwest, and the other one is driving into a fucking volcano, you take the one that's at least going somewhat in the right direction, and not fucking fascism is at least in the right direction, even if it is impotent, stupid, misguided, lying, status quo bullshit. Fuck.
I took the bus less traveled.
I already declared a climate emergency. Really? You know we all have Google, right? Like I know you had to fucking send a telegram when you were a fucking kid, but like right now I can look up the shit you say on my phone, dude.
It's funny. This must be what it feels like when other people are hosted by me, and they're like, "Jimmy, move on." I always want to get to the next call.
Fucking just because your dad had pyramids to build back when you were a kid, and you think that we all fucking think that way, we don't fucking think that way. If you don't know how to change the HDMI settings on your fucking TV, you shouldn't be in office. God damn. Like, it's frustrating.
I wasn't even sure which point you were trying to make. Andy, we might have you back. The rigged election. You got the proof. Hello, Andy. How are you?
Hey, good. I was actually watching the show, and I was on a Vonage line. That's why it wouldn't work. So I'm actually not on the show. On my Vonage line.
Tight. All right. Well.
Okay. Anyway,
you've got the proof.
Okay, I got the proof. I need to look. You got to look at the numbers, the total numbers of votes. So in the year 2016, Trump beat Clinton. He actually only got 62 million votes, and Clinton got 65 million votes. But he won through the electoral votes. So the total votes were 128 million for 2016. Okay, now go to 2020. Trump gets about 12 million more votes. So he gets 74 million votes. So then you would think, where would Biden get 81 million votes? So the total was 155 million votes.
Okay, so before we move on forward, wait. Before we move forward, you don't have proof. You have a thought exercise that you believe will make others as incredulous as you are, not proof.
Okay.
Right?
No, so you have to look at all the elections.
Excuse
me. Look at 2008 and look at 2012.
Andy, I'm asking, is that true? You don't have proof. You have a thought experiment that you believe will lead to other people to go, it just couldn't be. Right?
Well, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense because you got to look at 2008. 2008, there were 129 total votes, 129 million. 2012,
really quick, Andy, before you repeat everything
votes.
You just said, Andy, before you just repeat everything you just said, can you please just briefly explain to me how the Electoral College works?
Well, each state gets a certain number of Electoral College number of votes.
That part's fine because that's not what
means that
that's not what his argument is contingent on. He's not talking about a popular vote.
But it is what his argument seems to be.
What I'm talking about is 27 million more votes in 2020 than the last three elections. The average of the last three elections were 27 million less votes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
but
so
we
my
don't
point
go by popular vote. So, like, why does that matter?
Listen, I'm the biggest atheist on the planet. There's no God. There's never been a God. Okay,
fine. You're not.
You're
proving you're not a skeptic because you're going. Here's some numbers I can throw. Couldn't be. Instead of going, how could it be? How could it be? So I've got a couple of suggestions. A pandemic ran through the world And even if Trump and Biden weren't against each other, more people will have felt like they needed to get politically active than ever. And then it would have become easier than ever, as virtually every state would allow for mail-in voting. So you want to ask,
I understand.
there's the how. So Andy, because you've got proof, what changes in voter registration happened? How much changes in voter registration happened? And then how many changes in voter registration to actually filling out a vote happened specifically as a result of mail-in voting? Because you're 100% sure. You used the phrase 100% it was rigged. So tell me those numbers, because clearly you researched that.
The numbers are impossible. Okay, because
got you. So you Andy, you didn't research it then. So you didn't research the question.
Let me just say,
I'm not going to let you do fucking shit until you answer my question, Andy. Did you do that research? This isn't your platform and your show. I will let you make your point after you answer my question. Did you research?
Okay, what's your question?
You don't know, do you? Did you listen to it?
Well, let me hear your question. I thought you were making a point.
I'm going to let you hear my question for
me.
the first time, even though I've said it already. Did you research the difference in voter registration and then registration to completed vote and get hard numbers on that specific thing when you decided it was 100% rigged, in light of the new edition, which prior to this election was only available in 3 states, but you could say 5 with some sort of laws, of voting by mail? Did you do that research? And if so, what are the numbers that you then still went and said it's 100% for sure rigged? You just going to go silent there, Andy? Or did your Vodafone whatever thing earlier pop back in conveniently when it was being revealed that you said, I'm the biggest atheist on the planet? I don't give a fuck how big an atheist you are. You're not a skeptic. Say some words there, Andy. I don't know whether it's your technical issues happened or your technical issues happened when you were revealed to be a complete fraud.
It's deeply fucking frustrating. It's like, well, there were so many more votes. We don't go off a popular vote. Yeah, but like so many people more were voting, and that's different, right? Why do you think they registered? Well, but I'm an atheist. Who gives a shit? What was that?
His point isn't necessarily that the popular vote thing was bullshit. His point was that there's so many more votes that clearly those votes weren't actually cast, because he is incredulous to the way that could possibly even happen. Therefore, clearly there's millions of fake votes in there, and then they amended those and put them in the right places in the right proportions to make it look like a legitimate thing. And his debate, his argument as the biggest atheist on the planet is, this was his words, he said it 3 times, I believe, there's just no way. It is. I literally just listened to the Donald Trump 1-hour call with the governor and the Secretary of State of Georgia. The 1-hour call of him, I just need 11,799 votes.
I just need you to find me those votes.
And I just listened to it, and it was literally the exact same. There's no way. Look at Alabama. We've won Alabama right next door by record numbers. Okay. And so there's no way that we won Georgia when Georgia has clearly a different fucking political makeup, clearly from what we saw from how close it was with the Stacey Abrams election and how much the Republicans had to fiddle with that to even make it work. Clearly, they have a completely different makeup down there. And when you put Donald Trump up against Joe Biden, it's not surprising. And it's funny how they don't challenge the results of Raphael Warnock and John Ossoff. But they do challenge, I guess, what's his face? The guy who lost to Ossoff, I think, does say it was a fake election, but they don't take it as seriously. It's just crazy. Andy, did you find your mute? Did you figure it out? Or are you still, All right. Well, I've held you on the line this whole time waiting for you to prove that any skeptic should think you are anything but incredulous. And I think instead I proved that you are a fraud. but call back if you think you can do it. If you think you can actually stand up to scrutiny, because you're so amazed that, first of all, every election has millions more than the one prior. And this election was fucking unique before Biden and Joe. Before that. So goddamn unique. So you have the boost there. And then you have the boost of tons of people who were no longer willing to vote for Trump. And unfortunately, people like my own father, tons of people who wouldn't vote for Trump in 2016. And by 2020 decided, well, I like how much he makes Nancy Pelosi mad. And so I'm going to forget all of the moral reasons that I said he wasn't acceptable before. And Glenn Beck came round, so I'll come round too. Fucking nonsense. Let's see if I can get him. He's called back in. All right, Andy. You back here?
Hey,
you're back.
Hey, Jimmy.
You have actual proof?
Hey, there is something wrong with my line. I don't know. It is a problem, but I was trying to talk and you guys weren't hearing me. So I guess there is something wrong with my line.
Great.
My proof is simple. Listen, I'm from Canada. I don't vote in those elections. I don't vote.
Yeah, so far your proof has been, couldn't be, and these numbers are too big. I'm going to ignore the uniqueness of the election. I'm going to ignore the pandemic result. I'm going to ignore the huge number of Gen Z voters on an unprecedented level. The youngest generation voted more than any generation prior to that. I'm going to ignore that there would have been a normal increase of several million votes. And so roughly, I care about the extra, 15 million that seemed unpredictable? And I don't
27 million more.
No. 27 million more includes the millions more you would expect. And then, so that's why I reduced 27 to roughly 15. And then you add the unprecedented Gen Z, the pandemic result, the addition of mail-in voting. So now with those things that perfectly explain, and the fact that you don't need 27 million votes more to fake an election or rig an election, as we mentioned earlier in the show, to change Hillary to being the winner would have taken something like somewhere between, at lowest estimates, 20,000-ish to 100,000 votes. So you have this grander conspiracy that 27 million votes were cast to adjust 100,000 votes that are needed to change. Go with all of that in mind.
I'm looking at the numbers in total. So
Andy,
the thing is with
oh my fucking God, and I just explained to you why you're incredulous. I'm just looking at the numbers in total. Respond to the argument I just made, because your response was, Jimmy, I don't want to, you're coming to this with reason, logic and reason. I'm just looking at the total number, and I'm sitting here going, 27 million sounds like too many.
Well, let me make my point real quick. It'll take me a minute.
Is the point that 27 million is too many? I swear to God, if that's what it is at the end of your point, I will hang up and move on.
No, that's not what it is. My point is...
No, I will hang up if that's what it turns out to be. Go ahead. Here's your minute. Go.
Let me go through the 4 elections in a minute. In 2008, Obama, he was filling stadiums with people, and he beat McCain, 69 million to 59 million. Total, 129 million. In 2012, Obama again was filling stadiums against Romney, 65 million to 60 million. Total, 126 million. In 2016, Trump was filling stadiums. He got 62 million votes. Clinton, she was filling stadiums. She got 65 million votes.
She literally
Total
wasn't.
128
she was not filling
votes.
stadiums the way he was filling. Bernie filled stadiums and lost the primary. Bernie had the competitive thing. And what you just said was, okay, let's go back to Obama McCain. There was a difference of 3 million votes, and Obama filled stadiums, and yet McCain only got
McCain only had 59 million.
And what was
his
vote?
So it was a 10 million difference.
It was
Obama
69 to 59. Fine.
I got the numbers.
Fine. Andy. So 1/6, a reduction of 1/6. How was McCain's stadium tour? Was it only lesser by 1/6? Or was it hard for him to fill a fucking room?
Oh, he couldn't fill anything up. I know. He couldn't fill nothing up, McCain.
So there isn't anything proportional. The filling the stadiums doesn't matter. Hillary did not fill stadiums or have the amount of excited people that Trump had. Trump has a cult
Obama
of people.
Went with her, though, to fill the stadiums after Bernie was gone.
Sometimes, not always. It wasn't like he was there all the time. And your position of how filled the stadiums were in places that are sympathetic and to a particularly radical group. If that's the case, how come the KKK hasn't won? Because they used to have the most popular fucking rallies all across the Dixie South.
Yeah, but you're talking about the whole U.S. though.
Yeah.
So my point is with Joe Biden, when he was
they were
doing
popular up everywhere else, and we're not talking
Joe
about
Biden
roughly
did
the exact same locations of popularity. This is the stupidest fucking argument that you say is proof.
Okay, but let me finish the 2020 argument because you haven't let me get to it.
First of all, I said if you go with it's too big and I can't believe it, I can't believe it, I would hang up on you, and that so far has been your argument. It just doesn't make sense when I look out. 27 million? Where's that coming from?
No. This has to do with, now if Trump got 62 million in 2016 and Clinton got 65 million, now Trump in 2020 got 74 million. That means he got 12 million more votes.
Yep, which will include
Biden, for him to win the election, he would have to take votes away from Trump in 2020 versus 2016.
Not only that, Andy, he did take votes away from Trump, and Trump got new votes that he hadn't gotten before from people who were morally opposed, but over 4 years of gaslighting, my dad is one of them, they decided, okay, I'll do it because I'm just happy to see Hillary lose. Then you had multiple big events that happened during Donald Trump's presidency that also increased exposure, that also charged up their radical side. You have people, again, more people vote every time. And actually, even trying to compare Obama or Trump Biden to Trump Hillary is stupid because it's actually more comparable to something like Obama McCain, these actually big charge moments. And if people had been coming after Obama the way that Trump deserved to be come after, the election against Romney would have been a much bigger blowout. And you are still, once again, you've had it explained to you where all of these new votes easily come from. And you've just gone, well, you've already gotten ahead of my argument and explained to me why this is stupid from the get-go. But what if I just say it anyway and really commit myself to having a stupid argument? So would you like to now have the opportunity to make your first not stupid argument that's unrelated to the first 1.5? Because this was bad.
Okay, forget about the U.S. election. Let's just talk about an election in general, okay? If you have an incumbent and you have to win against him, the last election, he got so many votes. Do you have to take votes away from him to win, or do you just have to have him get 12 million more votes and then you get 15 million more votes?
If you have an electorate that already does not vote at 100% because there is not mandatory voting, you can beat a person who gets every single same number of votes. If not a single vote changes, you could still beat that person as you win the new generation who is voting that once again registered more than any generation prior, or you convince the people who last time thought, I'm a little bit too on the fence, or, well, does it really matter? Or you convince the people who just sat through a fucking pandemic because you want to go, let's take away. The reason, Andy, you just went, forget about the U.S. election is because you went, if we actually evaluate the details of what happened, my argument looks really stupid. But if I make a pretend thought experiment up where everything is different and we don't have the qualities, I can create justification for what is at the end of the day an argument from incredulity. You don't think it could happen because you are not an effective skeptic. What being the biggest atheist on the planet is, I don't fucking even know what that's supposed to mean, but it definitely doesn't have crossover with skepticism in your case.
Okay. The point is, the previous 3 elections, there was less than 130 million total votes.
And
3
who cares?
elections with Obama.
Right. How many pandemics? How many pandemics in that time? How many government shutdowns in that time? How many
Okay, but then we could even say how many people died in the pandemic. How many people died? So those are voters that were dead.
Who cares?
You know what I mean?
Yes, older voters.
So you're saying,
in a lot of cases, older voters. It was less than 1 million people who died. And
Okay.
Over 100 million people, I think it was, didn't vote in the election prior. You have a huge group of people to make up that 27 million. You are so impressed somehow that it was such a larger margin than normal when such larger than life things had happened. How many other times have we had a pandemic, a super villain for president who has been impeached twice, who is undermining human rights? Shut the fuck up. I'm not done. I'm not fucking done. Bro, I'm done when I stop talking. Let's not talk about whatever. You'll answer my question. How many elections are remotely similar to the election in 2020 prior to that? Even close. Pandemic, multiple impeachments, undermining of human rights, taking rights away from trans people, the Supreme Court becoming solidified at 6-9, abortion rights being put on the table, which would later be taken away. How many elections are remotely similar to that? And how can you sit there and go, I don't know where these 27 million people were. We were just trying to take away rights from gay people, trans people, and women. Where the fuck did those 27 million people? It's not like young people give a fuck about their reproduction rights. Where do they come from? I don't know. Now you may respond. Oh, his phone broke again. Fuck. Fuck off, Andy.
Dude. There was nothing that I could have said that would have been any help at all, but like I'm fucking dying over here because for fucking no, it's fine. It's like I wouldn't have cared because like what the fuck am I going to contribute that you already didn't say? Fucking for 10 minutes, and that's the second time, so who knows how long it was the first time? Fucking over and over and over. But more people voted. More people don't just vote. People don't what? Like fucking yeah, more people voted. And he's like, yeah, but more people voted. And we're like, yes, because more people voted. And he's like, but more people voted. And we're like, yeah, that's what happens when more people vote.
27 million more is too many more. 100 million people didn't vote. But that's too many more.
330 million people in this country. We rarely get a voter turnout above like what 50%.
Yeah.
And like now all of a sudden, like
suddenly,
what would that be? Yeah, suddenly. Let's just crank out that math real quick. Say 337 million divided by what was it? 27 million.
And how would they even pull that off? How would they even pull off voting in higher numbers? It's not like they fundamentally made it as easy as going to your mailbox.
Right.
Oh shit! Is that what they? Oh fuck! Oh no! I'm stupid.
Fucking crazy, dude. A tiny percentage of this country fucking stepped up and did a thing, and you're like, stop it. But he's the biggest atheist, you guys. He's the biggest atheist there was.
Biggest.
God damn, dude.
Very bigly. I'm the biggest atheist in the planet.
And it's still fucking, like, I can't get past, I know that wasn't his fucking, like, his argument, but I still can't get past the fact that he's like, well, there were so many things in the popular vote. Trump lost the popular vote the first time. When he was elected, he lost the popular vote.
Yeah.
And he was still the president because of the fucking Electoral College. Obama lost the popular vote the second time he was elected, I'm pretty sure. And he was still the president because of the Electoral College. So you're like, oh, there are all these other people. There's all these votes. Who gives a fuck? That doesn't change the Electoral College vote.
I know who gives a fuck.
The biggest atheist on the planet.
Did you see the call we've got queued up? Scott in
Southern
Southern California.
Yeah.
Boy, you are a brave man. Scott, I commend you for calling because you are coming into, you've seen, I'm sure you heard the last call. You know that this is no soft play. So I'm going to calm down. I'm going to give you, Scott, how much time do you need to make the case? I'll give you anywhere from 1 to 2 minutes. Your position is you have always voted for and always will vote for Donald Trump because no one else loves America like Donald Trump. How many uninterrupted seconds would you like to make this case?
No, not too many. That's pretty much it. It's a feeling. You know, living in Southern California, it's a Democratic state. Pretty much doesn't got anything to do with the government or the president's. It's
Sure.
its own like economy out here. So pretty much just from the previous, if you just listen to everything he says, and he attacks everybody, and I'm not like, I don't like everything he says. A lot of it you don't like, but if you break down where his heart is and how he actually just loves America and he loves Americans and he wants the best for them.
Give us some examples of that. Give us some examples of proof he loves America, because my contention is he loves himself. He's self-interested. That all of this has always been only for himself.
No, and that's 100%. And that's easy to just. I don't know. It's like the other shows you have about give you proof of God. That's a hard question. But how? I believe in God, and I believe it's out there.
Okay, Scott, the
proof is...
Scott, what are you doing? Why are we jumping from that? I just asked a simple question. Simple question, Scott. Simple thing that Forrest and I both want here. You have made the assertion he loves America more than anyone. I do,
100%.
Right.
He is the definition of red, white, and blue.
Hang on.
If I had to go to war, I'd want him with me.
Hang on, Scott. Hang on.
God.
Give me some evidence that he loves America. What does he do that points to you that is an exclusive to loving to America sort of thing, and not, and like I said, I'm telling you in advance, my contention will be all of your examples, I think, unless you can come up with a good one, will be proof that he is very into himself. So give me proof he is into America and loves America more than anyone else.
Well, if you live, so recently with the wildfires in Maui, he just came out and did a 3-minute video a couple days ago. I thought that was genuine.
A 3-minute video. I thought
that was it. I didn't think that was like he was out for himself. He actually does care about the people in Maui that have lost their houses and things like that. The people in East Palestine.
Scott. Hold on. Go ahead, Forrest. I'll let you go first.
So I just want to throw out there, first of all, I'm sure Jimmy has a point about what you're saying. I think that's a terrible example of someone who loves America, but that's neither here nor there. I just want to touch on the fact that a minute ago, you started saying that he is the definition of red, white, and blue, and then you said if I had to go to war, I'd want him with me. Did I hear that right?
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Absolutely.
So just to be clear, you were talking about the man who dodged the draft and didn't go to war when it was his time to, and then also said that John McCain wasn't a real war hero because he got captured, and he likes guys who don't get captured. He shit on prisoners of war. Yeah. And then also said that people who do go to war and sign up for the military are losers and suckers, and said that when you die for your country, that makes you a loser and a sucker, that you bought into the war. That's the same guy that is bleeding red, white, and blue, and you'd go to war with that guy, the guy who clearly doesn't think very highly of soldiers and of the military, that same dude.
Yeah, we have a difference of opinion.
Well, he just listed facts, not opinions. He just listed things that Trump said.
None of that what I said was an opinion. Those are all things that he actually said.
Forrest just gave you a list of examples. How does that shape your opinion of Donald Trump, that those things happen? Does it affect it at all?
No, absolutely not.
Why not?
Yeah, if those are facts, and Donald Trump said that everything that Forrest just said, I wouldn't. Yeah, I've never heard him say that.
You can watch it. You can Google all of them. You can watch it for yourself.
I'm going to put it in the chat right now.
Their interviews. So he was on stage with another person, and the person talks about, do you not think that John McCain is a war hero? And he goes, everybody says he's a hero, okay, but he's a hero because he was captured. I prefer people who weren't captured. That's literally what he said. You're laughing at that, Scott.
Yeah, well, because you got to. He is a draft not everything
dodger.
He says is the best thing in the world, but
John McCain wasn't just captured. And by the way, John
McCain, I voted for McCain.
McCain politically was a warmonger and a monster to himself. But as far as what he did for the country defensive-wise, he went to war. He was not just captured, he was captured on a mission and then tortured. Did you ever notice that when John McCain waved, he always would bring his arm up like this? He never waved like this. He never put his arm above his head when he waved. Did you ever notice that
Right.
there was something stiff about it? It's because he physically couldn't raise his hand
Right.
above his shoulder because they kept breaking his arms when they were torturing him, and he still didn't give up shit. So you want to talk about the war record of John McCain, who I'm fucking disgusted to have to defend here in the first place, against Donald Trump, who did a dodge draft by lying about ankle spurs, bone spurs in his ankles, to the point that when he was then asked, by the way, which foot do you have those bone spurs in? He couldn't remember and said to refer to the same document that got him out of the draft. So the thing is you might want Donald Trump to be next to you in war, but he has an unlimited amount of resources to make sure you go die for him, and he never has to have a night without caviar. Caviar he won't eat because he eats like a child, but he has the caviar. Just so you know, the man you're defending eats steaks well done with ketchup. But go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, no, those are all great points, but By the way,
just quickly before you go forward, I just posted 3 links to NPR articles, so you can't say it's liberal news from CNN. I just posted 3 NPR articles in the chat here, including an interview with an actual Marine veteran who lists out Trump's history of disrespecting troops, and him saying that he likes people who weren't captured, and reports of him calling military veterans and people who die at war losers and suckers. Those are all in the chat.
By the way, he's
review.
also degraded the ones that have killed themselves after war as well. Go ahead.
That's also
so
true,
Scott,
yes.
So you
talked about how suicide and depression amongst veterans isn't real and that they just have headaches and they should just take medicine and shut up.
So now give the evidence you have of him loving America.
Yeah, no, other than
a 3-minute
listening to him speak all the time.
Mm-hmm. So
sounds like it to me.
A 3-minute video about Maui was your most recent evidence, right?
Hmm?
Right. So he's running for president, and a national tragedy happens that kills, right now, we're over 100 people. The death toll is expected to double. It has destroyed a very famous part of America. The news is there. All eyes are there. Did you ever notice that he only reacts to tragedies that are popular? But whatever. You believe that a man running for president, if he didn't love America, would have ignored that and not made a 3-minute video. That's what tracks, right?
Yeah.
Right. So how much does Biden love America that he immediately started sending disaster funds, immediately used almost maximum presidential power, and made sure that in Hawaii, all they have to do is ask and they get everything. He actually put policy into place, and he actually made sure that these people get whatever they need. So does Biden love America? I mean, he didn't make a 3-minute video.
I think he does. I'm not.
So who loves him more?
Just because I support Trump and vote for Trump and everything like that doesn't mean I'm not like. I think other people are, just because they vote or different color or different. They vote blue instead of red. They're
all right, Scott.
They're the devils. They're the devils. I think Biden loves America.
Fine, let's do this. So in your mind, you think because he loves him more than anybody, you should vote for him. Let's say that there's a person.
I think.
Hang on.
Yeah, I think his patriotic bleeds out.
Let's say that there was a person that loves America even more than Trump. Let's say you're right. You're not. Donald Trump doesn't love anyone but himself. But I'm going to concede for the point of argument that he loves America more than anything. And now let's pretend a new person comes along. And that person loves America twice as much as Trump. You said you'd vote for Trump because he loves America the most. If someone who loved America twice as much as Trump came along, would you vote for the new guy? Because that's an even better.
Probably.
Yeah?
Yeah, probably.
So let's say somebody comes along and votes and it loves America twice as much as Trump, but he also wants to reinstate slavery. Would you still vote for him because he loves twice as much?
No.
So the policies are what you would vote on, not how much they love America, right?
Yeah, I like his policies. I don't know too many off the top of my head, but yeah.
Stop trying to jump ahead. It's not about who loves America the most. It's either who does the most good or at least the least harm, correct?
Yeah, I'll go with that. Yeah.
Great. What is better? Take the love completely out of it, because you already said you think Biden loves America too. And fuck, he didn't serve in the military himself, but his son sure as fuck did. And as a result, that brain cancer is very likely that his son died of, very likely related to the exposure to chemicals from burn pits when he was at war. But anyway, they have different sacrifices. Donald Trump once said his Vietnam had something to do with trying to fuck ladies, but whatever. They have different challenges. So Scott, we'll take all of that out of the way, and that you think that this man is of good patriotic character. What is better politically about Donald Trump than Joe Biden?
What is better about him?
Yes.
Oh, I think, give me
a
all around. I don't know exactly.
Give me
one
a
thing.
policy. Any.
Just in general, he's just better in general. He talks better.
That's not a thing. Give me one policy that Donald Trump is better on than Joe Biden. One.
Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head. I'm not that into it. How can you
dare vote if you can't name a single policy difference?
Yeah.
What is Donald Trump's solution for universal health care or for health care in America? What is his solution?
No, I don't know.
What is Donald Trump's position on gay people having marriage rights at the federal level?
I don't know.
What is Donald Trump's position on Social Security?
I don't know off the top of my head, brother.
You are going to vote for a person whom you don't know a single policy specificity about. You don't know one thing that Donald Trump supports, even though some of those things, Scott, he might be coming after things you rely on. He might have plans that include taking away your medical care, taking away your Social Security. And I don't know a thing about you, but Scott, you might not be able to marry your friend Barry. Even if you don't want to, you might not have the option because of Donald Trump. So what is it? You said that you wouldn't vote for somebody if they loved America more, but also wanted to bring back slavery, insinuating that you care about policy. How dare you vote if you don't know a single policy?
Well, yeah, but the slavery thing, that's a little bit much. I mean, I don't see that that's going to be an issue on the voting ballot is bringing back slavery, but
yes, it is.
If you want to go there, that's fine.
It is. Because
I don't think that would tread too. I don't think that would get too many votes if he's trying to bring back slavery. I mean,
Donald Trump is pro-private prison. There is no difference between being pro-private prison and being pro-slavery because slavery exists in prisons. He is also pro increased policing and increasing the number of people in jail, increasing the number of people in prison. We saw this in his reaction to protests, the way he wanted to undermine other people's right to protest and suggested you should just be sending in the National Guard to bash skulls and put people away. Donald Trump when he was
president for 4 years, it was just a mess.
Yes.
A horrible.
Jesus Christ.
That is crazy.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Hey, Scott, let me ask you a couple questions really quickly. First of all, are you a veteran by any chance?
No, sir.
Okay, I just wanted to know because I wanted to see if that's not a gotcha. I just want to know who I was talking to. That changes nothing about the next few questions. I also want to know, do you think that COVID was real?
Oh, yeah. 100%.
Do you think that it was a super cool idea for Trump to disband the pandemic response team so that we had a worse response to COVID?
See, my take on that is I thought he did a great job on handling COVID.
What standard?
So when he
wait.
Really quick. Oh yeah, go for it.
By what standard did he do a great job? Because currently scientists agree that almost none. It's something like 10% of the people who died of COVID were that was unstoppable. Most of the people who died of COVID needn't die, except for how stupid the decisions we made were. So by what standard did Donald Trump do a great job with the pandemic? Go for it.
Okay, so living in Southern California, we got shut down right away.
Yeah,
Like,
so
and we
Gavin Newsom
we
did a
wore
great
masks for
job.
3 years, and I live in LA County.
Hell yeah. Go
We were
Newsom.
totally shut down. They shut down the schools. And he was the president.
None
We
of that
were
was
shut
Trump's
down.
responsibility.
They were getting vaccinated. They were making vaccines all under his watch.
Yeah, just so
And
you know,
as a
that was
California, though,
Trump's
I don't know where
doing,
you guys
Scott.
Uh,
are at, brothers, but as a
all right, I'm muting you because you yell over when we're responding to the things you're saying. I'll bring you back in.
so
Scott.
seems that
Oh, you
Still-
Scott, you're
Scott.
muted. We can't hear you, and you're still talking. Okay, Scott, I've unmuted you. You've just listed things that he talked mad shit about and wasn't his responsibility. You just gave the best reasons why Gavin Newsom should be president, not Trump.
Yes.
there you go. Okay.
Scott,
Okay,
Scott,
what?
do you remember when? No, hold on, Scott. Do you remember when Trump said that COVID isn't real, that the pandemic is a liberal hoax, that it'll magically disappear by April, it'll just poof like a puff of smoke, be gone, and then he told people that he forwarded the vaccine like crazy, then told people that they shouldn't get it, and then
Well, you
also
got
told
your
people that they
freedoms.
shouldn't be. Yeah, you got
your
freedom and you should just
freedoms. You got
choose.
your freedoms.
He also told people not to mask. He said he won't be masking. It should just be a personal choice. And frankly, he doesn't think it's necessary. He won't be doing it. And then he and then he had several big events, big rallies, indoor, unmasked rallies, where do you remember all the things that he did that went against what the best science about COVID said, that were the opposite of what you just listed with shutdowns and masking?
Even after
remember any of
COVID
that?
almost killed him, by the way.
Yes. Oh, and whenever he said that ivermectin is a possible cure, when he talked about fucking injecting yourself with bleach,
Yeah.
you remember, or that sunlight would cure it? Do you remember any of those?
Some of them I do.
So Scott, what was the good thing
Okay, so
he did about it?
Which part of that was an amazing response to COVID? Which one of those things is part of the great response that you
Do you know
thought
what's so
of?
funny, Scott? I
How
could
fast
defend this position
he jumped
and
on
you
the
can't.
vaccinations? How he got that handled as fast as possible?
No,
I remember
he
he
didn't.
was sending boats
Scott.
to New York.
Scott, his best
Yeah.
thing he did was Operation Warp Speed. So arguably, you could say that the development that he financially ensured would happen, though other countries would have, but you could say that was the right move. Then, remember, it wasn't out by the time he left office. The Biden administration took over and went, hey guys, we're really sorry. We thought they had a distribution plan. They didn't. So we're just now getting started on a distribution plan. It was literally every step of the way. This is true of when they tried to reform healthcare. This is true of when they tried to reform basically anything. They pretended we've got a great plan, and it's a beautiful plan. It's going to make everybody so happy. It's very beautiful. And everybody's saying very strongly, they're saying that it's the smartest plan anybody's ever come up with. And then when the time came, they had no fucking plan. And Operation Warp Speed was literally a no-brainer. Had he not signed it, I feel like both sides would have knocked him out, because at that time, everyone was terrified. Mm-hmm. So literally a plan that wasn't even his plan, he signed off on, that sped up the development of the vaccine and unlocked government resources during a lockdown. So at best, he did his bare minimum. You're like the kind of person... You're defending the kind of person who has children who they abuse, and then when their abuse is brought up, they're like, well, but they kept food on the table and a roof over the head, as in they did the bare minimum to not get their kids taken away. And in this case, Donald Trump did the bare minimum to stay president while he was still in term. What?
He also said publicly in an interview that he knows he downplayed the virus, and he likes doing that.
Well, you have to have... You gotta control it and not let people freak out.
He literally said it wasn't real until it was very obviously real. Then he said it was a hoax and it was all blown out of proportion until it wasn't. Then he said it would go away magically, and then it didn't. And then he said it would go away magically again, and then it didn't. And then he said it isn't that big of a deal again, and then it was. Exactly what part of his COVID plan do you think was fucking stellar or exemplary in any way?
I think, honestly, after everything you just said, I think the whole thing was. I really do.
After all of those points that pointed out you're flawed, now you're extra sure.
So him saying that COVID isn't real, even though it was, you think that was a good thing?
No, that wasn't a good thing. No. I don't agree that
so
that was
why
a good
the
thing.
fuck did you?
And I do remember him saying it's going to be gone by
it was?
April or whatever, or when the summer came around.
No, we'll just do it again. We'll just do it again. What we did already. We listed things. You said you heard the list, and now you're even more sure. So name one thing from his COVID response that makes you think he was great on COVID. One.
The vaccine.
The vaccine
We
wasn't
covered
him.
that.
We covered that.
No, I understand, but I'm just because you say something doesn't mean I'm going to jump on board with it, though. You know,
but
I would say you asked me.
I'm done, and you're done talking for the rest of the episode. We're going to hang up at the end. You don't get to sit here and go, I'm not going to take your word for it, because you don't go and fucking do any research. All you have done is take people's word for that Donald Trump is any good, because you can't name a single goddamn policy, but you're going to vote against my queer right to marry a man when Donald Trump comes around, because you think he loves America more. You just think that he loves America the most, but you're going to take my rights away. You're going to take women's rights away. You're going to take trans people's rights away. And you're going to vote for the single most obviously autocratic, authoritarian, fascist sack of shit to ever sit as the lump of garbage as we could imagine in the fucking Oval Office. I'm done listening to you. You may call back when you can name one policy, a single fucking policy he supports, and defend that is the better position. By the way, I can do that. I can name policies of his that are fine, because in the end, there are mundane policies. There are things that, and you can't name fucking one. You are done until you can do that. Go fuck yourself. He loves America, so I don't mind voting against the rights of other. I want to fucking marry a dude if I feel like marrying a fucking dude. I want women to have rights over their fucking body. I want trans people to be able to live in America without being afraid. And that's just the beginning of the list of who gets fucked by these people. So you can go get fucked. Fuck off, Scott. I'm done listening to your... I'm more confident than ever, and I still can't name one goddamn thing. Get the fuck out. Jesus
it's
fucking
insane.
Christ.
Here's 50 things that he did wrong. Well, that makes me like him more. Don't you think these are bad? Yeah, of course they're bad. What?
Fuck off.
Just literally just brain turned off, just repeat. Yeah, no, Trump's great. Like nothing. What's his policy on these things? I don't know. Ugh.
All the way off. All right, this will be a palate cleanser because at least we liked her. Jacqueline is called back. Jacqueline from Kansas, a theist, was talking with Forrest and Erica the other day. They talked a lot about what she believes as a Christian. I asked her if she would call back so we could talk about why she believes those things. So that's not the right tag. Again, my multitasking here today, not as good as it's ever been. Jacqueline, first of all, how are you?
Hey, Jacqueline.
I'm good. How are you?
I'm fine. Tell me you're not voting for Trump next election.
I'm not sure who I'm voting for yet because
Is Trump an option? Jacqueline, is Trump an option?
Probably not. No.
Yeah. Should I be able to marry a man if I want to marry a man, because we live in a world in the United States with the Constitution that guarantees religious freedom, and whether or not you agree that I should marry a man, I should be able to decide that for myself, right, Jacqueline?
I would agree you can make your own decisions for yourself. So yeah.
Everyone should be able to make decisions for themselves.
Jacqueline,
and also, as a society, we should take care of sick people, right? That's what Jesus said.
Yes, we definitely need to take care of the sick.
Right. And so universal health care and Medicare are both really important policies that need to stay in place and be enhanced to make sure that those among us who are poor, people Jesus also said we have to take care of, those people are guaranteed to be taken care of with a high quality standard, and that we should be totally offended by the fact that we have such a high mortality rate amongst mothers, especially black women, that we have the highest infant mortality rate of the developed world, despite the fact that we claim to have the best medical care, again, of the we'll say the advanced world, the Western world, the where medicine has become, innovation has revolutionized medicine, and yet we're doing worse than everybody else. So upon those bases, if somebody is pro helping poor people and pro healthcare and Medicare, and somebody else is pro undermining those things and in fact tried to repeal universal health care without a replacement plan intact, you're not going to vote for the latter guy, right, Jacqueline?
Correct.
Okay, well, that's Donald Trump. So
Jacqueline,
please hold
you're the
on to
best.
that. I hope
You're
so.
the best theist caller we have, and I'm
All
sorry
day
we're
long.
rambling at you. We've been fired up. We've been fired up, Jacqueline.
I don't apologize for shit. Jacqueline, what belief would you, in a sentence, give me a summary of your religious theistic belief? It could start with like, I believe in Christianity, and specifically, I am you could say a Baptist, whatever, who believes that Jesus Christ was resurrected, and through him, all of our sins. Let's just get a summary of what the belief is, and then we're going to move on from the what rather quickly. But let's start with the what.
Yep. And while you say that, I'm
Okay,
going to step out of the room really quick because I have to check something really quick. I'll be right back. I promise.
No worries.
Okay. What I believe is that Jesus Christ died for my sins.
Okay.
I believe he also died for the sins of the world. I believe that if you choose him and believe in the free gift he's given us, that you would grow and be with Christ as well
Okay.
for eternity.
Okay. Great. Why do you believe Jesus Christ was killed? Let's start there. Why do you believe that Jesus Christ was, did you say crucified for our sins or just killed for our sins?
He was crucified. I believe that.
Okay.
I believe he was beaten and...
Right, that's fine. And for our sins, right?
Yes.
Okay. What sins? Let's start there, actually.
All of them.
Right. Where does sin come from? Who decides what sins are?
God does.
Right. And who creates us with the propensity to do sins?
God created Adam and Eve, and their sin entered the world, and then we are born out of their fall.
Okay. So they created God creates Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve's sin, but is a creation of God. So basically, God has set rules and then creates something that fails to follow those rules. So we won't get into you already did sort of the how this doesn't make sense with Forrest the other day, just pointing out that you're saying God created something that malfunctioned and then blamed the machine instead of himself for its malfunction. Fine. That's neither here nor there. You believe Jesus Christ was crucified. Why do you believe Jesus Christ was crucified?
I believe that God put the power within Jesus to lay down his own life.
No. Okay, sorry, you misunderstand the question, but I think it's a vague. The question could be interpreted the way I think you took it. So let me reword it. Why do you accept the story of Jesus Christ being crucified? Somebody at some point has told you. I'm not saying it's untrue or not when I use the word story. Somebody at some point, the story was presented to you that Jesus Christ was crucified, and you accepted that was a true story. Why do you accept that it is a true story?
Because it's documented in history.
Where is it documented in history?
It's documented in the Bible.
Is the Bible considered a reliable historical text?
Yes, there are some reliable historical texts.
No, the Bible is not, for the record, the Bible is not, except amongst religious people, except amongst Christians who insist it is true. It is not accepted as a reliable historical text, despite the fact that there are people within the Bible who are written about that are accepted as historical figures. There are places that are accepted. But for example, Jacqueline, you're not anti-science, as I recall the other night, right? From your talk, you believe in science, right?
I'm not anti-science.
Right. Okay, so is the Bible as a history book right or wrong about the global flood that Noah supposedly experienced and survived, according to the Bible?
I believe the Bible is accurate on its account.
Okay, Jacqueline, we're going to do
this.
this. We're going to start doing this. Just directly answer my questions, because this was kind of an issue the other day. So I'll give you yes or no's. is the Bible accurate when it says a global flood happened sometime in the last 10,000 years? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so you said you're not anti-science. However, science has debunked that entirely. There has not been a global flood on the earth in the last 10,000 years or in the last, I think it's 3.5 billion years or more since the earth has been totally submerged. Right. The earth hasn't been totally submerged in liquid, not even just water, in billions of years. And it certainly hasn't happened in the last 10 million. Since
10, before animals were around at all, it would have been, like there would have microbial life and that's it.
Jacqueline, do you believe that the history presented in the Bible that Moses escaped Egypt with all of those Jews going through the Dead Sea, splitting the waters, walking through, and that Jews were slaves to the Egyptians several thousand years ago? Is that something you accept as a historical fact?
Yes, except it was the Red Sea.
Fine. Yes, that's fine. You're right. It was the Red Sea. Except, Jacqueline, not only has that event never been proven to be remotely true, we actually now know enough about the Egyptian society to know that the people who built up the pyramids and everything else that people attribute to that were actually respected engineers and in fact not slaves. We also now know that the kinds of Jews that are reported to have been the slaves there didn't even actually exist yet. And from what we can tell, this is basically just one of the earliest attempts to go, hey guys, religious group, especially the light-skinned ones, good. Dark-skinned group over there, bad. So scientifically, you already accept two positions as you say the Bible is reliable history, despite the fact that no historical scholar will agree with you on that, who isn't a young earth creationist, basically. But you're not a young earth creationist and you're not anti-science. So how can you believe, we won't even get into Adam and Eve, which is also proven to be impossible. How can you believe that the Bible is correct when it talks about Noah's Ark and the story of Moses, and then also say that you are not anti-science?
Because I believe there are different scientific studies. As you mentioned, young science creation.
I called it young earth creation. I would not have called it young science because young earth creationism is nothing related to science. So let's go with the story of Moses. Actually, Noah's even better. Noah's even better because Noah's instead of just speculating about who wasn't there at what time, we have a physical event that would have changed the physical topography of the world and would have left tons of, and by the way, actually, we just wouldn't exist if it had happened. But on top of that, the evidence, whether we were there to observe it or not, would be overwhelming. And so we can actually say, not just we don't have evidence of Noah's flood, we can say flat out, Noah's flood, as in the global flood, did not happen as accounted in the Bible. We can say that with surety. So tell me how you accept that it did happen and you aren't anti-science. Go.
Okay. I believe it because I have faith in what has happened.
So you are anti-science then? So you are anti-science, Jacqueline. You have a choice between science, definitive science, and faith, and you chose faith, which is anti-science. Correct. So you are anti-science. I just want you to accept that and say it out loud. Come on, Jacqueline. It's not a trick. If you accept the story of Noah's flood as a literal event from history, you are anti-science, correct?
Yes.
And so therefore, you, Jacqueline, are anti-science, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Why would you pick faith over science? What compels you to believe a faith claim over a scientific claim, which comes with mountains of proof and evidence that anyone can observe for themselves, can learn for themselves, and can go through that process? And by the way, is the same science that is delivered to you in your hand the ability to call me and talk to me right now, and for us to broadcast this call out to thousands of people, why, when faced with the choice of that science, would you pick faith?
Well, I think you just put it in a way where you said all complete science of everything, but I definitely will still choose faith. I'll choose faith because it's me personally.
Why?
It has changed.
Jacqueline, do you care if what you believe is true, or do you just care that you keep believing the same thing?
No, I do believe what I believe is true.
No, that's not what I asked. I said, do you care if it is true? Not do you believe if it's true? I already know that. Do you care if it is true? And if it isn't true, would you want to stop believing it?
I do care that it's true, and I choose to continue believing it.
If it isn't true, would you want to stop believing it?
This is where we're going to start a loop.
If it isn't true, would you want to stop believing it? It is a yes or no question. We don't need to talk about loops. We don't need to talk about anything. If what you believe is not true, do you want to stop believing it?
No.
You do not want to stop believing it if it isn't true. So you just said two conflicting things. I want to state them both. You said, A, I care that what I believe in is true. And then B, if it isn't true, I don't want to stop believing it. Can those two things be true at the same time? Yes or no?
Yes, they can.
No, they cannot. They logically conflict, Jacqueline.
They can't.
This is where we had the problem the other night and why I stepped in and said, you have to start addressing things because you are an intellectually, and by the way, I'm not saying this angrily like the other guy. I think you're the biggest victim of what's going on. You are a victim of intellectual dishonesty. You want to pretend it matters if it's true, but you want to ignore any evidence. By the way, there's an overwhelming amount that it might not be true. That's why at the end of the call, I said what you said in response was a tragedy. So Jacqueline, let me ask you this. I have a father and a mother who believe in a religion that is contrary to yours. They believe that God has changed their life. They believe that Jesus is the way back to heaven. However, they believe in Mormonism, which is in totally contrary to mainstream Christianity and your form of Christianity, and has radically different beliefs, like that Jesus, for example, not only went to Jerusalem, but came to America and preached to the Native Americans, which are in their estimation ancient Jews, and revealed new things about how to get to heaven. And those ways to get to heaven are contrary, actually, to the ways you believe you get to heaven. So you both believe in Jesus. You both believe in God. You both can't be right at the same time, but you both could be wrong. Let's start with this. If my parents are right and you are wrong, would you want to know that, Jacqueline, so you could believe the same as my parents? Hypothetically, yes or no, would you want to believe in Mormonism if Mormonism is true?
No, because I know that
That's
no.
No.
What I believe.
That's not the question.
The question is, if Mormonism is true, hypothetically, so pretend it's not even this universe, but you're still in it. Hypothetically, Mormonism is true. Would you want to believe in Mormonism or continue to believe in what you believe, which in that universe would be wrong? Which one would you want to do?
I want to continue in what I want to believe.
Instead of Mormonism. So you would want to go to the wrong heaven. You would want to not have a relationship with God. You would want to continue to believe a delusion that was wrong instead of having a relationship with God, a relationship with Jesus, instead of going to heaven. You wouldn't want any of those things if Mormonism was true, because you'd want to believe what you still believe. And you wouldn't want your family to go to heaven. You wouldn't want your family to be together forever, which is a claim of Mormonism. You would want your family's life at risk and everything else. In that scenario, you'd still just believe what you believe and not go have a relationship with Jesus Christ. That's what you are literally saying to us. Yes?
Yes, I'm literally saying that.
Then why should anybody listen to your opinion, Jacqueline? Because you have said, do you want your son to believe as you believe? I remember your son came up. Do you wish your son would believe in the Christian God that you believe in?
Yes, I do.
But you're not willing to explore if you're wrong. And you're not willing to go find the truth if the truth is out there. So why should he respect your belief in God if your belief in God, you would still hold it even if they proved it was untrue? Why should he listen to you?
Because God is a personal relationship with an individual.
Nope, you're not answering my question.
That's not.
My question is, if you're not willing to explore if your religion and your belief is untrue, why should anybody respect your position? You've basically said, whether I'm right or wrong, this is what I believe, and I want you to believe whether I can prove it right or wrong. Why should anybody respect a belief that does not care whether it is right or wrong?
Actually, my belief does care.
No, it doesn't. You already said it doesn't. You already said it doesn't. You already said it doesn't care if it's wrong and that you would believe it even if somebody else was right and could prove it. You already said that. So you don't get to just go and say it does care when you already said it doesn't. And you said you don't. You can try again, but you don't get a lie.
I'm not trying to lie about anything.
Unfortunately, religious people are conditioned to lie while trying to convince people that they have the truth. Again, I don't think you are a monster. I think you're a victim. And I think you are a victim projecting out the problem, honestly, with religion. And if it goes, I hope you don't become one of the monsters, because most of the monsters start as victims. You don't have a good reason to believe what you believe, Jacqueline. You don't. You don't have one good reason to believe it. You have reasons, they're not good ones. And you've admitted that if you are wrong, you'd still believe it. So no one should... Jacqueline, okay, let me just do it to you. I don't believe you, Jacqueline. And if I'm wrong, I don't care. How do you get through to me?
It's not me who has to get through to you. It's God and Jesus who have to get through to you.
Okay, well, God and Jesus in your scenario have to get through to me through you, right? You're the one with the message from God and Jesus. And again, we're in a situation where I'm just telling you, I don't care if you're right. If I'm wrong, even if you prove God exists, I'm going to believe the wrong thing. That's wrong of me to do, right? If you could prove to me God exists, it would be wrong for me to believe otherwise, right?
It would be your opinion.
Opinions don't matter.
No.
I want to only believe in true things and to not believe in untrue things, Jacqueline. And you've already said that you would like to continue believing in your God, even if it is untrue.
But I don't believe it's untrue.
And I believe it is true.
Right.
Untrue. Sorry. I believe it is untrue. Go ahead, Forrest. If you want a moment at it, and then I'm going to jump back in because we're going to do the why. We're going to.
Well, I was going to do the same. I was going to give the same thought experiment you did and just phrase it slightly differently. But then I had other things as well. It's like, Jacqueline, here I am. I don't believe your God is real. If you were to prove to me that God is real, if God showed up in front of me and said, hey, my name's God, and this other dude came down and said, hey, my name's Jesus, and they did a bunch of miracles, and I see it, proof positive in front of me, and then I continue to say, I don't believe it anyway. Would that make me reasonable? Would that make me a wise person?
She already knows now. She's already admitted now.
Well, doubter, like lots of people that didn't believe when he did come down and show them. And you even said that last time.
We don't know that he actually came down and showed anybody anything, Jacqueline.
But let's say that he did. Let's pretend he did for a minute, okay? Jesus came down. It says in the Bible that there were people that saw the miracles and met him in person and still didn't believe it, right?
That is correct.
Right. So what do you think about those people? Do you think that those people were like being honest with themselves, or that they were being a good example of like critical thinking?
I think they just didn't understand or did not want to believe. And
Right.
everyone
So,
is
like, do you think that's a good thing?
Do I think it's a good thing that they missed out on truth? No.
No, that they refused to change their belief,
Yeah, she doesn't
even
listen
when
to
they
your
were
actual question.
proven. Do you think it's a good thing that they refused to change their beliefs, even when they were provided proof that they were wrong?
I think it's an individual decision.
Just yes or no, Jacqueline. Just yes or no. Because the thing is this
Jacqueline,
is what I was
please.
talking about earlier with the lying. Your conditioning is to hear a yes or no question and respond with the answer that you are manipulating into pretending is a response. And I can hear it in your silence. And I know it's a weird thing to say. The way you pause is the way I used to pause. You have been taught to manipulatively lie despite being a sweet person. And you do seem like a sweet person. I probably wish you were my mom, right? Like you probably are a much better mom than I had. And you'd probably be great in comparison. And yet this is still true that you are pausing and going, okay, here's the question I was asked. I'm not just going to respond yes or no. I'm going to morph this whole thing into a version of testimony bearing that I have picked up from people around me. Maybe it's a church. I don't know where the fuck it's from, but where specifically it's from, but it's usually those sources. And I am going to engage this way. And it is dishonest. And if commandments against lying exist, you're definitely breaking those. So, Jacqueline, let's go even and peel it back further. Let's say that there is somebody out there, and because there is, and I've met this person, I'm thinking of a person when I say it. There is somebody out there who says all the exact same things you say about the fact that their God exists, but they believe in Islam.
Mm.
How do we determine if one of you is correct?
With that, it's individual.
How do we determine what way does an individual determine which one of you is correct? Because when you say it's individual, it can't be that you're both individually correct. You either are Christian or Muslim, and either both of them are wrong or one of them is right. Correct? That's how logic works. Correct? Either both of your religions are false or one of them is true. Yes or no, Jacqueline?
I'm not going to say either both of them are
Jacqueline,
false.
either that is logically true. I'm not asking you to say Christianity is false. I am saying the options are both of them are false or one of them is true. I know you believe that the one of them is true is Christianity. Those are the choices, correct? Islam and Christianity can't be both true at the same time, correct? Let's start there if it's easier for you. True or false, Jacqueline? Do you need me to restate it so it's simpler? True or false? Christianity and
Correct.
Islam are both true at the same time. True or false?
False.
Right. Christianity and Islam can't be true at the same time. So that's not an option. So true or false? The only options are either one of those two religions is true or neither of them is true. True or false to that whole statement?
True.
Correct. Okay. So you're here on behalf of Christianity. My friend is here on behalf of Islam, not Forrest. How do we determine which
Turns
one?
out I'm Muslim this whole time.
That would have been wild. We've got you and we've got a Muslim. You say yours is true. He says his is true, the person I'm thinking of. How do we determine if the only option is either for one of you to be true or both to be false? How do we determine which one is true or if both are false? How do we do that?
You would need to research each of them,
Okay.
just like you said, and then make your decision from there.
No. Things aren't true because you have an opinion. I agree. You have to research. When you research, what should be the thing that drives your conclusion? There's like a middle gap. When you say you should do your research and then make your decision, what should be the thing that makes you make the decision? That's what I'm asking about.
your conclusion.
No. What should be the thing that draws me to conclude that? What should be the thing that I do that causes me to make my decision?
Your results.
I'm just going to answer it for you because I think you don't fundamentally understand. True or false, the religion that is true will be the one which comports with reality. True or false?
I'm going to say false.
Okay. I don't think you understand the question. I'm going to ask you again because there's no way you understood the question. The religion that is true is the one that comports with reality. In other words, the religion that is true is the one that actually exists. True or false?
True.
Okay.
True.
Yeah.
So if we do our research and we need to figure out which one actually exists and comports with reality, how do we do that?
You investigate for yourself and see which one resounds with you.
No. Not at all.
No.
I'm going to tell you the way I do it.
Well,
go ahead, Forrest.
Okay, really, I just have a different thing. What you just said, Jacqueline, what you just said there. Jimmy said, how do you know which one of these two things that can't be true at the same time, which one is real, which one actually exists in reality? And you said, you find the one that works for you, the one that feels best for you. I want to ask you, can you give me an example of any other time in your entire life that you would ever use that exact same kind of thinking for anything else?
I don't think she'll fundamentally understand what you're asking.
Well, let's say over a chance. Can you think of anything else that you would ever believe in besides your religion? Anything else that you would ever believe is either true or false because it just feels good for you and it just kind of sits right with you, rather than actually checking for real factual evidence about reality?
I've lived my reality. I don't know. My son is turning his head. My son was so psyched for me to call. I think he was just really ready.
Jacqueline, go back to the points. I know.
Well, hold on.
You're trying to distract.
Let me ask you.
It's an uncomfortable question.
Let me ask you a question. Let me do the same thing then. Okay, I believe that the moon is actually made of actual cheese.
Let her finish her answer first. Let her finish her answer first, because I'm not positive she was going there. Forrest asked the question. Just answer her question. We'll talk about how your son is cringing or whatever later.
Yeah. So the question was, would you ever use this for anything else? You were going to say something. I apologize for interrupting.
I guess I need to get better at...
Yes. Better at what?
At explaining my faith and my reasons for it.
Okay.
Other than
kind of. Jacqueline, kind of. You need to get better in the sense that you need to have better reasons. Because I asked the question a couple minutes ago, I'm going to explain to you how I would do it. We agreed that the religion that is true, if one of them is true, is the one that comports with reality. So we have two things. We have a religion and we have reality. And we can go investigate reality, and we all agree that we exist in reality together. And then we have religion, and we can go and investigate religion. And that religion will become false if things in that religion conflict with reality. And your Christianity, what we've talked about today, does conflict, because so far the only way we've found to investigate reality realistically is science. There are low stakes things that we do every day, like trusting people will treat us certain ways and things of that nature that don't have an existential infinite implication. And so we make some judgment calls on that. But at the level of a religion and how the very universe works, I investigate A, which is reality, and we have demonstrated very effective ways at investigating reality, and we are constantly improving that. And as we improve that, you see the fruits of that get better. You see medicine get better. You see technology get better. And so there's even fruits that you can point to that are direct development. And then I take something like a religion. So let's take your religion and the Muslims' religion, and I put them up against it. And I go, ooh, neither of these comport with reality. So the conclusion I'm making is that neither of them at present are correct. At best, I can't say for sure. Nobody will come along and go, oh, I can now explain this correctly and this correctly. In fact, there are entire sects of religions dedicated to trying to do that. It's called apologetics, and they tend to fail. Not just tend to, I've only exclusively seen them fail. They tend to try and retreat into what are called unfalsifiable arguments. Jacqueline, your best reason for you, not for anybody else, that you believe in Christianity is that you started, or I don't know whether you started or have always since you were young, but it doesn't matter, is that you have practiced Christianity and that Christianity has changed your life and profoundly affected your life. Jacqueline, I have gotten the same result from woodworking. Many people have gotten the same result from other religions. I've also gotten the same result from secular therapy. The beautiful thing about secular therapy is that it can defend itself. It can talk about the most recent scientific understanding of things. It will adapt where it is wrong. And we see that happening now, like the revelations about the pervasiveness of ADHD in our society, as well as the addition that will be coming into the next edition of the DSM of CPTSD, which is turning out to be also rather prominent in our society in the way that we are absolutely bombarding people with a constant need for dopamine in this society. But that's sort of unrelated. These are, as far as things that touch us profoundly and change our life, something doesn't have to be true necessarily for that to happen. Because if you are profoundly changed by your version of Christianity and you feel it every day in your personal relationship with God, and my parents feel the exact same thing and your beliefs conflict, somebody needs to get through to one of you. But both of you have said, I'm not kidding, that you would rather keep believing in the wrong thing, if that's what your religion is, then stop believing in your belief at all. You would rather keep your false belief. Nobody, including your son, should respect any belief that is founded that way. Because if it is wrong, the stakes could be very high, but also you would never know. If your belief is wrong, you, Jacqueline, have said not only will you never know, but you would actively try to never know. Of course you believe it's true. That's not a response. That's not a rebuttal, as you've said when this has been brought up before. Of course you believe it's true. That's why you're here advocating it for the first part. What I care about is how you can prove to me it is true. And to say that it's a matter of opinion or matter that vibes well would never have delivered us medicine, and unfortunately would have only continued to deliver us religion. And go back and look through history and see if that's really what you want. Do you want to go back to the world not that long ago where you used to have a lot of kids to make sure 2 or 3 would survive? Where you used to not know if the water you were drinking would kill you, where the number one way young people died was of infections in their teeth, and old people died of some type of contraction of diarrhea that just wouldn't stop. I don't want to live in the world where everybody just decides what vibes well for them. I do advocate against other things that are arguably much less damaging, like astrology and the like, for that very reason. I don't want to live in the world where what vibes well with you is what is accepted by anybody as true, because I want to live in the world with medicine and technology and a potential for a future where everybody gets a fair shake, where everybody gets to pursue happiness. That's why I found it a tragedy the other day when you said it wasn't even giving you a second thought. And I worry, because I've seen you do it so far, that the amount I've been talking now and the silence that you've had on your end has only been so far used for you to try and work out how you can still ignore my last 4 or 5 points, and that you're probably not even really listening to what I'm saying now. Because if you were, and you were the honest person that you say you are, the next words out of your mouth were, I'm going to go find out if there's a good reason for anybody else to believe what I believe. And if there isn't, I'm going to re-examine my beliefs.
No, I'm here and I listen to your whole conversation, and I appreciate where you stand on it. What I can say is I can agree to disagree with your stance.
Then that's meaningless, Jacqueline. Then there's no point in continuing because you did do just what I said. You took the silence and went, I'm just going to figure out what words I can say that don't concede what I've already proven and admitted to. I don't have a good reason to believe this. And then when asked, will you go find one? You've basically said no, and you're going to continue believing. So there is no point in continuing the conversation. If you'd like, we can continue it later when you do those things. Go ahead, Forrest.
I have a couple of things because, like, you know, Jacqueline, I'm an educator and I care about this stuff. And so, like, I just want to just see if I can ask you a couple of questions really quick and just see if anything shakes loose here. Really quickly, can you just tell me, the Bible makes me feel good. The belief in God, it makes me feel happy. It means something to me. Is that a good reason to believe in this God?
It's not just that I know you only want yes and no answers.
Good. Then only answer yes or no, Jacqueline, because you're literally trying to do what I've already called you out for. So yes or no is what you should respond.
It makes me feel better about myself.
Makes you feel better about what?
About myself.
Right, but is that a good reason to believe that something is true?
Yes, for me it is.
No. So I'm not asking for you. I'm asking for, like, real, actual logical rules. No, that's called the emotional reasoning fallacy. What about this one? A lot of people believe in Christianity. Therefore, there must have something going on for it. Is that a good reason to believe in Christianity? That lots and lots and lots of people believe in it?
No, it isn't a good reason to believe in it.
Excellent. Excellent. That's called the bandwagon fallacy. That is a bad reason to believe in something. Good job. Let's try another one. Either God created the universe or everything in the entire universe just fell together by completely random chance, and that makes no sense whatsoever. Is that a good reason to believe in God?
I believe God created it for his pleasure.
Well, I'm asking you a question. Is it a good reason to believe in God to say either he made it this way on purpose or every single thing that's ever happened is just completely random chance and we just popped into existence randomly? Is that a good reason to believe in God?
I believe
stop.
Yes or
no, Jacqueline.
I'm going to put a stop to the whole thing. And I'm sorry, it's going to be a little bit rude to you, Forrest, and I'm just going to do it anyway. Because I think the last thing she and I talked about is what she needs to be focusing on. And right now she's already back to trying to put you in the exact same loops from the other night. Jacqueline can't engage in yes or no's if she thinks she can manipulate her way into an answer that she thinks defends her faith. Jacqueline, your faith is indefensible. You don't have a good reason for it. Your beliefs are indefensible. You don't have a good reason for them. You've admitted that even though you don't have a good reason for them, you don't want to find out if they're true. And if you found out they were untrue, you'd keep believing. Call back if that changes and you have good reasons. And in the meantime, I hope you acknowledge that you should not share them with anybody else because you don't have a good reason for a single other person to believe what you believe. And it is selfish of you to hold anybody else to any standard that they should accept that, including your son. If it disappoints you remotely that he doesn't accept it, I hope here today you recognize that nobody should accept it on the basis that you have presented today. Good luck, rewatch the call, and may the universe have mercy on your soul. I couldn't do it anymore. It just had to end. It was too intellectually dishonest, and that's done. I'm just can't.
It's your show. It's fine. I was reading out of this is an undergraduate psychology textbook with a list of logical fallacies, and I was just going through them. I was going to go through the not me fallacy, the appeal to authority fallacy, the genetic fallacy, the argument from antiquity fallacy, the appeal to ignorance. I was going to go through all of them and just say, is this a good reason to believe? Is this a good reason? And go through them and show that just try to really define where the issues are and then try to explain exactly those issues. That's what my plan was for the next 10 minutes or so.
Jacqueline's kind of the woman version of Emmanuel, as far as I can tell, where Emmanuel actually once called in and then has also defended otherwise, but has called in and said by the name of the fallacy he was defending that fallacy is a good reason to believe in God. I'm trying to remember which one it was. It might have been Argument from Authority. And then he also did it with...
No, knowing Emmanuel, I would have bet money it was Appeal to Authority. God said it, therefore it's true.
It wasn't that clean, but I get what you're saying. But he also did it with a joke that, a term that, I know which one. I know this wasn't, I don't think this was the fallacy. I think this was the other one. But think of a term that we have colloquially come up for something that is a common apologetic in defense, that when somebody says, oh yeah, I'll just give you an example of it, and you just tell me what the name of the thing is. Well, science has no idea where life came from, so it makes much more sense that God did it. What's that
called?
Field
ignorance.
No, there's another one.
Fallacy.
But what's the atheist colloquialism we use? God of the...
God of the gaps, yeah.
And he literally called and said, I'd like to defend that God of the gaps is a reasonable position. That was the beginning of his call. God. Like, you're using the term we use. You're right that is the fallacy, by the way, argument from ignorance. But you're using the colloquial joke phrase that we use. The one that's like, we're not trying to be so mean you won't respond to it, but it is a little bit of a dig to call in.
Mean, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the point.
I'll let you pick the next call because I've just been... I will say, I think I projected that I was going to dominate the Jacqueline call on Monday. So that one I'll defend, but I have kind of dominated the other calls so far too. So I'll let you pick
in
the
all
next
fairness
call
with the Jacqueline call. In all fairness with the Jacqueline call, I got about an hour with her 2 days ago. So it's fine that you talked for pretty much all of that. That's, what I got about as much time as I gave Erica in that one. You know what I mean? So that's fine. And also, much to your chagrin, I would have talked to her for another 40 minutes.
I know.
Because it's because it's not about her. It's not about her. It's about the audience. And I wanted the audience to see these things.
For me, I was thinking of both. And I was thinking everything that was necessary with the audience on the Y factor was done. I was actually thinking of her son too, which whether I should or shouldn't. And I recognize I was actually a little bit like, sometimes you say something and you're like, I just fucking nailed this to the wall and it was profound. And I felt like where I left off was so cleanly what the end of the call should have been. And then you wanted to do your exercise too. And I was like, oh no, dude, this was the point's going to get lost now. And so I also was trying to sort of bring it back around to that. Cause I was just like, Jesus.
I was trying to continue on. You did end on a banger, but I guarantee she didn't listen to half of that monologue.
I even said it. I said it during the monologue.
She might have thought she was. She might have thought she was, but like I guarantee she did.
That was my point for the audience, where I was like, this is where the audience needs it. And then with her, it was the calling out that you're not even really listening and then proving that she wasn't. And then telling her in that case, we're done until you start being more honest. And in a way, if I'm being honest, it almost felt undermined by, it was like, I'm telling her we're done. And then it was like, but we'll give you another shot to be dishonest. I don't think you were doing anything maliciously, but I was like, oh, I wish you hadn't. I just wish you hadn't. And then when she just continued doing it, I couldn't handle it anymore.
I wanted to get her back engaged in the thing is what I was trying to do. But like, I understand it was kind of the end, time for the call to end. So I'm okay with that.
And in fairness, I told her I would do it in under half an hour when we talked on Monday. And I still did, I think, 40 minutes. So we were already long on that promise. But go ahead, pick whichever call you like. I have a suspicion I know which one.
But by the rules of the channel and also by like what seems the most fun, I'm gonna go for line number 17.
Well, they all seem somewhat argumentative is the only thing that I had, except one, I guess. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but like line number 12, line number 20 are kind of the same thing, and it's like whatever. We can have that to talk, but it's not going to be nearly as fun. I almost said we're going to have that cock, and it wouldn't be as fun, and that also is true. And then I have line number 4.
It's okay.
I don't know. Yeah. I'm going to go for number 17. We're going to talk to Andrew from Florida, who is a theist who also believes that Trump is the most pro-Israeli president, and Israel is the God's holy land. And so you'll be voting for Trump no matter what, because he's God's president. Andrew, you are on the line. How are you today?
Good evening, gentlemen.
Hi there. We have a lot to talk about from what I've got here on the call screen, but I want you to start. Please just explain.
I would say if the two of you will be brief on this, because we also have to be cautious, right? We're talking about a topic that is YouTube bannable. So like,
Yeah.
you know, we're going to be, he's, so what if he's the most pro-Israeli thing? But then as people come in and try to turn criticisms of, for example, the malicious fucking giving a shit about Palestinians in this reclaiming of Israel and the miniature genocide happening there, and that it's not cool to bomb kids. Like, I've already risked the censors just by pointing out it's not okay to murder Palestinian children. So I guess I'm only jumping in, even though I said I'd be quiet, because I do have to keep this channel alive and avoid mass reports. So I guess let's start with the pro-Israel thing, and then I think Forrest will say some version of so what, and then Andrew, will you have arguments besides that after the pro-Israeli thing?
That's pretty much going to be the long and short
Is
of
that
my
all you
answer.
have? Do you have any?
We have time.
Yeah. So let's keep the pro-Israel stuff short, just because it is a rocky thing, and it's so stupid that we on a platform like this have to be so careful. Even though we're not going to say anything anti-Semitic, but it doesn't matter if we say it. It matters if people lie and say we did. Yeah.
Well, Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East, and just their survival after all these years. It's God's holy nation because it's a fulfillment of prophecy, and I believe that's why Trump had the largest evangelical vote in all of history, because he's the most pro-Israel and he's therefore the most pro-God. That's basically the gist of the argument. He cares about God's nation. He made Jerusalem the capital of Israel, officially recognized it. He didn't make it, he recognized it.
Right. So just, again, as Jimmy said, even if we criticize just that country or any part of it, it's immediately going to turn into we're criticizing the people that live there. So shit that would never happen with any other country. Very weird. So I'm going to move past that. I'm just not going to even get to that.
Wait, don't move past then. I do want to ask one or two questions. Andrew, how is Middle Eastern democracy in Israel working out for Palestinians? Yeah, I know. Don't bother answering. Is it a democracy or is it a nationalist democracy?
It's pretty nationalist.
Yeah.
I gotta agree to that.
Yeah.
I also gotta.
Hey,
I also
real quick.
Can I say one fact? Real quick?
Yeah, as soon as I get this, you said it's the only democracy. Also, I'm going to name. Are you familiar with Jordan?
Yes.
Kuwait.
Yeah.
There's two more.
Lebanon.
No, I don't think Lebanon's considered it. I'm listing off the constitutional monarchies that are still considered democratic because of their constitutions. I'm going to say one of them starts with a B, and I don't remember the fourth one. But there are literally 4 other democracies in the Middle East. So first of all, it's not the only. Second of all, nationalistic democracy. Who cares if something is a democracy? If anything, if a nationalist democracy can exist, then democracy doesn't fucking matter, and we should stop pretending it's some great, wonderful thing. Always.
The Economist. I just typed in democracy. I just typed in democracies in the Middle East, and I got this. The Economist Group's Democracy Index of 2020 study classified Israel as a flawed democracy, ranked number 28 worldwide.
I'll find it too.
Adding that in there for funsies.
So
out there.
It took one Google search, by the way. So Andrew, I just advise you to Google your arguments before you say it. Jordan, Kuwait.
Not deep research on my part. Just looked it up for fun.
I would have never remembered one of these, by the way. Jordan and Kuwait are the first 2 I already said. Bahrain is the one I would have never remembered, but started with a B. And Morocco is the 4th one.
Hey.
All
Morocco in the Middle East.
And a nationalistic democracy may as well not be a democracy. I'm not saying Israel shouldn't exist. I'm not saying Israel shouldn't be led by the current people it's led, though one is very alarmed by the hyper right-wing stuff. Whether or not Trump is pro-Israel does not necessarily mean that he actually gives a fuck or that he knows how to, as a populist, appeal to his base and get people to say the things like you just said. I don't know what you think. Actually, let's just do this. Name one bad thing for Israel Joe Biden has done. The Catholic president. Go ahead, Andrew.
Rick, can you repeat the question?
One bad thing Joe Biden has done to Israel. One anti-Israel policy from Joe Biden. The Catholic president.
No, nothing.
None.
I think it's too controversial, and both sides don't want to touch it.
What are you talking about? He's super pro-Israel. He doesn't love Bibi Netanyahu, but he you know who he loves less than Bibi? The guy before Bibi. That guy was too far gone. So you're not even making a real point. You're making a Donald Trump gets up and says, as the charlatan he is, I'm the most pro-Israel president. I love Israel, love them Israel. You know what I really love about Israelis? When they're my bankers. He literally says shit like that. Literally says, compliments people who have Jewish last names that they must be great lawyers. That also happened on the call on the Georgia call. And Joe Biden is a super pro-Israel president in policy and has not done anything. If Joe Biden wasn't at least as pro-Israel, why didn't he move the embassy back out of Jerusalem? Why didn't he undo Trump's embassy thing?
I called about Trump, not Biden. I agree with you.
No. Excuse me. You called about Biden because you said you called about Biden because you said Donald Trump. You said Donald Trump is the most pro-Israel president, and which means not only did you call about Biden, you called about Obama, you called about Bush, you called about Bush Sr., you called about Clinton, you called about Reagan, you called about Carter, you called about, we don't have to go all the way far back, but you also called about Nixon, you also called about Ford, and you also called about JFK, and you also called about Johnson. But anyway, so you called about, let's just say the last 50 years of presidents, we'll just go like Reagan on. You called about all of them because your claim was Donald Trump is the most pro-Israel president. So I asked you a question which would point out the flaw in that claim, which is, in what way is Biden not at least as pro-Israel? And this is your defense of why you're voting for him. And you didn't have a single example, much like the first caller who couldn't list a single Trump policy. I assume you can at least do that. You couldn't list a single thing that separates him as the most pro-Trump, as the most pro-Israel thing. And by the way, you could have just Googled it. You probably still could have defended it. I don't. So Andrew, if you'd like, you can now respond, or we can move to your next argument of why you would vote for Trump. And that I will leave you completely with Forrest with, because he wanted to hands off the Israel. I'll let you and Forrest do the next point by yourselves.
I've got some other stuff. Yeah, you go ahead.
Go ahead, Andrew. I'd be laughing too, because I'd be so embarrassed, and laughing is what I do when I'm embarrassed.
You just mentioned a lot of things. I wanted to say that the thing about the Palestinians, they don't use children as human shields or something, and they're trying to destroy Israel off the face of the map. It's literally in their constitution. So
I love your defense of killing.
Trying to kill you, I think you would also become a little hostile.
First of all, that is just propaganda. Middle Eastern stuff we hear all the time. They use children as human shields. But I love that your defense of killing child civilians and pushing them out of their homes and pushing civilians out of their homes is other Palestinians also harm children.
I'm not defending
Boy, Andrew, you're
it's
so
like
consistent. So
it's like the black people own slaves too thing. You know what I mean? Well, the Africans sold other Africans into slavery, therefore.
Bro. So Andrew, do you want to try?
I didn't defend those nasty things.
This is that's your response, isn't it? Oh my God, we're going to pretend implicit defenses don't happen and that clearly wasn't your point. Jesus fucking Christ. All right, bro, you win that argument. You don't, but you win that one. Go on to your next one. You should laugh. You should be embarrassed and not able to stop laughing by how embarrassed. Go on to your next one. What's your next reason you're voting for Trump as a Christian or just in general?
Well, he's not a really good Christian. I mean, he's been divorced 3 times. Remarriage is a sin, so.
Thanks.
It's just the pro-Israel part.
Your only reason you're voting for Donald Trump is he's pro-Israel, is what you just said, right?
Another reason he's the most pro-Christian president is he's mentioned the persecution of Christians as minorities more than any other president. He's brought awareness to it the most.
So Donald Trump, the guy who doesn't go to church, is more
evangelical vote.
He's
the
more
biggest evangelical vote.
I'll let you two do it. Jesus Christ, I'll let you two. Go ahead, Forrest.
The whole time you've been talking, I've just been looking up anti-Semitic shit that Donald Trump did. I've got a list of them here for funsies.
Andrew didn't say he's pro-Jew, just pro-Israel. So,
well, I mean, yeah. So here, I'm just going to put this, I'm going to put these in the chat. Here's the time when he tweeted out that Hillary Clinton is the most corrupt candidate ever, with her superimposed over a pile of money and a fucking Star of David that says that she's the most corrupt candidate ever. Here's Trump to Jewish Republicans saying, I'm a good negotiator like you folks, saying that Jews are good negotiators, and he is too. Here's Trump saying that American Jews need to get their act together and support Israel more. I also have the one here where he said that any Jews that don't vote Republican aren't really good Jews and don't really love Israel enough. Here's allegations of racism marked presidency. This is not the right one. Let's see here. Oh fuck! This one's behind a damn paywall. Shit!
I feel
this
like
is just
4 is
another
enough.
list of anti-Semitic growths. Yeah, it's just I've just got a million of these, and it wasn't fucking hard to find. It took like 2 seconds for this dude to just be saying a bunch of really shit.
He just said pro-Israel, not pro-Jew. So you know what? Do you,
right,
you
but
know,
like,
doesn't matter.
Here he is being like shitty and anti-Semitic, and so I want you to just think for a second, Andrew. Do you think that this guy is actually pro-Israel, actually thinking about the nation state here and its right to exist, thinking about the Christian religion, thinking about prophecy, thinking about any of this stuff, considering all the shit that I just put out here and all the shit you can very easily find of him being really anti-Semitic and gross? Do you think that he's actually pro-Israel, or do you think that he knows that much of his base is evangelical Christians, and if he says he's pro-Israel, that's literally all he has to say to get a vote, like from people like you?
I don't think it's. I think it's a combination of both. I think it's a little bit more complex.
I think it's just
later
the one
in his life,
myself.
He's trying to be more religious,
based on vibes.
He's in an honest way. But he does have huge character flaws. But he was trying was he trying to be more religious in 2020 when he shot tear gas into a church to clear out the protesters during BLM so that he could go stand in front of that church with a Bible held upside down and take pictures of it that he could then use to pander to that same evangelical base that he got by saying he was pro-Israel, even though he doesn't know shit about Israel? Was he being more religious then when he tear gassed that church? No.
Andrew seems to think
he wasn't. Are you saying no, like that didn't happen?
That was a horrible event.
Yes, that was a horrible thing for him to do, right? So just out of curiosity, does him tear gassing a church and holding a Bible upside down to make publicity photos, does that weigh on your mind at all when you think about him being God's president? Because that's what it says here on the call screen. You said he's God's president. Do you think that he was being God's president in that moment?
No, I think he was just being about himself.
Yeah. Is that a virtue? That selfishness? Is that a godly thing that Christians do?
No.
Can you think about like maybe when he was talking about COVID and he said that it was just
Buddy,
not
take
real,
yes
it was
for
all
an
a
answer.
hoax.
You already won.
No, I'm just asking for a few more. I'm just asking for a few more. Can you give me? Let's try it a different way then. Andrew, can you give me an example of when he was a good Christian during his presidency?
Ooh, that's a good one.
Yeah. A global. He had a global call to protect religious freedom with the United Nations. I think of all the presidents ever, he rose awareness the most about persecuted religious minorities. So,
can you compare and contrast his bringing awareness of religious minorities? Compare and contrast it to when Obama did the same thing.
Yeah,
what was the difference between him and Obama?
Oh, I don't have the. I need more time to answer that question. The research and.
Andrew, do you believe Christians are?
Hold on just a second. Because you said he did it better than anybody else. So I'm asking you, here's another person that did it.
Yeah.
What exactly was better? And you said, I don't know. How do you know he did it better than anybody else?
I got it. I think I got one. Obama and Hillary, when in Africa, when a Christian church exploded and 50 Christians died, he and Hillary Clinton tweeted and called them Easter worshipers. And they were just Christians. They didn't want to use the word Christian. I think that's just very insensitive.
Andrew, you have called us before, and you're still going to say, how do you know they didn't want to use the word Christian? Why
they call them Easter worshippers?
So what? So what?
Instead of Christian.
What the fuck does Easter mean besides Christian? Who cares if they use the exact word? It is clearly what they are saying. So how do you know that they were motivated going, hey, we want to talk about this church? And by the way, you're talking about Obama, the guy who proudly said his alarm is scripture, that he starts his day reading scripture. The person you're trying to now pretend wasn't super Christian, even though the first year of his presidency was you guys claiming you didn't like how radical a Christian church he went to. You're talking about Joe Biden, who is Catholic, openly Catholic, whose inauguration ceremony looked exactly like a church ceremony, who invited a gospel singer on to sing an amended version of David Cohen's Hallelujah, where they changed the verse from saying, maybe there's a God above, to I know there's a God above. The man who has more religious public ceremonies than anybody in recent history, and Obama, the guys who actually know at damn near a scholarly level the Bible and can quote verses, and by the way, 2 Corinthians, that's the whole ball game. The guy who was reading 2 Corinthians because he had never heard it pronounced second and was not in one of the environments where 2 Corinthians would have made him sound anything like besides an idiot.
I was literally looking up as you were talking about this, how all the times were I was looking up where Trump couldn't cite a single Bible verse when asked, because that's happened a couple of times on camera.
What's your favorite verse? And he goes, it's just too personal. And then he was asked, are you more a New Testament guy or Old Testament guy? And this supposed Christian said the thing that no Christian said. He said equal. What Christian says equal between the New and the Old Testament? Andrew, here's the thing.
Oh, man.
If he was the most Christian president or most pro-Israel president, I would still argue that you shouldn't vote for him. I don't care that he isn't those things. If he was those things, I would concede it and go still a bad reason to vote for him. And yet, he isn't those things. All right, true or false, Andrew? True or false?
Sorry for interrupting.
Donald Trump is no, you're fine. I get it. I've been going for a while. True or false? Donald Trump is a populist who appeals to the least common denominator. True or false?
No, that's true. That's true.
Okay. Donald Trump is a populist who appeals to Andrew. True or false?
True.
Andrew is the least common denominator. True or false?
I didn't say he was the most religious.
Andrew is the least common denominator. True or false?
What?
I said true or false. We went true or false. Donald Trump is a populist who appeals to the least common denominator. You said true. True or false? And Donald Trump is a populist who appeals to Andrew. You said true. And so then I finished our little argument proposition thing with true or false. Andrew is the least common denominator.
True.
Yeah, buddy. Isn't that something that ashames you? That you don't want to be?
I don't want to be duped.
You're asking to be duped.
You're being duped. You have been duped, good sir. That's it. You just described he's super Christian. He's God's president. He doesn't know a single fucking Bible verse. He tear gassed a church. He doesn't know which way to hold a Bible. And here's all these other more Christian presidents before and after him. And you're like, yeah, but he's trying to be a Christian. When? Well, he said some stuff about persecuted religions. Other presidents did it too. Oh, I didn't know that.
Especially the least.
Are you
said something about the least persecuted religion, by the way.
I didn't say presidents didn't do it. I said he rose awareness more than other presidents.
You said he did it better. You said he did it better, but you have no idea how other presidents did it at all. So how the IBC cream soda is the best cream soda. I've never tried any other cream sodas. Does that fucking matter that I think it's the best then? No, you have to check, right? So you think he did it better than you said it better than anybody else.
That's true.
But I don't know what everybody else ever said.
Forrest
Are you kidding
is correct.
me?
Forrest is right. Hey, Andrew, I'm going to save you a little bit. Are you pro-choice or pro-life?
I'm pro-life.
Okay. And so I can tell you that I understand as a person who one of the big reasons I will not vote for Trump is that I am pro-choice. And I don't think that that's something I can budge on. And I understand that you probably won't vote for Biden on that same basis. So now is my follow-up question. So forget Biden. I'm not going to try to talk you into voting for Biden. I wish I could, and we could have an argument about abortion another day. I'm not going to try to talk you into voting for Biden. It's exhausting anyway. I'm not that passionate about the fucker in the first place. Andrew, what about all of Trump's primary challengers? You can vote for anybody you want. Why Donald Trump over everybody else? You really think that he has better religious knowledge and is more Christian than all of the primary challengers?
No. Well, Pence is more religious and devout than Trump.
Yeah, more Christian,
So-
right?
Yeah, but Pence wouldn't win an election.
How do you know that? Donald Trump has lower approval ratings than I think anybody who's ever run, except for Biden's now competing with him.
Also, if
Pence
we're
is
talking
actually
about
a virtuous
God's
man,
chosen
and-
president, if we're talking about God's chosen president, wouldn't the more devout Christian be God's chosen president? Huh?
Well, that's a good point, but they always ignore that one. By the way, is the reason why, Andrew, is a big reason why Pence wouldn't win in your estimation is because you know that Donald Trump is so flawed, he will put himself above the country and attack Pence relentlessly if he becomes the primary challenger?
He's just more effective.
Effective at what? You didn't answer my question at all.
All right, I'm trying.
Who's more religious? Who's a better Christian and more pro-Israel? Donald Trump or Tim Scott?
Tim Scott is more religious.
Yeah.
I think Trump does more stuff about Israel because he doesn't care about the controversy. He's not afraid to stand up for
He didn't do a single
Israel.
controversial thing. According to Republicans, we're talking about who would win the Republican vote and the moderate vote and the independent vote. Not one thing he did was controversial amongst any of those three groups. Not one. It was barely controversial to move the embassy, and even on the amongst the Democrats and some of the actual left, they were basically like, it's not that he moved the embassy, it's that he did it for free. There was no tactical advantage. We have diplomatic things in the region we need to figure out. Why not get something for that was the main problem. He did not do a single controversial thing in Israel. And again, you said you want God's president, the most pro-Christian president. So why, in your primary, let's say you're right, and these people can't beat Trump and can't beat Biden. So what? You get to vote for whoever you want in the primary, right? So why would you not primary for somebody else who, if they can beat Trump, then maybe they can beat Biden, because we already know Trump doesn't beat Biden. He failed already once. So why you would think he would do it a second time escapes me. Like the indictments power him up? I don't fucking know. So why not vote your conscience and go, I can't vote Biden, but I have right now, I think it's 10 contenders they're up to. And I want the most pro-God one. And if I'm sitting there as a Christian and somebody who I think would actually be hyper competitive on your side, I'm looking at Tim Scott. I'm not looking at, if I'm wanting to just fuck over Donald Trump and have the least terrible candidate, I'm going Chris Christie from my perspective. Chris Christie's the least terrible, still terrible for the record amongst the right. But if I'm a Republican and I'm going, who can I put up that puts to bed all of these, demonstrated rumors were racist, is an effective communicator, is well liked, will pull moderate and independent votes, I'm going Tim Scott every fucking time. But I know that I can't actually do that because my guy that I've been defending is such a dick that doesn't care about the country that you have gone, I like that Donald Trump is so pro-Israel. I've ignored he's not pro-United States. I've ignored that he's not actually pro the party he's running for, because if the party chooses somebody else besides him, he'll try to blow up the party. And when America chose someone besides him, he really tried to fuck up America. Your floor,
Oh,
Andrew.
wow.
Go ahead.
That was a lot.
Yeah.
Uh,
All of it, picture has. Just answer the
I don't know
question
where
then
to
about
start.
why.
Did Forrest have an argument?
No, just answer my question of why Donald
Yeah.
Trump over Rick Scott.
Answer him first, and then I have other questions.
Tim Scott, I mean, not Rick. Tim
Trump
Scott.
brought the most godliest people to the Supreme Court, much better than Bush did, and he was an evangelical Christian, much more than any other Christian president, so-called Christian president.
That's a whole other argument.
Right.
The godliest people on the Supreme Court.
By the way, he
the
didn't
Supreme
pick
Court
those
is the
people.
biggest thing for me.
He didn't pick those people. The people who did pick are actually amongst those who are running. He picked who he was told would be very popular and get him the evangelical vote around the second time, which included input from Mike Pence, Tim Scott, not Chris Christie, one of the other guys too. He literally didn't know who those people were. And you can, by the way, that's verifiable. You can read all the memos and all the shit of them calculating which one will make him look the best. He didn't know who Neil Gorsuch was. And by the way, Neil Gorsuch has voted against some of your religious good, but you can't say that he's stuck in line with the evangelical over constitutional vote. So again, the question is, why Donald Trump over Tim Scott, a better candidate and a more Christian person who actually believes in Christianity and is not just playing the least common denominators for boobs?
I just gave you the answer. That was my best shot.
No, you did. Oh, okay. Fair enough. You said that's your best shot. That's at least honest enough to say. So your best shot sucked. And I'm, as friends, I say that to you. I just made us friends. Did you like that? Forrest, go ahead. You had your thing you wanted to run through Andrew with.
Oh, he said that he brought the most Christian people to the Supreme Court. And I just wanted to ask about Brett Kavanaugh, the rapist who cried on national television about how much he loves beer, sobbed over how much he loves beer. That's the super Christian guy, but that's neither here nor there. Instead, I was wanting to know, a minute ago, Jimmy asked about his stance on abortion. And you said that you're very pro-choice, very pro-life. Yeah. Pardon me, I got the words mixed up. You said you're very pro-life, and that's why you'd vote for Trump. Really quick, do you agree with what Trump said on the campaign trail back in 2016, that people who have abortions should be punished, legally punished?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so you don't agree with the stance on abortion. You just like that he is against it, even though he's going to do things that you think aren't right?
I don't think he's actually going to punish women who get abortions.
He just said that. You just think he's lying.
That's extreme. That's
he's
very,
right.
That's
he
an
is
extreme
lying.
position.
So just to be clear,
he's not going to do that.
Just to be clear, you think that he's lying, and you think that's okay, and you're going to vote for him. You accept the fact that he said something shitty, and you think that he's lying to get more votes, and that's cool because at least he's lying in the direction that you appreciate. That's what I'm hearing from you.
Well, I don't appreciate that direction. I don't think women should be punished for abortions.
But he's anti-abortion.
He said he was going to build the. I don't think he was lying. I think he was just fooling himself. He thinks
okay, so he's just a fucking idiot. So you're not saying he's a liar. You're saying, listen, this guy's too fucking stupid to know what he's talking about. He's too stupid to do what he says he's going to do. But that's the point, because at least he's saying stuff that's cool for me, right?
His policies are geared more towards conservative freedom policies.
That's not at all what I just asked you. I said that he said that he wanted to prove. I told you that he said out of his mouth that he wanted to punish people who had abortions. And you said, yeah, but he's never actually going to do that. And I don't think he even understood what he was saying in that moment. And then you said he also didn't build a wall, even though he said he would do that. And he also didn't lock Hillary up, even though he said he was going to do that. So you're admitting that he says shit that he isn't going to do, whether he understands that he's not going to do it or not. And that's cool with you. You're just like, yeah, he's a fucking liar or he's completely impotent.
No, it's
and
not cool with me. I'm just being honest. I'm just being as honest as I can. That's
Okay,
not
so
bullying.
just out of curiosity, if I were to say to you, listen, when Joe Biden said that he wasn't going to approve any more, oil drilling project, and I was saying he was very pro climate and very, very big on fixing climate change. Right now, he just approved a bunch more fucking drilling projects. He said that he declared a climate emergency when he actually didn't. Like, he's doing all this shit that I really don't like, that I personally don't. But I mean, fuck, man. He said he was going to do it, but I mean, he didn't. I knew he wasn't going to actually do it. Would that be reasonable to you if I said the exact same thing about Joe Biden right now?
It wouldn't be very reasonable, but you only have two options.
Cool. We
You only have
agree.
two
It
choices.
wouldn't be reasonable at all, would it? So here you are saying
No.
Trump says shit that he's not going to do, and you expect me to be like, cool with that? Like, how? What do you expect my answer to be here?
That neither choice is a great choice, but we're both just trying to choose the lesser of two evils.
So, out of curiosity, why do you think back in 2016 Trump dodged questions about whether any of his partners had had abortions in the past? He refused to answer those questions. Why do you think he did that?
Wow, he did. I don't know about that. I believe you though. If he said that, if he did that, if he dodged the questions, maybe he pressured them to get the abortions.
Well, so that's the thing, is somebody asked him, it was after he said that women who have abortions should be punished. He got a lot of backlash from both sides of the aisle, actually. And he was asked a question. I've got a Guardian article about it right here. Given this draconian comment, sending women back to back alleys, I have to ask, were you ever involved with anyone who had an abortion? And he said, such an interesting question. What's your next question? That was his answer.
By the way, with a smirk that suggested he had, it was clearly implied. Such an interesting question. Next question. I remember it clearly.
So just why do you think he dodged that question? Why do you think he refused to answer whether or not any of his past partners had had abortions?
Maybe he kind of like agreed with their abortions at the time.
Cool. So do you still support?
Tradition.
Right. Exactly. In the tradition of most people who are pro-life, he has also benefited from the procedure of abortion. Does that shake anything for you at all? Do you think that maybe he's not the most pro-life president?
He has a horrible past. So
horrible past.
And the argument is that he's changed. That he's not like that.
So
more,
just to be clear,
why did he change?
Just to be clear, he himself has partners who have had abortions. Probably he funded them. Probably we'll speculate here. This is speculation. He's gotten some abortions done for his partners in the past. And then he went on to say people who have abortions should be punished. You don't agree with either of those things. You don't agree with what he did, and you don't agree with how he's changed his proposed stance now. Where exactly does he align with you politically in this case? Because you don't agree with him then, and you don't agree with him now. So at what point are you
Andrew thinks Trump grew up in his late 60s, as one does. Obviously.
Yeah, all of a sudden, a 70-year-old man decided that he's going to be an adult, right?
Forrest meant suddenly.
So again, just where in that spectrum of wrong to wrong do you find the right?
It's a lot of questioning. Guys are throwing
a lot of questions you should have been asking yourself for the past several years.
They both have flaws. Biden was against gay marriage like a couple years ago.
I think we already said. Did you guys change it?
You guys are kind of doing the same thing.
No, hold on. Yes, he was, Andrew. Biden was against gay marriage. And now he's very much pro-gay marriage, pro-LGBT rights. He lit the White House up rainbow. He did an interview with Dylan Mulvaney. He's very, very much openly changed his mind and is actually aligning
Right.
with my personal moral values on
He's
those
following
ways.
the crowd.
Trump didn't.
He's following the
Trump
crowd.
didn't
just like
do
Trump
that.
did. Trump
didn't do that.
Trump-
Trump went from wrong to wrong. Biden went from wrong to right. Trump went from wrong to wrong. You didn't agree with him then, and you don't agree with him now. I didn't agree with Biden then. I do agree with him now. See the difference?
Biden also
So
is one
where
of the
do you
earliest
think-
people to change sides and was the person who pushed Obama to change sides on the issue, for the record.
Yep. So again, my
Because
question to
Biden's a
you
better
is,
politician, but Biden knows
my
how to follow
question-
the crowd. Biden
my
knows how to
question
appeal
to
the
you,
crowd.
Andrew.
No, the crowd wasn't
Andrew,
there yet.
You guys
Andrew.
believe he actually changed his mind on gay marriage?
Andrew,
You guys
he didn't follow
actually
the
think
crowd.
believes
He
that?
changed his mind before the crowd did. It wasn't popular yet.
You're-
Andrew, this happened in our
Okay.
lifetime. You can remember it. It was like 2 weeks ago, practically. You're objectively
You guys
wrong.
made great points, but I think this is naive of both of you. That you literally think that he actually changed his mind on gay marriage. That he's not just
No,
going
by
with
the way,
politics,
no,
that he's just
Andrew,
playing
Andrew,
politics.
Andrew, don't put words in my mouth. I absolutely think that the time he was publicly against it was a result of pressure, because there's also long documentation that he's been pro-gay and fine with gay people almost his whole life. And so anything where he was, because he didn't go full against everything, his was the like, you should be able to do a civil union and it'd be the exact same as like a married couple, but this is for God. And it was his religion that he was pointing to, saying that marriage specifically is a religious thing that gay people couldn't have. But again, he came around earlier on it and was otherwise pro-gay. But if you want to sit here and go, you guys think he wasn't being political? Of course I fucking do. I don't like Joe Biden.
Absolutely.
I would not
Joe
choose
Biden.
Joe Biden for president except against a turd sandwich.
Joe Biden is a piece of hot trash. But here's the thing, dude. Even if he was actually still homophobic and shitty and all these things, even if the fact is his policies and stances right now are actually in the right direction. So that's what I'm arguing, is that Biden went from a wrong position to a right position. I believe in gay rights. I believe in LGBT equality. So Biden went from being wrong on that issue to being right on that issue. Whether or not he believes it is irrelevant. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about what he's saying and what he's doing. So now we have Trump. You're pro-life. Trump went from being very much pro-choice and actually engaging in abortion to saying that women need to be punished for having abortions. You agree with neither of these stances. So whether or not Trump believes any of this shit is irrelevant. What he's saying and doing matter. And what he said is that they should be punished. And what he did is put fucking lunatics on the Supreme Court that eventually destroyed Roe v. Wade. So my question to you is, at what point in the transition from being wrong about this issue to being wrong about this issue do you find something that you agree with Trump?
I agree with Biden just a couple of years ago and Trump that abortion is immoral, that it's a travesty when a woman gets it. Biden himself has said that. I agree with Trump that it's immoral, but Trump didn't go out of his way.
No one is defending Biden
at all to punish.
Nope.
No one here is defending Biden.
I'm going to let you finish your sentence, but really quickly, can you?
Flip-flopping. You guys are blaming Trump for flip-flopping. Biden's flip-flop
I don't
too.
care.
Bernie's
I didn't blame.
Andrew, just for a second. I'm going to let you finish your point, but just can we do a quick aside here and just make it very clear? I don't like Joe Biden either. He's just a better option than Trump given the choice.
Right.
I also don't like Joe
I
Biden.
understand that.
And by the way,
so quit telling me about Joe Biden. I don't give half a fuck.
Andrew, given the option to actually primary Joe Biden, I promise I won't vote for Joe Biden at the primary.
Oh, for
But
sure.
in
For
the
sure I will
general
not.
I believe you
election,
guys. I believe you.
in the
I believe
general
you guys. You guys
election,
are more left.
I will vote
understand,
for the lesser of two evils, which if it's Biden versus Trump will be Biden.
Right.
So I'm asking you, if I'm willing to say I won't primary for Biden, why are you still going to primary for Trump?
Okay. If neither Biden or Trump, and let's just say our other candidates had the same amount of chances of winning.
No, you don't even have to do that because it doesn't matter.
Trump either.
That's not.
It doesn't matter. In the
for
primary, you
somebody
get to
like
vote your
Pence.
conscience. At the primary, you get to vote your conscience. So why, when in a specifically voting your conscience vote, are you still voting for Trump? Not against Biden. I already conceded. You're not going to vote for Biden. Abortion is a big enough issue that most people are one issue voters on it. I get it. Why Trump when you get a primary vote that can be whatever you want according to your conscience? Why?
He seemed to be just on the issues of that Christians care most about. He seemed to be the loudest, most proactive on those specific issues. I listed 3 of them.
Which
but if I had
which brings me back to hold on. Which brings me back to my question from earlier, Andrew. Andrew, I'm sorry to cut you off. I have 2 questions for you. This is the first one, but it brings me back to my original question from a little while ago. You said he's loud about all these issues that Christians care about. Given what we've talked about thus far with Donald Trump, being that he fucking doesn't know how to hold a Bible, doesn't know a Bible verse, has done a bunch of unchristian things, tear gas to church, like all these things that we talked about thus far, and you keep saying, well, he's growing up. I'm going to ask you the same thing I asked you earlier. Do you think that he actually cares about those Christian issues? Or do you think he knows that if he is loud about those Christian issues, Christians will vote for him?
Well, we can't have this much dead air. You got to answer. Oh,
I think he hung
Andrew? Up. Maybe. Let me look. Yeah, all right.
I don't have him on there. Yeah.
I don't think he was mad.
Damn.
Might have just been time for the call to end. We'll talk to him, I'm sure, again in the future.
I wanted to ask him about abortion a little bit more because, like, I was curious to know whether, he or Donald Trump supported comprehensive sex education, increased access to free education and funding public education, increased access to contraceptives, increased access to sexual health screenings, all of the things that actually reduce abortion rates, or if he just wanted to outlaw abortion because it's icky and he doesn't like it, which actually doesn't change abortion rates at all.
I like that he's voting for the party that's the most Christian, but not the most Christ-like. Anyway.
Yeah, it's fun, right?
Some of these will be quick to hit. I had to start eating. I hadn't eaten yet today, and it's 9:00. And so I'm
fucking exhausted, dude. I'm so ready to go get some food.
Let's see. I just got my pizza Pringles, the best kind of Pringle, by the way. Followed quickly by the salt and vinegar. But we've had a person here for almost 3 hours, so they deserve to come on the air. We got Eric in New South Wales. Eric, sorry to keep you on the line so long, though I did have to pay for all of that. So by the minute. So you can forgive me a little bit. Eric, you're on the line with Jimmy and Forrest.
Hello.
Hey, how you going?
Doing really well.
What's happening over there? Yeah, well, these last few callers have actually sort of answered my question. Yeah, you just been watching these prophets for Trump, and it's beyond me how these people hold on to a crowd. I mean, there's this one bloke, Hank Kuhneman, who just recently had a sermon with his people, and he was sitting there saying that Trump wasn't going to get indicted, Trump was going to be re-elected, and basically everything he said hasn't come through. And he's saying, "Don't blame me, I'm just the messenger." Sorry, a bit nervous.
You're fine.
And the crowd cheered him. He's like, don't blame me, I'm just passing on what Jesus told me. And he's saying that people are pulling him up on all these prophecies that didn't come true. And Jesus has told him now that he is not to address anything that doesn't come true.
Yep.
And it just seems weird that these people can maintain popularity. It's just beyond me. I mean, here in Australia, it's small crowds that people like this hold on to. That has no real major impact on anything. But over there, it just seems to be getting more and more.
It's kind of like as if this guy had read holy texts from out of a hat and then lost his translations and then was asked to reproduce them the same way, because if he had actually read them, then he should be able to do that. But he was like, no, because now God's mad and stuff. So I'm going to do it, but it'll be slightly different than last time.
Except that one was true.
Yeah,
that one was true, though. So
that one was true. That was true.
Yeah, so he basically just told everybody.
For anybody out there curious, that's the story of Mormonism, by the way.
Yeah.
I've not heard that.
Yeah, but sorry?
I was joking. I said I've not heard that. I'm the resident ex-Mormon. Yeah, it's so as somebody who comes from a cult and am observing all these people in cults, it's just confirmation bias, and it's this immediate ability to go like, oh, I know I said this would happen, and it didn't happen literally, but here's what did happen, and that's what I must have really meant. Like when Kenneth Copeland blew COVID, you remember that, Forrest?
COVID-19 blew it away.
I blow the winds of God on you. It's
I'd be on me.
They just lie. They're liars, they're charlatans, and they need big fancy jets. And look, they're probably happier than I am and living a life of luxury that if I had that life of luxury, I hope I wouldn't lie to maintain it. You can't have that much money and not be evil is what they're proving, on top of religion being garbage. And so in a way, it's nice to have examples to point to them to go, look, this wrecks religion and capitalism. What a good example we have here. But in every other meaningful way, I hate that they exist.
Yeah, no, is it, to me, I don't know, is it an education system thing? Is it just we got them when they were young, so now they're in a position where they can't sort of come out and say, oh, we were wrong? It's
a lot of things. It's community stuff. It's definitely, there's education stuff, but there's a lot of, even if we fix the education system, remember that a lot of religious indoctrination starts before you enter the education system. So I entered the education system. I remember I was in first grade, and I remember the kid was named Joseph, and he was Indian and Hindu. And I, in first grade, at 6 years old, was arguing with him about whose church was true. At 6. Like, the stuff is deep and gross. And then now we had what originally seemed very promising. Look at all of the information at your fingertips, and you'll be able to find anything you ever want. You could train as a doctor from home. All that information is available if you wanted to. And instead people went, oh, well, if we can put any information on, what if I just put the wrong information on and make it look like the right information? Or what if I take a tactic that says, instead of explaining to you stats and instead of explaining to you science, I just try to make you feel certain ways about things. What if I don't try to appeal to your intelligence? I try to appeal to your perception. That's what it fucking is. And that's why you have expanding movements that also come with community validation of things like flat earth in the recent past. And now the political version of flat earth is QAnon. A bunch of fucking idiots, really stupid people weaponizing their ignorance. Because it turns out if you get a bunch of stupid people together and you get them real loud, they can still be a force to be reckoned with.
I just put a link in the chat, by the way, because we were talking about these charlatan mega preachers and the stupid people that they gather together to say stupid things all in the same room so they all feel validated. I just dropped a link in the chat of Jim Baker. If you don't know, he's the tax fraud preacher that when he got out of prison, got his own little show where he sells apocalypse buckets of freeze-dried food to survive the coming rapture. And I just put a compilation video of amazing edits of his shit by Vic Berger. So everybody watch that after this show. It's about 30 minutes long and it's fucking hysterical. It's one of my favorite videos on YouTube. Enjoy it. I tried to show it to Matt Dillahunty once and he was thoroughly unamused.
They just parodied that on the new episode of The Righteous Gemstones, by the way.
Oh, did they?
The bucket stuff, yeah.
Yeah, it just seems like, I mean, you look at Marjorie Taylor Greene and all that. Family first, family values, everything this, everything that, family, Christian values. She gets caught screwing around on her husband, and they still lap it up to say that, yeah, she's a good Christian woman. Like, they can see their actions. Like every accusation they make is really a confession. So it's not something that they have to research. It's just something they can see
I'm
happening in front of them.
I know over there, Eric, that you have a surge of right-wing nationalism happening in your country too, but is it less Christian? Is it just more nationalist assholes, or what's going on with you?
Oh, it's a mix. It's sovereign citizen bullshit. It's Christian. It's a mix. I mean, they all have to band together to be a sizable group that they can actually sort of have a voice. Whereas everyone just basically, that's just the happy clappers. That's just, idiots, basically. They're ignored. Their messages go into the ether and into their little echo chamber. Yeah. But it doesn't seem to be growing at an exponential rate like it does in other places. It is happening, but it's not as full on, I don't think, here.
Yeah. Well.
So, yeah, it's amazing from the outside in. Yeah. You sit there and you just shake your head, just going, I'm from a different country, and having sort of that distance between, so no dog in the fight, it's still
Oh, you
obvious.
do though. Whatever we do here, we'll fuck you some way with it, and you want to get fucked the least bad. Like.
Oh, well, one thing that we did appreciate is that Kent Hovind and went over there, and
Yeah, we took Kent.
You can keep him. We don't want him back.
Was Banana Man one of yours, or was he from New Zealand? I can't remember.
No, Adelaide in South Australia.
Oh my God!
Consider the banana. What a guy!
Yeah,
I'm trying to find.
Not Kent Hovind, buddy. What's his name?
Ray Comfort.
Ray Comfort.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Ray Comfort is who I was talking about.
Oh, Ray Comfort's from New Zealand.
Yeah. Okay.
Ray Comfort's from New Zealand.
Consider the banana.
But yeah.
It's basically
we'll
a
export all that. Well, I was going to start off saying biblically, but I thought you might hang up on me. So.
Go ahead,
I was just going to say about QAnon and getting a bunch of stupid people together, and this is slightly unrelated. I was looking for this video and I can't fucking find it, but I remember seeing. I'm pretty sure it was when they were gathered together one of those times because they believed that JFK Jr. was going to come back to life and find them in Texas or something like that. And like these people are all gathered and the guy doesn't fucking show up because he's dead. And they're like kind of walking away and they're like kind of like talking like, oh, well, something must have happened. And this woman literally just randomly, as if she made the exact same motions as in a Pentecostal church when they start speaking in tongues. And like they're bullshitting, but like they don't even know they're bullshitting. And like she just like puts her head down and her hands up. She's like, "I'm receiving information right now that JFK Jr. is going to be on this date. It's in August. It's not today. It's actually." And all the people around and go, "Oh wow, oh okay," and they all immediately believe her. And like I can't find it anymore. If anybody can find it, put it in the fucking chat. But like. I remember, and it is very much. We started this whole show by saying this is a fucking cult. And like they were told by some faceless person online that a dead man would rise again at this weird place, and so hundreds of people gathered. A dead dude didn't show up because he's fucking dead. And before they had even left, another random fucking person was like, oh no, it'll be this other time now. And as if it was God speaking to them, they were like, that's what it is then. And they just believed it. And like, it's fucking wild to see, dude. It is if you're a sociologist, it's a fascinating phenomenon. If you're a normal human being, it's fucking terrifying.
Yeah. Well, Eric, we're going to...
Fuck you, sociologists.
Oh, sorry, I was just going to say, here's one that they got it wrong. Maybe it was RFK and not JFK.
Must have been. Must have been. No, I shouldn't make fun of his goat-like voice. All right, Eric.
We're
going to try and move on to close out the show here soon. But yeah, thank you for calling.
See you later. Bye-bye.
All right, bye.
Bye. I'm going to put you on with Mike, who's voted. Are you good with arguing the third-party thing?
Yep.
You ready to go? Okay, then I'm gonna put you on with Mike and then step away again. I gotta start taking my meds. I can't put it off again like the other night.
God damn you and your meds.
I know. I keep trying to stay alive and shit. It's really selfish. Mike in California, you are on with... Wait, there we go. Mike in California, you're on with Jimmy and Forrest, but Jimmy is going to step away for at least a couple minutes, but we'll return to you hopefully shortly.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. I really want your opinion on this as well. I have a lot of respect for both of y'all. I'm open to the fact that I could be wrong about this. A couple of things. Just my name isn't Mike. I just say that because my real name is too complicated.
That's fine.
In any case, I do teach in higher ed. I teach black politics, as a matter of fact. And I have to preface this by saying, so I don't know if the call screener had mentioned what my position is.
It just says would like to defend voting third party. That's all I've got.
Third party, or not even, or leaving the presidential mark blank. Is another option that I would consider, and that I have considered. So here's why. First, I have to preface this by saying I'm in California. If I lived in Michigan, if I lived in Indiana, if I lived in Pennsylvania, if I lived in Georgia, I would be voting for Biden. No question about that. But I did hear you say that a vote for a third party is a vote for Trump. That is absolutely incorrect in California. There is not a single person in California who voted third party in 2016. Was that the election? No, 2016? Shit. Voted. 2016. There's not a single person in California who voted for third party, didn't vote, or even voted for Trump, that is responsible for putting Trump in office, because California is a winner-take-all state. It doesn't matter if Biden had gotten 51% of the vote or 100% of the vote, he would have gotten the same amount of electoral votes. So any vote over 51% is essentially a wasted vote. It doesn't count. I would much rather put those votes towards third parties to give them a chance to gain national party status, to give them, and I know that we've been through this before, that the threshold seems to change for when third parties can participate in elections. Sometimes it's, whatever they got in the last election. Sometimes it's, what they're polling now. But in any case, I'd like to do what I can to give those parties the status so that in the next election they're able to participate in debates. I know they're going to change the threshold, and that's just the way the system is.
Let's break this down really quickly then. Let's break this down really quickly, Mike. We'll start with this. You said that in California, for example, it's winner take all state. Whoever gets over 51% of the vote, and all the electors go to that person, and therefore every single vote cast after that one doesn't matter. That a fair summary of what you said?
Yep. Does not matter.
Cool. Here's the issue with your logic there, is that what we're talking about where all the electors go to the thing, that happens after they get the 51%. After votes are cast, and then we read them, and then we have. So if the 49% of who voted, let's say it went for Biden, which I'm pretty sure is true, it went for Biden, so at least 51% of the votes went for Biden, and at least 49% of the votes went for Trump.
Not in California, no.
In California?
Not in California, no.
Where did California swing in the last election?
No, it was much. I don't. It was not close in California, and I knew it was
right. Well, I'm summarizing what you said. I'm not actually giving actual numbers here. I'm just saying, let's say
right.
that,
yeah. No, if the polls had said it was close, that's why I said if I was in Michigan, I would have.
It doesn't matter if it's close or not. It doesn't matter if it's close or not. I think you're jumping ahead of me and you're missing what I'm trying to say here. It doesn't matter if it's close or not. What I'm saying is, here's California, and here's all the people voting, right? And 51% of them vote for Biden, and 49% of them vote for Trump. After that happens, then we look at those numbers and say, okay, so Biden won the 51%, therefore all the electors go to Trump. If, however, a fuckload of the people who voted for Biden didn't, and instead said, I'm going to vote third party, then it would have reduced that 51%, and it would have been split three ways, and whoever had the majority would have then still won. And maybe that would have been Trump. If nobody who would have voted for Trump changed, and only people who would have voted for Biden changed and wrote in Bernie or left it blank or something like that. And so Biden actually got like 30% of the vote, and this other random dude got 20% of the vote, and then Trump got the rest, then the state would have gone entirely to Trump. So looking at it after the fact and saying, well, it has to be this way, doesn't matter. Because when the election is happening, every single one of those votes mattered. And if you were to vote for someone who wasn't Joe Biden, there's no chance that that third party would have won in that state at that time. Maybe it would have helped in the next election, you're saying. We'll get to that in a minute. But at that time in that election, there's no way that any vote that wasn't for Joe Biden would have actually really literally gone against Trump. It would have just taken away from Joe Biden, which means Trump would have had the majority vote and the state would have gone to him. So that's the first problem. The second problem is you're saying, well, if you vote this way...
Can we talk about that first problem?
Sure, I just don't want to forget it. So yeah, go ahead. Let's talk about the first thing.
In theory, you're correct. There's not a snowball's chance in hell that would actually happen. 538
How do you mean?
Is the most accurate polling. They've been the most accurate consistently in terms of elections. It was literally, they had forecast Trump's chances of winning California, Biden's chances of winning California, literally at 99.9%.
Yeah, I think you're getting hung up on California. I'm not talking about just California. I'm talking about in principle everywhere. Everywhere you look.
Of course.
This is true. If you want to say after the election is over, we could have lost however many millions of votes and it wouldn't have mattered, so you're fine to write in third party, that doesn't change the fact that during the election, those votes actually do make a difference. And so, yeah, we can sit here and argue about the fact that some states have more voting power than other states, and that's kind of bullshit. We can sit here and talk about how land doesn't vote, so we should change that around. We should sit here and talk about the electoral college system and how it's fucking broken. Those are all fair arguments to make.
I agree.
But at the end of the day, if we're just talking about the popular vote, and we're just talking about every vote actually meaning something, you don't get to say, I'm going to vote third party and hope that it goes a certain way. We live in a two-party system, and until that changes, every single vote is either for one or the other. And if you vote a third party, you're actually just supporting the majority.
You're wrong about that. In California.
Explain how.
Like I said, if I were in Pennsylvania, if I were in a swing state, I would vote for Biden. In California, you are absolutely safe voting for a third party.
I don't agree with you because, okay, let's say this, because I keep saying I'm not just talking about on California. You keep getting hung up on California. So let's stick with California. Why not?
Yeah, that's what my logic is based on. Simply California.
Even in just California,
I wouldn't vote this way.
Fine. Even in just California, where let's say a ridiculously high number, 75% of the vote went to Joe Biden, and only 25% went to Donald Trump. Say whatever it is, right?
65 or something like that.
Sure.
It was in the 60s,
great. Okay, so let's raise it even higher. 80% of the vote in California goes to Joe Biden, and 20% goes to Donald Trump. So you're sitting here saying you're absolutely safe in voting for third party. There's such an insanely wide margin. You can make your protest vote. You can write in whoever you want, right? Cool. What happens when a lot of people believe you? How many people have to agree with you and do that before suddenly Biden only gets 28% of the vote and a major portion goes to 13 different random third-party candidates, and then Trump gets 60% of the vote? If your logic is successful, how many fucking people look at the polling data and go off of that? If your actual argument, you do. You're not an average American voter. Most American voters listen to what they say on the news and write in and just put and go vote whatever they're going to vote for. That's not good or correct, but it's a fucking reality. So if enough people believe what you're saying and say, hey, I'm in this squishy safe state, I can do whatever I want, then if that's going to be a bad thing because we still live in a shitty two-party system and those third parties still don't have a chance of winning. So like, And they're also not going to be regulated the same way. So because we don't have ranked choice voting, we're still going to have the situation where which third party candidate do you vote for? Are you voting for this one or the independents? Are you voting for this libertarian? Are you voting for this Green Party? Who are you voting for? Yeah. Each one of them gets 10% of the vote. All of a sudden, Biden is down 30%. That's significant. So like as it is right now, where a lot of people vote this way or that way, you get to say it's safe to vote for a third party because you have that luxury in California. You have the privilege of voting third party because you live in a dominantly one way or the other state. Just the same way as if you lived in Montana. You could safely vote for a third party instead of a Republican because you're guaranteed the Republican's going to win no matter what. You have luxury. You have that privilege. But in reality, if enough people buy into what you're saying, that luxury goes away. Do you understand where I'm coming from here?
No. Because if enough people believe that, how does that not show up in the poll?
It would show up in the polls.
Is what I'm basing my decision on.
It would show up in the polls by making this candidate lose. If it was Trump versus Biden, and you gave 10% of the vote.
When I say the polls, I'm saying the polling data, the 538.
But I think what he's pointing out is that it would, by the time you would notice that, by the time it did hit the polling data, you would have undermined and fucked the entire election. I actually don't feel necessarily I'm standing up because I don't feel particularly well, and sometimes that helps. I actually don't feel as strong as Forrest says about this in principle. However, I do in practice, because the bigger problem is the broadcasted conversation that follows. So to tell you the truth, if you secretly are if you are in California and you're publicly advocating only for the actual choice that is potentially an issue, but then to yourself, you secretly vote for the third party candidate and there's no actual loss, then I don't give a fuck. But honestly, keep that shit to yourself. I do not want on the left a third party movement to gain traction loud enough to undermine the election when the stakes are this high, because it's not going to actually be that the third party will win. It's that the third party will successfully maybe get an unprecedented amount of the vote. And if that happens on our side, then it's not just Trump wins. He gets to still win in an effectively two-party system and look over and go and look at by how much the idea that you would want to participate by voting third party but not participate in the movement itself seems unlikely. So you still have to make the choice at the national level. And so if you do it secretly, but you're publicly only pretending Joe Biden is a reasonable person to vote for, like I'm going to do, like I don't give a fuck. But if you are in a swing state and you're doing that, you're a selfish dickhole.
There's also the point that like you talked about how
I would absolutely vote for Biden. No question.
Right, but there's also the issue that you were saying that like you want to do this so that way eventually later on these third parties will be legitimized and add on to the like cool. What happens when you do what happens when you do that? You vote third party. Yeah. And so the fascist wins, and then the fascist makes sure that this third party never gets recognized because they're a fucking fascist.
Hold on. I do that and the fascist wins. Since when?
If you're participating in a
third party since 96.
If Trump wins, wait, do you not think that it's less likely for a third party to win this last election than the election before? Forrest is completely correct on this. It is harder.
Hold on. Say that again.
Do you believe it is easier or harder compared to the last election than this election? Sorry, than the election before. Let me put it this way. I'm going to give you 4 elections.
I think
2008, 2012, 2016, and 2020. Which of those dates had the hardest for a third party to break out?
It's always the current election. It gets harder and harder.
Correct. It's currently getting harder and harder. Which one had the biggest third party movements?
It would have been in the 90s when Perot was...
No. Of those 4 dates. The answer is 2008 and 2016, because non-re-election years are the years that they have a shot, and those are the biggest in history. So the biggest third party momentum always happens in the where there's no re-election happening, and they're still the hardest for a third party from the election prior to break out. I fundamentally don't believe third-party movements will ultimately be what leads to our breaking out of a two-party system. I think it'll be the failure of the two-party system and a re-examination, and maybe even one day a new constitution when some sort of fascist faction tries to rise again from the South. I don't know what exactly is going to happen. I just think it's going to suck, and people will probably die, and it's going to be terrible.
That's not my objective, though.
Right. So I'm saying politically, there's not an effective way. And like I said, I'm not as far from Forrest as I made it sound. I'm saying effectively, I don't think there's an effective way to be a part of a third party movement, to vote third party where you're not a part of a third party movement. And I think being a loud part of a third party movement outside of primaries, I should say, in the general election, because usually if you do it during a primary, you actually have the potential of swinging. Like if Donald Trump were to start a third party and go Freedom Party, he wouldn't actually create a third party. The two-party system, the reason I said that was the name of the party it might have been. The two-party system would swing to being the Democrats versus the Freedom Party. And something like this has already happened in American history. So being a part of a movement starts usually with that vote. And I don't think you can unselfishly participate in that during the general election, which I think is mostly the same point as Forrest. I just have that caveat of if you truly have no chance of voting out. There actually are some other arguments for it, though, by the way, because the popular vote problem is also something that we need to. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. You might not be understanding my objective. My objective is not to get a third party candidate elected. My objective is to get the third party to be more viable. If we get a third party to be more viable, what impact do you think that will have on the Democratic Party platform, which currently sucks?
Nothing, because we already did it. Like, we've already done it with candidates in the past who have had breakout popularity. There's been enough breakout popularity and populist candidates out there that eventually do get crushed by the outside. The closest we've had to it, though done within the confines, but with a person who is registered as not a Democrat, was Bernie Sanders. And Bernie Sanders not only very effectively was on his way to winning the primaries, then the establishment went, well, so then we're just going to unify against you. And technically, in an entirely legitimate political move, all of the people who were running against him that he could take on individually, he couldn't take on as a unified front. And that's what fucked him.
But he wasn't running as a third party candidate. He was running
but you're splitting hairs here, because he is in effect running as a third party candidate. You can't call what Bernie Sanders is a Democrat.
He's actually runs as a senator. He is an independent.
Running for a third. If he was running as a third party candidate, don't you think that would have had some impact on the Democratic? And he was a viable candidate, which he wasn't. Don't you think that would have had?
He's
some
the most.
Impact on
he's the closest to a viable candidate we've ever had. So again, I don't. Yeah, he has had. And again, I said do it during the primaries. I'm going to sit down again now. I feel like I'm ready. Do it during the primaries, and that's what he did. He did it during the primaries, and then when he lost through somewhat shitty means, but technically legitimate means, he fell in line. And as shitty as that sounds to say, it was important that he do that when Donald Trump is the alternative. And so in every meaningful way, I'm saying don't vote third party. In my nuance, do I give a fuck about guilting somebody who was still vocally in a state that was secured, vocally supported Biden, because now our words go all over the planet. It's not just in our local area anymore. We exist on social media.
Right.
If somebody goes into the whole thing, I mean, look, people have intrusive thoughts. I didn't do it. I promised. In fact, not only do I promise, I'm pretty sure I did it on camera since I did a mail-in vote. So I think anybody can verify this. But for at least a moment, I had that intrusive thought of just like, how fucked up would it be if I just voted for Trump? For a moment, I had that thought. Just like, on an individual level, it doesn't really affect anything. And now I'm that asshole. For a moment, I thought that as truly an intrusive thought. But realistically, I let that pass. And then I did what was my civic duty. And to tell you the truth, even metaphorically, I feel even as a metaphor that was useless, I still wouldn't be able to bring myself to vote for a third party, even if I knew the vote could not change anything because it was locked in. Because right now, the hypercharged state of politics is that there are two reasonable choices, and two actual choices, practical choices, and you kind of have to pick a side. And I'm super not into the whole. I'm not going to fence sit it, even if it's a metaphorical gesture.
I don't think I'm sensitive, but I think I understand what you're saying. I would not advocate this for a national strategy. Absolutely not. I would not get behind a national movement. Like, for example, I voted third party when Obama ran. I voted for Cynthia McKinney, actually. But I also volunteered with Move On in swing states to say, hey, I want to make sure you're voting. Hopefully you're voting for Obama. Right? So you can do both of those things. But I get, as far
All right,
as
Mike, I have this question.
As far as a national
do you believe,
as far as a national strategy, what's that?
Do you believe that the popular vote should be respected and that we should repeal the Electoral College?
It's a mix. It's.
I mean, it's a yes or no.
Feelings on that.
I do. I don't think we should. I think we should do popular vote.
110%.
I'm leaning toward more yes.
Yeah.
But
right.
it does have its advantages.
Yeah.
One of which in California.
It has its projected. It has its projected advantages. If you actually like read on the whole intentions of everything, obviously it also has a racist history, but then there was the concept that it would stop somebody who is basically just an idiot celebrity from becoming president. Donald Trump became president. So whatever protection you thought it was getting us, it failed to do. So anyway,
I agree.
So in that case, I'm actually now back fully on Forrest's side, because as far as energizing, and again, I was already closer to his side than yours, but now I'm fully, because if you actually are pro popular vote and repealing the Electoral College, and you want to energize a group of people who actually could change that if we had the will to do it, and we probably have enough people in America who would side with that to do it, the margins of a popular vote, especially if we still lose, are important. And in that case, your vote absolutely needs to be tallied. No. I'm telling you that if you think that what we do now can affect the change in third-party policy, what we do now is already on its way to affecting the popular vote Electoral College policy, and actually has way more ground than the third party stuff does. And therefore we have to create the margins as large as possible in that popular vote scenario as a method to energize people into caring about that. Because if we lose a presidency on an Electoral College, we've already done it on, what was it, 5 million votes or 3 million votes was the most? I thought it was 5 million. The guy earlier said 3. I thought it was 5.
George W. Bush didn't win the popular vote either.
Right. And then Hillary lost by either 3 or 5 million. I thought it was 3 million in California, but 5 total or something like that. But I could be wrong. Increasing that margin energizes that political movement. And I actually think increasing that political movement, which has more ground covered, is even more important than the third party thing, which I think is only going to happen as a result of a collapse of the system anyway. We could
you have a point there. And certainly if I'm picking I'd have to think about which is more important. Because again, there are some advantages to the Electoral College. I get its history. I teach that stuff. Again, it does allow me to vote my conscience, though. But is it more important to advocate for abolishing the Electoral College altogether? In which case, yes, absolutely, your argument would be completely valid.
Mike, if you abolish the Electoral College, third-party candidates can win. It's literally easier to win third party if we have to go to a popular-based system. I think
it's arguably the only way to make that happen.
I think we've reset.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Forrest.
So if I'm picking which fight I want to fight, you're probably right. The abolishing the third party, abolishing the Electoral College is probably a better fight than working within it to get third parties some sort of advantage. But there's another reason why I do that. But I know Forrest had some other points.
Well, I want to the other caller we have is also still waiting to make this point, so I kind of want to jump to see if they've got any arguments left after this one. But go ahead, Forrest.
None of them are relevant. No, we've covered pretty much everything. There's nothing significantly relevant I was going to bring up at this point.
Cool.
Yeah. So I don't know if you want the other argument, but or if you want to go to the other caller.
Do it briefly.
Well, again, it has to do with voting my conscience. I don't. Sometimes I leave I always vote in electoral in local elections and state elections. I don't always fill in the blank for the presidential election. And the reason why I do that is I don't. It's almost for the same reason, and I know Jimmy, you disagree with on this, but I will not spend a penny at Chick-fil-A.
Sure. I don't disagree with you. I'm fine. By the way, I'm fine with you doing that. I just recognize that it's not helping.
No, I'm not trying to bankrupt them. I'm not trying to get them to change their position.
But you don't.
The reason why I don't spend a penny there is because they have said that every penny you spend there is going to go towards anti-LGBT legislation, anti-LGBT lobbying efforts. The LGBT community is under assault right now, and I absolutely just cannot contribute to that.
I totally get it, Mike. I am a socialist who doesn't believe in ethical consumption under capitalism, and I would argue that there's probably 10 things you do a day that also hurt the LGBT.
That's exactly I also agree. Fuck Chick-fil-A and all that. But after that happened, after there was the huge backlash when the CEO was like, "I don't fuck the gays and I'll donate the things." After that, and that guy stepped down and was replaced, and now they've openly said that they don't do that anymore. And so you have that issue, but then also the owners of the corporation still do give significant amounts of money to anti-LGBT organizations. So by supporting the company, you are inevitably still giving them money, and they do inevitably give it. And so you still have that line, but also you still shop at fucking Walmart that supports donates billions of dollars to anti-LGBT politicians, and you still shop with Ford, and you still buy Bud Light, and you still do all of the things. If you go to Target and they have their rainbows out in their pride section, and then also for the rest of the year they're giving billions of dollars to anti-LGBT politicians because those same politicians roll back corporate taxes. So it's not just that there's no ethical consumption under capitalism, it's the fact that pretty much any fucking organization, any major corporation in America is going to be inherently tacitly anti-LGBTQ because they give money to anti-LGBT politicians who also support big corporations and big businesses. So it's kind of just fuck, man.
Bro, I pay taxes in Texas. I can't avoid shit. But Mike, I want to remind you.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm not saying go eat Chick-fil-A.
The thing is, I'm trying to disentangle myself as much as possible.
Yeah, I get it.
And I can't take that apathetic approach.
Mike, I don't disagree. And I don't think Forrest does.
I'm not saying it's apathetic. I'm saying that you live in a capitalist hellscape where we have legalized corruption and you have a lot more to fight than Chick-fil-A.
I totally agree with Forrest. Mike, what I'm saying is on your end.
I teach that shit.
I totally real quick. I totally agree with Forrest.
It relates to this. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I do totally agree with Forrest, but I also can appreciate that at an individual level, some amount of our sanity is retained by doing meaningless things that make us feel good.
That's
think
fair.
about it. Have you ever tweeted some thoughts you had about a tragedy? Didn't do anything but bring you attention.
I wouldn't say it's meaningless. It comes at the cost of my integrity. My integrity is important to me.
But I think Forrest's point is then there's a lot of stuff that does that, and so it's kind of because it's the thing that exists. I get it. If you're uncomfortable with it, then you're uncomfortable with it. I don't judge a single person who goes and still has Chick-fil-A anyway, because I am so aware. Not only is the pretend boycott that we have not working, Chick-fil-A is literally having financial problems because they're too successful and they're getting kicked out of malls for it.
I'm not trying to bankrupt them. I'm just saying I can't participate in it.
It's good. On an individualistic level,
to the extent to which I can disentangle myself from everything else that is harmful, I will do that as well. I just can't take this apathetic approach of, well, everything's bad.
No one's advocating for that. No one's advocating for do nothing and never behave.
I guarantee you, if you heard anything I said and got apathy out of it, either I misspoke or you misheard. I guarantee you that apathy is not my intention.
Mike, what if I tell you this, and this is true? In the very conservative town I went to high school in, the main employer of LGBTQIA plus youth was a Chick-fil-A because of the local franchise owner. And if people didn't support that Chick-fil-A, those queer kids would have lost not just their job, but also it's very meaningful when you are in a disenfranchised group to have a community in where you work of those same disenfranchised people. So in that scenario, would you still not eat there, or does the good outweigh the bad?
I'll tell you what. I have I'll do one better. I have a child who is severely autistic who I will be taking care of for the rest of my life.
Sure.
There was an event that that the local church held, the Eastlake Church held, a night to remember, and it was a prom for special needs kids, where they got limousines, they gave them makeovers, they all got free tuxedos. The community pitched in, got free tuxedos for them. They got in dresses. I mean, it was amazing. You can look this up and see. As a matter of fact, my son was on the promo board. But in any case, guess who was a major sponsor of that? Chick-fil-A.
Yeah.
I still won't eat there.
Don't eat there then, man. Don't eat there. I'm just saying, you had said, the whole thing was that you had said that I disagree with, and I don't literally, like, things that make you feel good and consistent and you feel like I acknowledge that there are both things that I unknowingly and knowingly ignore. I have an Amazon account and I call myself a socialist, but I have an Amazon account, but I call myself a socialist. I have an Amazon account. Anti-union Amazon. I have an account.
Yeah,
you know, the biggest socialist communicator on the planet works for Amazon as a communicator. Like Hassan is arguably the largest that I know of anyway. And whether love him or hate him, I think he's the biggest. And he works at Twitch. Well, he gets all his money from Twitch. His employer is essentially Jeff Bezos. Like, these things happen. And you know what? I think he's uncomfortable with it. And I think I'm uncomfortable with the things that I know. And I'm good with if that's the level that people go. And eating is a little bit more elective, but I'll tell you what, I pretty much avoid researching Raising Cane's because I don't want to know. I don't want to find out that they're as bad as Chick-fil-A or, by the way, Mike, you're in California, right?
Yes.
Did you eat an In-N-Out burger?
No.
Good. Way
I don't
worse.
eat any meat at all.
Way worse than Chick-fil-A. And that's one I actually would advocate for, like, because of current day things they do loudly.
My son does, though.
You know, there's scriptures in the place. They denied a lot of the COVID protections at the time COVID was happening until absolutely forced to. They come from a cult level. Anyway, we're gonna jump to the next one.
Mike. A picky eater. I can't do much about that. He eats there. I don't. I
get it.
Someplace else and
everybody should
do it. I just want to bring it back to why I brought that up.
Voting your conscience versus eating your conscience. I get it.
What's up?
It's a voting your conscience versus eating your conscience. And Mike, here's the thing.
Yeah.
In the primary, vote your conscience. But once the primary is passed, you are on a train and it is going to either hit 5 people or 3 people. Vote for the 3 people to die if they're all strangers. Mm-hmm. If it's like your 3 family members, I kind of understand killing the 5.
Can you name a single precedent in which my vote for a third party?
Mike, that doesn't matter. And I think you already know that. I think you already know that what you're describing doesn't matter because what matters is public sentiment and you're calling into a publicly facing show. So whatever you can say with the, well, technically thing, we're talking about advocacy right now. And the whole, was my problem with TJ Kirk when TJ Kirk was so anti, you shouldn't even vote. Then you're just playing in their system and blah, blah, blah. And it doesn't even matter anyway. And the fact of the matter is if the sentiment of it doesn't matter anyway spreads, it matters and it changes elections. Mm-hmm. So I don't care about the specific, well, whatever. We're talking about public facing sentiment, which is what matters here. If you want to have the same argument with Jimmy who lives next door, you would win. But not on a show about public advocacy.
I would not advocate this beyond where I'm at.
Yeah. Is it weird that I knew you had a neighbor named Jimmy? I'm just kidding. I don't know that. I was taking a shot in the dark. Mike, we're going to hit the other guy here. But
thank you so much.
Yeah. Thanks, buddy.
I really appreciate you both.
Good. Oh, you're breaking out.
Jimmy, you can go fuck yourself.
Thank you, buddy. It's actually go Jimmy yourself now.
But in any case, can you ask me a question so that you can hang up on me?
I get it. You want to hang up on me is what you're actually saying. Is you're wanting
No. I just want to not answer your question.
Who put the bop in the bop shoo bop shoo bop? Get out of here, you asshole. There, I did it.
I just want to throw out there as a wrap up to that call, maybe the next call as well. Thomas Jefferson was elected in 1800 by one vote in the House of Representatives after a tie in the Electoral College. The U.S. Senate passed the convention annexing Texas by just 2 votes in 1845.
You are
President
just so you know,
Polk's
you're
request for
listing
a declaration of war
representative
against
votes, which he would say makes his point.
President Polk's request for a declaration of war against Mexico passed by 1 vote.
In Congress. 1 vote in Congress is the point I'm making.
Yeah.
These are all congressional votes. They're representative votes.
Oh, I see. So you're saying that he would say that's part
this
of
is making
his whole thing?
point, not yours. Yeah. That he would vote for the right representative, but he wouldn't vote for the right, wouldn't vote for. Yeah.
Gotcha.
It could happen.
Gotcha. That representative election is better than the president election.
And especially an electoral college thing, the 1 vote difference also might not make difference. But think about how few votes it would have taken to flip the Hillary Trump things that we talked about earlier, which means that it's like it's not just you, but it's basically you and like 7 layers of you get 2 friends and they get 2 friends and they get 2 friends. And it's like not that many tiers of an electoral pyramid scheme. And you flip the election like it's a shockingly low number of tiers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yup.
I feel you, man.
This is a little bit more apt. Governors of Maine, Rhode Island, and North Dakota were all elected by an average of 1 vote per precinct in 1962.
Something happened like this. Some representative in the last couple elections where there have been a few with recounts that have been under 100 votes. And if you really don't think my vote doesn't count, even amongst only a difference of 100 votes, now you're just trying to be an asshole. Because it's literally about no, sure, your vote doesn't, but your vote plus the conversations you're having with other people and whether or not you're encouraging others to perform their civic duty does matter. So your vote might not, but you do. And I think that was kind of the thing that Forrest and I both agreed on. And then the tiny bit of sunlight between us was honestly minimal. It's more of just I think I'm a little more nihilistic than you are. A little more.
Maybe.
It could be. Anyway, Timothy in Oregon is calling with a similar topic. I assume you just heard that whole call, so I'll bet that you have an argument independent from the other arguments made that you'd like to make on behalf of seeing third party as the only option because both parties are too evil.
Yes, I wanted to basically attack your argument of lesser of 2 evils on 2 fronts. On, as in justifying the lesser of 2 evils being Biden and that justifying that vote. I think the first point, if you were to, I guess, depends on who you're asking that question, like who's the lesser of 2 evils, you'll get a different response.
Sure.
Right.
So now we have
okay. I'm talking about leftist.
Timothy. If we start with, we're both secular humanists, me and any other person. Is the lesser of 2 evils, from the perspective of a secular humanist, an objective or subjective establishment?
Well, no, you're missing.
No, answer my question. You can make your point in a minute. Answer my question.
Well,
No. My show. You don't get to no me. Answer my question, and we'll get to your point. If we're talking about the lesser of 2 evils, I'm a secular humanist, and I'm talking to other secular humanists or people with, we could even say, crossover values, like certain progressive Christians, even people who have a humanist basis for their beliefs. Is it objectively or subjectively true with that foundation that one is the lesser of two evils?
That's objective.
Which one did you say, with an S or an O? Objective.
O.
Good. Correct. Objective. So we already have the different arguments that we know is the basis of our entire political life for the subjective things. However, I will use non-subjective means to defend secular humanism broadly. So when I advocate for Joe Biden as the lesser of two evils, am I or am I not advocating for the objective reality that if you are a humanist and you meet the views of humanism, Joe Biden is unsubjectively, in fact, objectively, the lesser of two evils?
I would say false.
False what? You can't say false.
Like or that he's not the lesser.
You think that between Donald Trump and Joe Biden, from the perspective of secular humanism, Donald Trump is the lesser of two evils?
Yes, if you actually wanted to look at actual policy enacted.
Okay, go
and
ahead.
Results
go ahead.
thereof.
Go ahead. I'm a humanist.
Okay.
I'm a humanist, so I believe I definitely very highly believe in individual liberty. That's also going to be consistent with the pro-choice position. It's also going to be consistent with rights of expression and religion and marriage and everything for all queer people. Defend that to a humanist, Donald Trump was the better selection, even on just social issues, and we can go with non-social issues too, if you prefer.
Yeah. Okay, first, let's talk about
queer rights.
Immigration.
No. Let's talk about queer rights.
No.
Because immigration is
actually
down.
This is what I'm talking about. This is what I was saying. It depends on who you're asking now.
Timothy.
Because if you're going to ask somebody...
Fine. We can do immigration in a minute, but we're talking about humanist values. Illegal immigration is actually down. Legal immigration reform has had more momentum in the last couple of years than it had prior.
Who's deporting more people?
Shut the fuck up while I'm talking, bro.
No. Who deported more people?
He said no, so I turned him off. What was he saying?
You put him on mute?
Yeah, he's on mute. He's probably still talking. I don't even know what he was yelling. Who's supporting? No. This is my show. I'm Timothy. Forrest, what did you have for lunch today? We'll bring him back.
I had the reason why I'm yawning so much and then stretching so much. I had a little bit of hummus and pita, and then I worked for several hours. And I came here. I haven't had any food.
Do you want to go grab a snack? Do you want a minute to go grab a snack? We'll wait, and we won't even bring Timothy on until you're back.
We're close to the end, and I was gonna cook a big pot of I have this really nice chicken stew recipe that I like. It's like a creamy chicken soup, where I sear a bunch of chicken legs and whatnot in the bottom of a stock pot, and then I use that fond and that oil that I render out to make a roux. And I'd be like a nice blonde roux going on, and then I use that plus a bunch of chicken broth I throw vegetables in there so I can sear them up and start steaming them out. Then I'll throw in some chicken broth. Then I'll throw the chicken legs back in, let them boil out until they break down, shred the meat off, throw in some dumps, get some dumplings going on in there. So I was gonna make some nice chicky dumps for din dins, and I was gonna do that, but it was running too close. I was like, I don't have time, so I'm gonna do that tonight. It's probably not gonna be ready until if I do it right after this show, it'll be I don't know how long we'll be ready. I am.
You broke out a little there.
Say depending on how long super chats go, I'll probably be ready with that by 1 a.m. and I'll eat a hot bowl of chicky dumps, pass the fuck out, wake up, go back to dissection for several hours, and have a nice warm meal when I get home. That's the hope, is I'll have nice warm chicky dumps when I get home from cutting people up tomorrow. Because tomorrow we're flipping cadavers over and I got to start working on the front. So I'm just trying to. I've been working so fucking long yesterday cleaning up these fucking superficial and deep back muscles, just cleaning layers of fat and fascia.
Wild. All right, let's bring Timothy back in. Timothy, you ready to behave?
Sure.
All right, so what was your question? Who's done more deportations?
Yes.
Right, and so we're talking about who's better on immigration. Monthly deportations are down under the Biden administration, but also total illegal immigration is down. So that's somewhat reasonable. But is it your assertion, Timothy, that the person who is better on immigration is the person who does more deportations?
No.
Then what's the
person who's worse? The point I was trying to make is that, remember how everybody was down at the border when Trump was president and crying and, oh, there's kids in cages and yada, yada, yada.
Yeah.
And you can't deport these people. We need to, and which I agree, we should bring them in. We're the ones that fucked up their countries and why they're here, why they're on our border.
Great.
Like, I get that, but so all of a sudden, once Biden becomes president, everybody goes to brunch, and all of a sudden these kids are no longer in cages.
Suddenly.
Like, hello, those kids are still in those damn cages. And then now they just want to deport everybody. They've been deporting more people than Trump has deported in his
boy,
year.
you're getting worked up. You're getting worked up. You got to take a pause.
In total.
Take a breath.
Just add on. Also, Obama had those same kids in cages. They did the same kind of shit, and it was also wrong then too.
Yeah,
it has always been wrong. It was just significantly worse under Donald Trump.
Yes,
it
correct.
was worse.
So Timothy.
No, it wasn't. The worst part was that he shined the light on.
I'm just going to mute you again because I'm going to keep talking, and I don't care what you have to say when I'm trying to talk. But the kids in cages policy has not been sufficiently finished. It should be. However, the reduction is immense. And now you have allies of Donald Trump taking the immigrants and going, ooh, you know what? We're looking way worse. We're looking real bad after we let basically Jeff Sessions, the fucking giant racial bigot that asshole is, decide how we should treat on a humanitarian level these immigrants. So why don't we start playing games with the lives of immigrants, and as the Republican Party start taking people, promising them a better lives and new lives, putting them on planes and buses and shipping them to places, these people who are seeking refuge from terrible situations, we, the Republican Party, should fucking play with them like they are pawns. But
I should also point in there, shipping them to liberal cities in order to make a political point that the liberals don't want them either. The whole point is to make a political pawn, a political statement.
By the way, then being welcomed by and taken care of by those liberal cities. They've met the challenge.
Right.
That's the funny thing, that they act like they drop them off there and then they just go, oh, what do we do with all these brown people? I don't know what to do with the brown people. And they're fine. They're fine. They're literally like, they did it to Martha's Vineyard, thinking all these rich people would be disgusted and like, oh, get them away. And they ended up forming like a whole thing where they were letting them sleep with them. They were getting them items and stuff. And you're literally watching these, like, by the way, people I agree are kind of shitty people. These otherwise jaded rich people who may more be excited by the photo opportunity. I don't know, but it still worked out for the immigrants. In that scenario, and it wasn't the reaction that they thought they were going to get. So, Timothy, I don't know upon what basis, as illegal immigration is down, and deportations month over month are down, actual paths forward are up. If we didn't have a Congress in conflict, in fact, it's currently the Republicans that are still holding things that affect Dreamers and DACA recipients. And I guess you're just ignoring the fact that they use DACA recipients, fucking kids, as pawns in the last administration too. You're ignoring that number over number. It was worse under Trump. So I don't know what immigration point you were trying to defend yourself with, that this is the most humanist perspective, but I suggest you apologize for wasting everybody's time and making everybody here more stupid, and then maybe potentially go to another argument. I will return the slider up now. Here you go, Timothy. Here's your chance to apologize and save some face.
Oh, I will not apologize for my argument.
I knew you wouldn't. Right. You sound like a total asshole.
Let's go to the next argument then.
Go ahead. Which argument you want to do now?
Okay, so the whole lesser of two evils strategy.
All right, we doing queer rights yet, or are you just ignoring that one completely because you don't care about queer people?
I am queer. I am gay.
And you are voting for fucking the Hitler of queer administrations? The fuck is wrong with you, Timothy?
Who the fuck? I did not say I was voting for Trump. Did you get the thing about both are evil?
Sorry.
I'm voting for Cornel West.
You said that Trump is the lesser of the two evils, not that you're going to vote right. You're going to vote third party.
No. Stop. Did you just fucking say you voted for Kanye West, you fucking lunatic?
You voted for Kanye West, who is an even bigger religious bigot who believes in a once
Cornell. Shut the fuck up.
Cornell West. Fine. Cornell's a sweet guy.
Cornell West.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cornell's a sweet guy.
Okay. Oh, I thought he
it
said
was
Kanye
Kanye
West.
West.
I almost lost my fucking mind.
Yeah,
Jesus
Come on.
Christ.
Oh my goodness.
So you just threw away your vote.
Please don't make me that dumb.
Timothy, so you just threw away your vote and then voted in a way that effectively went for Trump, lost us 3 Supreme Court justices that could have been replaced under Biden, or at least 2 of them would have been, 1 of them wouldn't have been. And then on top of all of that, then lost us.
You still haven't let me make my point.
I don't care about your point, Timothy. You've sucked at this so far. You said Trump was the
No, you
lesser
didn't
of
even
2
let me make
evils.
your argument
You
against
said
something you
Trump
don't
is
even
the
know what
lesser
position
of
on.
2 evils. Shut the fuck up. Timothy, you said Trump was the lesser of 2 evils on queer rights. Trump couldn't be worse. Trump is why
No,
they
I
are
did not say
successful.
I'm queer right.
Oh
Say
my
that.
fucking
That's a
God.
lie.
Sorry. You said
You're
Trump.
lying.
You said Trump was the lesser of 2 evils. Separate from that,
Depending
you're
on
saying,
the argument.
will you
Depending
shut
on-
the fuck up and let me finish? You want to keep talking? No, you didn't say that right. And now you're not even letting me finish the correction to your satisfaction. And you're still talking and going, not realizing no one can hear you. No one. I mute you when you're being fucking ridiculous, Timothy. Actually, there's no even point to this, Timothy, because this is how the rest of the call is going to go. If you vote third party in the general election, you are effectively voting for the worse answer. You should vote for the lesser of 2 evils. And if you think the humanist perspective is that Donald Trump is the lesser of 2 evils, you are an idiot. May the universe have mercy on your soul as well. Fuck off. There's just no point. It's literally every time. Oh, no. Yeah. I said he was the lesser of 2 evils, generally, not on queer rights. That doesn't matter, and that's not a big enough issue. The genocide of trans people isn't a big enough issue for me to say that that's a hard reason why you just can't vote for Trump. I'm a lesser of 2 evils. All those genocides Biden's trying to pull off. Fucking idiot. Jesus Christ. Yeah, don't worry. I saw someone in the chat say, I'm not going to hold Timothy against any Oregonian. Were you looking forward to a conversation? Did I stop you from having a convo?
No, I was double checking because, like I said, that Biden is still continuing family separation issues, and I said that Obama. I said that Obama did too, and I'm double checking that because I think I actually got my timeline mixed up. I don't think that Obama actually did family separations.
There are things that you could say were
2017.
comparable in the Obama administration, and it may more have been that they were jailed together, basically, effectively jailed, and so it's still kids in cages, but with their parents, kind of.
That
thing.
might have been what I was conflating the two things, because I think what I was saying was having largely unarguably inhumane conditions at the border. That's beyond dispute.
Yeah,
and I don't know if I said that they separated families or not. If I did, I was wrong. And so I'm trying to see. I don't remember what exactly I said, and I want to make sure I didn't say something stupid that was out there. But I'm just double checking, just in case. Here's just in case I did say something wrong. Whether or not I said something wrong, I'm going to put this out there. This is a link to the Southern Poverty Law Center history timeline of family separation at the border, starting back at 2017 with the El Paso program. That's an interesting read for anybody if you want to look into that.
So a couple of quick reads to do from the end of Monday
to the
show.
person in the chat a long time ago who said that I need to quit promoting other channels here on Jimmy's channel and quit putting links to other things. Fuck you. Go subscribe to Forrest Valkai on YouTube.
Okay,
it's
that
a great
one's fine.
channel, and I'll be linking it right now.
That one's fine. I do get a little anxious when you promote channels that you don't actually know whether or not. The hard part is nowadays, anywhere you think is safe might still be a transphobic nightmare. And that's the main one I think about, where it's like,
right.
Did you type in the word trans before you promoted a channel that has the word debate in their name? Because that's probably a high priority you should get round to. I just think.
No, I know this video is a thing. Go look at this video. Is all and there's my channel there in the chat. Go subscribe there. It's a great place to be if you like weird shit. If you're into science, atheism, and general strangeness, sign up now.
I am loving the Go Jimmy Yourself meme that arose out of the other night.
That was so fucking funny, dude.
I just think
I had to pull it together. I would have laughed at that for 30 minutes.
But people are still saying, I've got GJYs in the chat now. So let's read I'm going to read a couple of chats that I can't put on the screen yet or at all because they were from the other night show that came in right as we closed out the show. Tay had said, hey all. And then Matthew Phillips said, what did the ocean say to the beach? Nothing. It just waved.
Nice.
That's a pretty good one.
Nice.
And then Aaron Oldenkamp had said, we will only be reading $50 super chats from now on, and sent $50 to say that, but sent it after we had closed the show and therefore couldn't read it. So it did get read. We fulfilled our contractual obligation.
Would have been fucking funny though. If we had read, that would have been hysterical. Today, super chats over $50 get to see my elbows. My sexy little bows up to the cam.
You'll show elbow for $50. All right.
For $50, yeah.
Things are getting spicy. You might do ankle for 200. No feet though. It's just ankle. You got to really pay for feet.
The number of people that have sent me emails asking to see pictures of my feet is not zero, and that is something that bothers me for my whole life. You're not on the screen, by the way. It's just me.
I forgot to change that one. So I'm using Matt's file, and I forgot to change.
So you're currently looking through Matt's webcam, or what would be.
Yeah. He's not taking time off at all. He's just staring, watching us.
It's a good thing there's that green screen there, just be showing up into his room.
Then I can put anything in his room that I want.
That'd be great.
99 from Cessna Pilot. Forrest and Erica mentioned Graham Hancock's Ancient Apocalypse on Monday. Skeptalk, archaeologist, anthropologist Milo Rossi, Minute Man on TV, or on YouTube, has a scathing and informative rebuttal series. Go Jimmy yourself.
Yeah, Milo's awesome. He's a little bit more. He's like Professor Dave. Knows exactly what he's talking about. He's a great guy. A little bit more aggressive than I would be, but that's not a criticism. That's just why our styles are different. And he gets a lot of views, and he deserves them. He's a great guy. We have not met, but I would be thrilled to work with him someday. He's great.
Those are my views. I want them. That's. Unfortunately, sometimes that is what it can feel like to be a YouTuber if you're competitive. God damn it. So-and-so's getting my views. But it's never true. You can get your own views. There's enough views for everybody.
Right.
Be a better YouTuber is usually the answer.
It is hard. There are plenty of channels out there that deserve more views than they get. But like it is hard not to be competitive all the time.
You want this one? This one?
No, I want you to read all of them. I don't want to deal with it.
Greg Markowski says, without Matt, I wasn't going to watch, but then found out it was Forrest and Jimmy pinch hitting. Forrest is da bomb, and Jimmy is that motherfucker. Thanks for the show, boys. Thank you.
Thank you so much for watching.
I would like it if people would stop saying when I'm nailing it that I'm channeling Matt. That happened in the live chat earlier. And Matt and I love each other. We are friends and arguably, I would say we're family. But I really do think mine is different than his. And I don't want anybody also stop thinking I'm planning to, I'm going to take over when he eventually gets too old or whatever. I'm going to retire way before him from call-in shows. By the end of next year, if I could, from specifically call-in shows. He will go do it much longer than me. By the way, it's super chats above $10. However, there were a few $5 ones that came in when that was still up for maybes or whatever. Cubone says, were you serious? Do you want me to read them all?
Yeah.
Okay.
I hate reading super chats. I'm bad at it.
Jimmy said he was trying to take compliments. So Forrest, you inspire me to pursue teaching. And Jimmy, you inspire me to be a better YouTube creator. But go fuck yourself, Jimmy. Look, man, I care about production. If people actually notice that was already in the category of compliments I was willing to take. How's everybody liking this newsroom background?
I was gonna comment on it after the show. I like it. It looks really nice, but in the context of all of this, I hate it.
I thought it fit the rant I did at the beginning. Was mostly what I thought.
It looked, because of the rants and everything, it does fit. It makes you look like one of those fucking super right-wing podcasts that are going to sit there with that background to legitimize themselves while they talk about how the liberals are taking over and all the, you know what I mean?
Well, maybe what we need is somebody who looks like that coming out here. I was trying to look like, I felt when I had my shirt tied up and everything, I was like, I don't know, I kind of look like James O'Brien today. I just wish I had his British accent.
Yeah.
Allison the Animal says, Forrest,
it's
lighting...
too professional.
Oh, it's just the same TV that's always back there.
Yeah. I figured.
And in fact, you can even see
especially
the reflection.
When you stood up and it showed the other stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here, I'll I'll give everybody a little treat.
Everyone look at the reflection. Look at Jimmy's filthy fucking recording studio full of weird shit that he refuses to put away.
I'm about to really show you. Though it's way more tidy up than the last time you were here. I don't know if you were actually saying that or if you were making a joke, but I know that I recently did a bunch of management stuff.
I just know the last time I was there, I was like, what's these empty boxes? And you're like, oh, fucking no. Like, what's this hammer? That's something that I found. I put it there.
Yeah. I do too much. I don't got time for all that shit. Here we go. Once you start
Pringles.
Don't pop Pringles. This is where we're at right
the
now.
leg. The leg coming down.
Just one. That's you can kind of see it.
Pull that fucking, look at that. Is that a new desk? Or is it just moved?
I flipped it. I turned it around. It used to be flipped the other way, so now I've got the corner toward. And then you can kind of see my wall-mounted PC up there that has a wire running to the audio board.
What you're seeing this on right now is a fucking crazy like moving camera system thing that Jimmy fucking, it's like, what is that, like $10,000 for that fucking
Well, we
thing?
don't
It's
talk
nutty
about
how
that, but yes, it was back when I was doing the Sometime show, we had a dream of doing don't tell people prices of things. Because
you spent an absurd amount of money on that.
I don't make that kind of money, for the record. My roommate and I bought a house together. We literally sold our house. He bought a new house and I bought production equipment because I had a dream of having a very good studio for the Sometime show that would have 4K 60 frames per second all over a medium called SDI or fiber optic. And I wanted the camera to be robotic. And then on top of that, I wanted it to be able to fit in a rather large, teleprompter, because it is a robotic camera. So for the record, $10,000 was not the exactly correct answer. It was a very big expense that, again, I lived in Colorado where the housing market had exploded. And so both my roommate and I got a pretty good payout. And like I said, he bought a new house, which is probably the smart thing to do. And I invested in the Sometime show. And that was the way I did it.
Yeah.
Don't tell people.
Since we're showing off, let me just, mine's on a fucking stick, but here's the skulls and other things.
Oh, I thought you meant the camera.
What you're seeing here.
I thought you were showing off the camera.
No, we're just showing off our setups.
And I was like,
this is a softbox that I bring in here.
I bought that camera too.
Yeah, you fucking bought this thing for me. This is a softbox from my recording studio that I bring in here. There's the actual side of my desk that I sit at, and I just turn my monitors around like a fucking Neanderthal to do this show and then turn it back around when I have to do my actual job. There's the dishes I haven't cleaned from earlier today. This is the whiteboard of planning and writing and doing things. And there's the whiteboard of other things over there. And there's Tiktaalik and there's some degrees. That's the studio I'm in now. And here's where I sit and bounce my legs all the time when I'm doing these shows.
I bounce my legs.
If you ever notice my arms vibrating, it's because I'm sitting here just bouncing like crazy.
Oh man, that last call. I haven't recovered.
There's your behind the scenes for the day. Enjoy that.
Here, will you read this one while I get us some music?
Yeah, $10 from Allison said something. I don't know what it was because you took it away.
We did that one, right? Allison, we did.
I don't know.
Oh no, we didn't. Okay, here you go.
$10 from Allison the Animal. Forrest, your lighting is getting brighter every stream. I feel like if it gets any brighter and you lifted your shirt, we would see your organs like a glass frog or a newborn fish. I think that's the issue with my this thing over here, my little setup. So what about some more orange now? You like that? That doing anything for you? Yeah. This keeps like resetting and being weird there. I'm going to crank that up. And I'm going to crank up the saturation, and I'm going to crank up the sharpness real high as well. And that's what I look like now. And that's the rest of the stream. Yeah, I think that's just my computer's issues. Look at how shiny my fucking head is with this setting like that. Look at my dome. Oh my God, I look like I'm balding. That's great.
I will say I've noticed that you are quite overexposed and have thought it's either an intentional choice or I maybe just don't have time to fix it with you at the moment. So I haven't yet said, hey, do you want me to help work on that with you? Not yet.
It's all right. Put this down to where it was. There we go. Yeah, I can turn up the temperature or something. I don't know, man. It just is what it is. This is as good as it gets, y'all. I'm incredibly white.
This is a banger from the service I use to be able to have licensed music on this channel. There are every now and then there is songs so good that I unironically add it to my real playlists. It's pretty rare because if you think like stock music rarely is that good, but
seizure warning, y'all.
I'd like to present to you. I think you'd have to be at a higher hertz. I'd like to present to you this argument, which is this is a song that I have. Oh shit, was I on the wrong? Hang on. Oh no, I was. Okay.
Turn up the contrast.
I added this to my
that looks spooky.
Where did it go? I had it just a second ago. Here we go.
We don't give a fuck, give a fuck, give a fuck, fuck.
Is that coming through? Can you hear it?
Yeah, I can hear it.
I remember there was a time I was doing some kind of show at some point, and it came on at the very perfect time. The we don't give a fuck. And it was just perfect. It was too good. All right, we'll keep on moving. Oh.
I adjusted the white balance and the saturation and the contrast, and now I look like this. My hair is even more red looking now. I feel like I'm not as washed out.
Yeah, it's mostly just that your forehead is much more lit than it's sort of trying to balance that out.
I also installed some new lights above me. My lights were going out up here. You can see this. This is the dumbass light fixture that I have in here because I thought it was cool.
Terrible.
And so this, it's awful.
You don't want vertical light.
Looks neat.
Horizontal light is where it's at. That's why all my lights point at me, not on me. That's the idea. Charlie Carrot says, is go fuck yourself, Jimmy, used so much that its original meaning has been diluted. It basically is a euphemism for we love you, Jimmy. At what point does it become a compliment? Thanks for the show. Go Jimmy yourself. Well, I was conditioned to take it, but again, I am working on that in therapy as it was revealed to me that it's actually kind of a shitty thing to not let people compliment you. It's the equivalent of they're trying to give you a gift and it's like you threw the gift back at them. Like, I don't want this present. So anyway, Bart van der Linden, I hope that's how you say it. Forrest, I teach children basic science and history of science through the medium of homebrew D&D campaigns. We're about to start season 3 on number 3. Any ideas for tying in biological concepts involving the number 3?
I give my three major things you have to understand in order to understand Neo-Darwinian evolution, which is that genes exist and are heritable. Alleles exist to different versions of genes, and different alleles are different and better suited for life in different environments. There's 3 major axioms of Neo-Darwinian evolution. For your third thing, first thing that came off the top of my head, I don't know, bro. Three domains. There's 3 domains of life, and those are bacteria, archaea, and eukarya. Those are the 3 domains of life. That's a thing you can think about.
You can maybe tie that in.
Animalia, and plants, animals, and fungi. 3 kingdoms of eukaryotes, which I guess Protista is, strictly speaking, another kingdom that you would have to factor in there, but it kind of depends on when you're looking at that. But like, if you leave out the protists, you got those 3. That's kind of cool. Yeah, those are some 3s that you can think about.
Somehow do like a sort of mix in with the fact that in D&D you got to pick your race, sub-race, and class. Something like that. Mix that with some of those other comments, concepts. I don't know.
I am losing my mind right now, dude.
You all right?
Yeah, just real stressed out. I want to go make food.
Game
I'm excited
boy.
to be here. I'm not begrudging or being upset about being here.
You've held me over before so many times that it's hard to care. Like, please let me go. Well, up to 2 more hours. Game Boy says, love from a true Jimmy fanboy. Forrest for president. Go fuck yourself, Jimmy, or me. It's all downhill from here. $10 from N Maria M. I hope the line audience gets that third-party voting is not valuable in a two-party system. You would be choosing representation that has no shot of winning. Love you both, except Jimmy. Go fuck yourself. Vote blue. Totally agree with all of it.
And all that.
Especially the except Jimmy part. $10 from the Raven 200. Yo, this Raven from Costa Rica has a nice name. Jimmy, go take a thunderclap and flash, godlike speed, and then a blazing universe and dark moon, evening palace. All of these are from Demon Slayer. I was gonna say I don't recognize these ones, and I haven't watched.
I have no idea what's going on.
I don't
there.
think any Demon Slayer. Actually, I might have started it. I don't know. D20 says, let me see if anybody's been yelling that the music is too loud. At least one person did. I'll turn it down a little. D20 says, thank you guys for sitting through those calls. Democracy isn't perfect, but it is what it is. It's a terrible system. The only thing that is worse is everything else.
Yep. I hate it when people say that shit about capitalism because I'm like, nah.
Yeah. Oh, I see. You had accidentally written, but I think they did some big thing and they had to explode it to 27 million. It's that big of a number. Like, they were like, how can we do this conspicuously? Just didn't make any sense. Good old Liz Kriz says all of a sudden, but of course Liz Kriz means suddenly, because who would say all of a sudden when suddenly is an option?
I love that you interrupted the guy while he was saying.
I did it to you earlier in the show and you didn't notice.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, that was actually the one Liz Kriz was commenting on because that was 3 hours ago.
That's so good.
Laura Ava says, monies. Laura, thank you so much. We've got Robin Webster with people like Scott scare the hell out of me. How did people become this insane? Did you see the legal paper by Federalist Society lawyers saying Trump is disqualified? Midas Touch covered it. Hey, Forrest, go fuck yourself, Jimmy. I've heard and seen different people's coverage. I don't think Midas Touch on why they think that is the case. However, I've also heard from constitutional lawyers that probably any meaningful challenge to the Supreme Court would not hold up, and that wouldn't necessarily only be in a conservative Supreme Court, that there would be some element of like the bar of when you would actually say someone can't run for president would be much, much higher than even the bar for saying you can't vote anymore. I think that he dances when he's trying to hint that he's bored of me talking.
No, I'm just vibing. I'm just vibing to this music right now. It's like quiet in the background. It's just going.
Adam Shodrin says, Jimmy, go fuck yourself. Much respect for shutting down the low information people who don't realize their ignorant votes cause harm. Forrest, you're awesome too.
Thank you so much.
I'm not used to receiving more compliments than Forrest. This never happens ever on any show or any other facet of life.
Everybody send in $10 super chats and compliment me. Fucking blow them out of the water. Let's do it.
$10 from Jimmy is a cat. Hey, Forrest, thanks for running the show today. The sound levels are so much better when you are on and the whole show goes smoother. Jimmy, you just seem like a nice guy. Fuck you.
I barely talked today.
Min says, how's it feel? Min says...
This is what I do to everyone.
I'm going to message Erica and be like, I got revenge. Min says, some R&R money to recuperate from the Trump supporter and election denier. Maybe it's because I do take second fiddle when Matt and I do the show on Sunday. And today I was just like, God, I feel like I've held so much in.
You had a lot going on, and I was willing to give you time for that. I could have, I thought about jumping in and forcing my way in there every now and then, but I was like, yeah, fuck it, you know? Usually I'm the long-winded one. So, I'm cool to take a back seat for a minute. Just be here.
That's a real bro move.
Yeah, man.
Oh, shit, I think I didn't read out loud the last one. Let me bring it back.
You skipped it. You keep doing it.
Some R&R money to recuperate from the Trump supporter and election denier. He just wasn't good at it. It was just so stupid. Yeah. And it's like, look, I want really good calls and conversations on this show. And look, I hear y'all who say it. I do worry sometimes that ways in which I shut down callers, especially because I usually am. I don't know why people think Matt is the mean one. The things I say are objectively much more unkind. I usually go right for the throat. And so I worry that it may discourage people from calling in the future. But I'm hoping it's only discouraging the same kinds of callers. Because I want good conversations, and Scott's conversation only was funny. And you're welcome for that.
The thing is, when you especially when you and I do a show together, or when Matt and I should do a show together, our styles are really very much juxtaposed. And so like, and you really get to see like one person really is like, shut the fuck up, this is what the thing is. And another person being like, let's try to figure out a new angle so you understand. And like, you know, and so like, it works different in different ways, man. And there's something for everybody. And like, it's not gonna, that's why we have so many damn hosts, is so you get different flavors of people taking different flavors of calls. And that's cool.
Jimmy's
I don't think anybody
new
should
show.
call anybody.
New show coming from Jimmy Snow. It's called Bitch I Said Why. That's the new name of the new show. I won't say bitch when it's actual women on the line, though. I try to avoid that.
That's ferocious. That's nice.
Yeah. They've heard it enough.
Oh, by the way, I forgot that earlier on you told me not to tell that person what an animal is, and so I just put it in the chat instead. So
Fine.
If you're curious, go back and read that. You'll learn what an animal is, what qualifies it.
I just didn't want to dedicate time to the call I decided to not take time on.
Right.
Wasn't that kind of night. Nuzzy D says, great show, y'all. Question, I hear the siren song of humanism with a Kippah humanistic Judaism. How do I swerve that? Thanks for being awesome, Forrest and Jimmy. Glad y'all fired that Jimothy guy. Great show. Question, I hear the siren song of humanism with a Kippah humanistic Judaism. How do I swear? I don't know that I understand the question fundamentally. Is there a thing called the siren song of humanism? What the fuck is that?
I have no idea what that is. Somebody in chat said that I could get a job as one of those flailing tube men, and I want to show this one. This is in my road trip video here, and hold on a second, wait for it. There it is. I did that shit.
Oh, that's funny.
Been there, done that.
Man, everybody goes to the
This
cool
is the
parties. I don't do any of this stuff. I just stay at home, just sad all the time. Okay, so then, what is a kippah? That's a type of hat similar to the yarmulke. It's spelled different, but yeah, it's like a bigger yarmulke. So I hear the siren song of humanism with a kippah, humanistic Judaism. How I do? So I think you're just saying that your life is maybe intercepting with some sort of religion that is still pretty humanistic. I don't know. I tend to just focus on what I have in common with other humanists. Wait, humanistic Judaism is the issue. Nice face, but Judaism at heart. Gotcha. I love my I still love a lot of, like, God is Gray is one. She is one of the people I just really love the most in the world. She's a great person. And I just adore her to absolute fucking pieces. And, you know, there's been some questions about whether or not I'm the father of her child. That was an old conspiracy we had. That was fun to play out. But she's a fucking wonderful person, and somebody who literally, like, if that had been true, it wasn't true, but would not be the kind of person I'd be like, no, I could never have kids with that person, because I love humanists. And she's still humanistic at heart, even though she doesn't adopt the label. It's just more of a progressive Christian. So as far as your relationships and stuff go there, fucking focus on the victory. Somebody said, why doesn't the line have a Discord? We do. It's just only available to patrons because it's work and stuff. Also, to tell you the truth, the reason why it's Patreon only is so not everybody goes there. We've made a cheap option, a $3 Patreon Discord only, a Discord only tier, but we don't want it to be overrun with people because those types of servers are unmanageable. And so I feel bad for people who $3 is too much. I genuinely do. Or who can't use Patreon or whatever else. That's sad and stuff. But we still have to operate within the confines of our own capabilities.
I also have a Patreon that's only, or a Discord that's only for patrons, because, like, I'm not going to be in there. I have a couple of mods that volunteered their time, and they run the shit, and I show up once every now and then to type dumb things. Literally, on one of my tiers, I have like a 1 hour Zoom call meeting hangout thing with with people, and we were talking about it, about like, you're never in the Discord, we wish you were there more. So I just went in there and just typed in poop pants, and that was it. That's all I did. And that was the first thing that I posted there for several months. And I checked on it days later. And of course, there were people who were confused about it. But then my favorite comment was replying to that, is this an order or are you just telling us your current status? so fucking good.
Claire says, can you explain further what you said
Just
after...
ignore me. Fuck off.
I barely was listening, to tell you the truth. My brain was elsewhere. Did you ask me a question?
No, it's fine.
Okay.
It's fine.
Sorry. Claire said, can you explain further what you said after Jacqueline's call on Skeptalk? Why is it okay for you, Forrest, Matt, etc. to debate people, but if a viewer does it on Facebook, they are a dick, your words. So that's, go fuckers, and go Jimmy yourself. Claire, I'm not saying everybody who debates on Facebook is a dick. However, Facebook is mostly a bunch of people being a dick. And what I was specifically talking about was how people try to cosplay debate, basically. Somebody watches Matt Dillahunty and they go, oh man, the feeling I got watching him shut down, it must have felt even better to shut someone down like that and to like put a person in their place and dominate, show your intellectual dominance over a person. So I'm going to go do that now. And then they try to do the same thing. And in the attempt to just recreate the experience, not actually understanding the knowledge base, the reference or whatever else, and jumping past when it's appropriate to get to certain levels of, shall we say, exterior frustration, there's a lot of people out there just trying to feel like they are brilliant and everyone else is stupid. And they make atheism online looks like a bunch of dicks. And by the way, I sometimes make atheism online looks like dicks, and I'm debatably, I got to think of the atheist debaters that are doing this kind of thing. I'm at least in the top 100. I'm pretty good at it. But I say that top 100 when I think there's only like 30 of us. But anyway, so it's already a hard line to navigate. And because people then try to recreate what you're doing and they want to just do that every time, and it's not split up with the other conversations that show more compassion and whatever else. This is part of the toxicity of even running the channel and then having clips and acknowledging like the only clips that do well are the ones that kind of show that feisty side. And unfortunately, we only get a chance to show you that not monotony, but that's broken up on the live shows. Go ahead, Forrest.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that's the main, I think the most important part about what you said there was when you said that there's certain situations that warrant that kind of anger. And that's what people miss is like the context. Yeah. This show, we've been going since 6 o'clock. You know what I mean? This is a 6-hour show almost. We're 5 hours now. And I think we actually got like upset and like said something crazy, like maybe for like 5 solid minutes of that whole thing. And so like when that clip goes out there, they're not going to see the 5 hours of this show and 5 hour other, like 50 other 5 hour shows where that didn't happen, all these things. And this was one particular time when that was warranted. And so like, they're like, I'm going to go find this situation where I can go be as feisty as Matt Dillahunty, or as give a long, passionate speech like Jimmy, or like say something, some crazy logic thing like Forrest, or whatever else you want to do. And they don't realize that's a very rare circumstance that is only afforded to us as often as it is because we do this for a living and have a bunch of people calling us. You on the bus are probably not going to encounter a situation like that. And if you do, it'll be a very rare once in a lifetime event. So don't sit there and like try to save up this, I'm going to knock this person out. Like, learn the argument and use that when it comes up. But don't try to get that grandiose clip moment. You know what I mean? Yeah. Just use the argument like a person. That's important.
And honestly, the best response I could have said to this, much shorter. Why is it okay for you, Forrest, Matt, etc. to debate people, but if a viewer does it on Facebook, they are a dick? If I did it on Facebook, I'd almost certainly also be a dick. It's just
also
not the
true.
place to do it.
Yeah, also true. Also true. So yeah, not saying don't debate people. Not saying don't raise arguments. Just don't try to be somebody else and try to recreate a clip in real life.
Try to have some self-awareness too about what you're doing and where you are. I find that's very lacking even on our side.
And also remember that we have different, like we mentioned earlier, we have different styles. If I tried to act like Matt Dillahunty, it would be fucking awful. If no one would want that. And if Matt Dillahunty tried to argue like I did, he is famous for his personality. I am famous for my personality. We can't try to be each other, and you shouldn't try to argue like us. You know what I mean?
And stop trying to insist that some of us are each other. God damn it.
Yeah, that's another thing. Yeah.
I love him. I don't want to be him. Stop projecting that shit.
It fucking, and also quit fucking telling us which one you like more than the other by putting the other one down. Matt and like fucking, I don't want to read. If you fucking think that I'm cool, don't say Jimmy is so much worse than Forrest, or I love Forrest so much more than Matt, or some shit. That sucks to me just as much as if you were to say I fucking hate this Forrest guy. I wish Matt were back. That sucks the same way. Who wants to read that about their friend? Who wants to read that about their?
I think he's telling you this because I screenshot and I send him when people are shit on me and say he's nice.
Yeah, no, seriously, like I know you're laughing at it, so it's fine. But like the amount of time Jimmy has sent me something, it's like, oh, Forrest is so much better than Jimmy. Jimmy's my friend. I don't want to read that either. That's not a compliment to me. I'm just like, fucking, don't put my friend down to tell me that you like me. Just say you like me, and that's fine. Or tell me to fuck off. Just leave it at one person.
Eric, yes, I do want to play after the stream if you're still in the stream. I have to show you this real quick. I think I can. Let's get to it as fast as I can. The thing is you're telling people not to do it. Oh shit, did they get rid of it? Or did they not actually have it? Maybe I'm just remembering when I was on the platform formerly known as Twitter. I like to make particularly good, hurtful insults my banner image in places.
Yeah. Shannon Q does the same thing.
I had who asked Fat Santa, or what was it? It was Fat Jesus. For years, my Twitter banner was something like, who asked Fat Jesus his opinion anyway? And I was just like, well, that's going up.
I told you on I got a clip. I think it was on an AXP show, and it was like, I hate this Forrest guy. He's a smiley middle class know-it-all, and like that's. I swear to God, dude, that's going on my business card. Smiley middle class know-it-all. That's my job. That's exactly what I am.
Thanks, bud. By the way, look how tight the lines on my beard are today.
But I fucking worked my way to middle class. I got here from the grind. Dude, also, there is no such thing as middle class. We are all working class, and the middle class, lower class thing, those are bullshit labels made by the owning class in order to divide us against each other, so we'd fight amongst each other rather than fighting them. Fucking band together, workers of the world unite. You have nothing to lose but your chains.
Have I told you already about how when I do interviews on other shows, because what you were talking about, how you built yourself up?
I appreciate you saying that.
What's that?
I said your beard also looks fly, by the way. I heard what you were saying.
Yeah, I was just saying
a sharp line.
The lines are tight. Did I tell you that, or have you seen any of my appearances on other channels? It's fine if you haven't. I've been telling every channel who's like, hey, what do you want us to put in the description for like links in bio? I tell everyone the same thing. Just write Jimmy Snow was born in the dirt. And they're like, ha ha ha, but really what? And I'm like, no, do that. They're like, right, but what really? No, I'm dead serious. And there's like 7 appearances out there now that just say, Jimmy Snow was born in the dirt.
Born in the dirt.
Because you were talking about picking that you worked your way up from here. I'm like, bro, oh my God. I remember before I had bootstraps to pick myself up from.
Yeah. Oh my God. Have you seen the prices at Goodwill recently? I would not have been able to have clothes at all as a child.
You know what's the comparable thing? And I know this is going to sound like such bullshit, but people our age will know exactly what I mean. All right, let's just do this. In college, if you had $4 and wanted a feast, where would you eat?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, fucking, I go get 4 banquet meals, yo.
Oh, no. I'm saying fast food. $4, you have fast food. You want to be full as fuck. You want to eat. You want to be full.
Probably Jack in the Box, because you can get like 10 tacos with that.
I was saying Taco Bell. Do you remember?
You get 2 tacos for. Oh yeah, Taco Bell's. Yeah. Yeah. When they used to have the combo, the value meal.
Yeah, or
that was
like
tits.
It used to be there used to literally be a challenge, and this was like when I was in college. So I'm getting old. Only like 14 years ago, is what I would guess. Can you eat $20 worth of Taco Bell? And you got to pick what the $20 of food was. So you try to figure out the most expensive, like the least ounce per dollar.
There's no way you could do it.
You couldn't do it. And now $20 just gets you like a regular meal.
And by the end of that meal, you would already be shitting out the beginning of the meal.
That's true.
Pounds through you.
Yeah, Taco Bell has gone, the pricing. And McDonald's has kind of too. Like, Yeah, it's all gone to hell. A fucking sundae from McDonald's. I don't know what that sound was I made. It sounded like the woman who, do you remember when the woman fell in the grapes? Owie, 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 owie. Oh. But McDonald's sundae is $2.49 now. The dollar sundae, $2.49.
No.
$20 from Crystalline. How do you feel about the inclusion of priests in IACUC's commitment that decide if scientific animal research is humane? As an atheist and aquatic biologist, I don't think priests should have any say in my research. Go fuck yourself, Jimmy and Forrest.
Hard agree.
I don't
agree.
I guess I don't necessarily agree, as long as there is a standard by which there being a priest is not an assessing factor. Do you know what I mean? Like there are Vatican scientists who are very good biologists, that kind of thing. And so it's kind of like, as long as your being a priest goes away at the door, I don't give a fuck. But if you are saying your religious perspective is this and that can affect change, then fuck right out.
That's what it sounds like they're saying. So I'm not sure exactly what they're speaking at this moment, but like it sounds like they're saying that they're including the opinions of priests as priests in these ethical decisions, which validates the assertion that religious people or religious leaders have some fucking monopoly on morality and like have a greater wisdom for fuck all of that, dude.
Fuck all of that. Jared Van Kampen says, love and support from Australia. Is it weird that I care more about American politics than my own country? Hope you guys can work it out over there and stop all the hate. Also love your work, Forrest. I kind of go through that with the UK from time to time, where I just have to get out of American politics, so I just go obsess over theirs.
It's also worth noting that like the rest of the world, and we've talked about this before, to say that you living somewhere else are still worried about American politics isn't crazy for two major reasons. Number one, as I mentioned before, America has a gun to the world's head. We have fucking military bases all over the place. We have all of the nukes. We spend more money on our military than like the next 12 countries in line combined. It's fucking disgusting. And also, the most extreme left-wing politicians we have in America, like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Bernie Sanders, are like centrists, maybe very slightly left of center for the rest of the world. We are a far-right police state here. It's crazy. We are very much borderline fascism on a lot of things. And we have a police force that is effectively a standing army, an occupying military that is extremely militarized, trained to see everybody as a threat, responds to disrespect with lethal violence, can investigate themselves and find themselves not guilty of anything. We have this whole qualified immunity system, which is that giving police the ability to not necessarily have to know or follow the law, and yet still are able to use lethal force to enforce their assumptions of the law. It takes a third of the time to become a police officer than it takes to become a hairdresser in this country. It's madness. And so you should, no matter where you are in the world, unfortunately, you should have an eye on American politics and be a little bit worried about it, because we have 1 foot into fascism and 1 foot on a banana peel, and we are right there at the boundary of being fucking crazy and becoming a dominant superpower of actual legitimate evil, which we have been for a long time. We're just starting to be more open about it. Yeah. So like you should care. You should care.
$10 from Alicia Perkins. To those callers that think the election numbers don't add up, I didn't care about voting until Biden versus Trump. I'm 37 now and should have voted sooner, but Trump had to go. I'm not the only one either. Yes, that's a very good point, and kind of what I was trying to explain, but Scott wasn't hearing anything that undermined his point, period. $10 from A. Maria. Have either of you played Traveler? It's a sci-fi RPG, so think Space D&D. Might be fun for a charity stream someday, Forrest. I think Starfield is going to be Space D&D. Have you played Traveler?
No, I've never heard of this. However, I will tell this person and anybody else who's excited about this concept that I am already working on a very big charity stream. It's pretty exciting. I want to give anything away, but it's pretty fucking cool, dude. I'm working on it. It's going to take some time, but it's coming out.
Courtney, New Zealand atheist, New Zealander here. Sorry about Ray Comfort. What are your opinions on Alien Gate? From an outsider, it feels a lot like a hand-waving plot from your government to distract people from real issues. I don't think it was actually Alien Gate because there was nothing about aliens in it. I mean, some testimonies, but yes, I wouldn't be surprised if the amount of coverage. I don't know whether the coverage comes first or the other plots do, but clearly governments and people in the government know when society's looking at something else, do things that are, you don't want them to notice. So whether or not which came first, the chicken or the egg, I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of up in the air. Like it's no secret that they have been withholding information, but also people need to remember what the U in UFO stands for. It stands for unidentified. It doesn't stand for fucking alien. And so like the only distinction now is that we have a dude who said that there was something that wasn't a human in some of the wreckage of something. And he said it under oath, and that's the only distinction. Is he said it under oath, so he could be punished if what he said was wrong. But all he said was non-human, which dogs are non-human. So
it was
like
a dog. It was definitely a dog.
It was a fucking dog driving. It was the one the Russian spot in his face. The Lucky. That's what it was.
People also lie under oath. It doesn't bother me that or are mistaken. He can also just be mistaken.
He could also just be fucking wrong.
Raven 200, I've decided to play Baldur's Gate after all, Jimmy. I'm not sure which class to play as probably Barbarian or Warlock. I've heard Barbarian is very fun. Go take a United States of Smash 100% My Hero Academia. Yeah, I've heard Barbarian's pretty good, actually.
I want to play Baldur's Gate so fucking bad.
It's so good. 1069 from Whiskey Spirit Guide. Forrest Limbaugh should be in charge of the country and eventually the world. Jimmy can be in charge of the treasury. I don't want to fucking do that. Gross. Anyway, Arcanine is the best Pokemon. It's 86 Fahrenheit at 36 degrees in Denver. Go fuck yourself twice, Jimmy. Tight. Wait, is that DFW is Denver, right? Oh, no. Dallas,
yeah.
Fort Worth.
Dallas, Fort Worth.
Yeah. Yeah, Denver's DIA. DIA. DK Productions. Hey, Forrest and Jim, my mom is Jacqueline, and I was wondering how I should engage further with her after the 2 calls y'all have had. Should I be silent or should I engage more with her about it? I think that you probably still have a mom that's worth having a relationship with. And so I think that it's perfectly fair to say, hey, Mom, I love you. You obviously love me. That's not up for question. But I think we shouldn't talk about the religious stuff until you can meet the challenges of why should anyone believe you if your foundations are not better, different, or exclusive to anybody else's foundations and anybody else who can just say all the identical stuff. But if I was you, look, man, not having a good relationship with your parents fucking sucks. It fucking sucks. So if you can have one and everybody can respect each other and respect boundaries in it, keep it.
Yeah, that's exactly what I would say. Is like I wish I had a good relationship with any of my surviving family. I would rather have one that was like rocky and we couldn't talk about that stuff than not having one at all. So like at the end of the day, if you could just, have a mom, your mom seems fucking lovely. Like, honestly, she seems like I know for sure she's a good person because of some things she said. She just happens to be caught in a logic loop that's causing her to believe in some horrible things that she doesn't actually want to hold to. So just like, if you really want to push the issue and continue talking about it, and she's open to that, and it's not going to cause a rift in your relationship, I personally...
Did we lose Forrest, or am I on air still? There
Damn
you are.
it.
Oh, you're back.
Am I moving? Okay.
Yeah.
Where did I stop?
I don't know. I wasn't listening again.
All I'm going to say is that if she's open to the conversation and you're not going to hurt your relationship having it, and you want to continue pushing the issue, I would hinge my whole argument, if I was you, on the fact that she believes that you are going to hell and she's worshiping the person that's going to do it. And she's going to say, I'm praying that won't happen. But at the end of the day, if God's in control and has a plan, then your prayer either means you think the plan is wrong and you're trying to change it, or if you think the plan is perfect, then your prayer is meaningless and doesn't change anything because the plan's already perfect. So prayer means nothing. You're going to hell and God's the one doing that. God's the one who made those rules. That's where I would hinge my talk. But as Jimmy has said, and as Matt has said in the same situation as before, you need to decide whether or not your relationship with your parent is worth that, or if it's just something you need to let go. That's your choice.
I very mumuch doubt it that your relationship is one you should let go. I'd trade moms if I could, bud.
Oh, likewise.
So, but I would also remind you that, just if you need to go back and watch the one of the earliest calls about trying to change your parents' minds. you're in the unique worst position of of being the mind changer. So yeah. Anyway, Melody Kate says, Forrest looks tired. Go to bed soon enough.
Yeah, I gotta go make stew. Stew. I'm very hungry. Very, very hungry.
Tall Girl 195 requesting orange impression. Excellent show. You both killed it. Go fuck yourself, that Jimmy Snow. Not a good Jimmy. And if I was gonna Jimmy myself, I wouldn't Jimmy myself with Snow. I'd probably Jimmy myself with Hoffa, who also was mob-related. Mob-esque. Jimmy Hoffa. What a guy. What a guy. Timothy says, I just wanted to say that Timothy from Oregon doesn't speak or shout for the rest of us Timothys of the Timothys. Thanks so much for everything y'all do, and please keep up the amazing work. Go love yourselves, Jimmy and Forrest.
Thanks so much.
I liked when I think Timothy thought the revelation that he is queer was going to like win him something.
Change your mind. Oh, well, you're gay? All right, yeah, fine, I'll vote for Trump too.
Way worse. Fucking, I went from angry to contemptuous. How dare you fucking vote against the interests of your own people too. Your own oppressed group of people, mind you. Minute Rice, I would totally subscribe to Forrest Valkai, but I'm already subscribed, and to the best of my knowledge, I can't subscribe again.
Make another account and subscribe again. Tell all your friends and family to subscribe. Disown your children if they don't subscribe.
We're closing in. We're at like 93,000 or something subscribers over here on the line, and there's still time. If you subscribe now, you can still be a part of the first 100,000 subscribers on
I
the
just
line.
want, man, here, I'll show you what I want to do here. Is
92.3 is what we're at.
Let me go ahead and pull this up here. You go ahead and keep reading. I'll pull this up here in a second.
Morgan says, thanks for sucking the life out of my evening. I love this shit. And go Jimmy yourself, Jimmy. Love you, Forrest. Hell yeah. Although I thought sucking the life out was a bad thing. And I think you're arguably saying it's a good thing. Is there some sort of graphic that keeps happening in the top right corner of the screen?
This is what I'm saying. Is that like, this is what I'm trying to fix. Is that 43% of my views come from people who aren't subscribed. These people should go subscribe. You know what I'm saying?
You know that your password is on that screen, right?
It is not.
I know, I'm fucking with you.
Fucking, you did send a chill down my spine. Fucking this right here, everybody in this group, fuck you.
Yeah. It costs you nothing and arguably only fucks up your algorithm for like 4 days. And then
it also does make a significant difference.
Right.
Like
it
on
helps us
TikTok, it means
and costs
fucking
you
nothing.
nothing.
Yeah, on like TikTok and on Instagram and on it's kind of like just it's a nice thing to do, but on YouTube it actually fucking matters.
It mostly affects our consideration from YouTube and how much YouTube gives a fuck about when things happen to us, and that's kind of a big deal considering how much has happened to us.
Yeah, we've been through it, man. Yeah. So please subscribe. Please consider hitting that subscribe button and maybe even ringing that bell so you get notifications. That's for you. That's not for me.
An incredibly generous $50 from Skeptics and Scoundrels. Show me that elbow, Forrest. I feel like I owe mine too.
You like
Why
that?
is mine so red?
You liking that? Not doing anything for you?
What is happening?
This one's drier than the other. This one's real dry, and this one's significantly moister.
Look at how red my elbows get just resting them on wood. Look at this shit. I look like I got nipples on my elbows. Fuck is that? African Elements with Professor Darius says, hey, it's Mike. Just wanted to say I appreciated the conversation. You gave me a lot to think about. Yeah, I like I said, I understood where you were coming from, but vote for Biden anyway. If that's who we get, I really hope we get somebody else. Don't get me wrong. I hope he decides not to run. I just hope he changes his mind and says, with the investigation and all that bullshit into Hunter, and I just want to spend my last years with my family and tell y'all to fuck off. Emery King says, hot take. If you don't care about the T in LGBTQ, you are about as bad as the GOP. I would just say you are as bad for sure. I'm so tired of progressive people who actually don't want to treat us like humans. Timothy is proof. I am so tired. Yeah, I imagine if we had pressed Timothy, we would have found out that the T was a group that, but I don't want to say for sure. It just seems that way. Oh yeah, Elbow Titties was on Rick and Morty. There was a woman with the sexiest elbow titties in the whole galaxy. Men fought wars for them.
It sucks because like I've talked about this before, but I'm a social anarchist, and like the fundamental concept of that philosophy is that equality and liberty are intrinsically intertwined. You cannot be free unless you are equal. And so like in my mind, as long as you are drawing these dividing lines between groups and people within groups and everything, all you are doing is just fucking causing more separations, causing more suffering, causing more pain, and making yourself and your whole society objectively less free. And I'm for more freedom. You know what I mean? That's the American in me. I'm for more freedom. That's kind of my vibe. Yeah. This conversation again. Thank you so much for sending $20 twice. I apologize.
I think it was 10 the first time. And then this time it actually ends with, by the way, love y'all and the work y'all do. Thank you, DK.
Thank you. It's very kind of you. Thank you for the $30.
You seem
we hope it wasn't wasted.
And I think you're at a Best Buy in your photo, which I love Best Buy. It's just my favorite place to walk around. Used to be better, though. It used to have more stuff. Whiskey Spirit Guide said, Forrest, speaking of D&D, if you had a custom set of dice, like if you could design them, how would you want them to look? Jimmy yourself twice, XOXO. It's weird that... Why do you only want to know what Forrest's dice would look like? I'm not going to answer what my dice would look like, because I wasn't asked.
Do you play D&D?
I do.
I do.
I do, but only... I play other tabletop stuff, too. And I actually have some custom dice.
I used to play D&D when I was a lad, and then I didn't get to play it for a long time, and then I said on a podcast once that I really wanted to, and then Jesse Jerdak reached out to me and was like, you want to play? And I was like, can we do it for charity? And he was like, fuck yeah. And so now we've developed this model of trying to raise money for, so like, I fucking love the game, I just don't get to play it very often, and I talk about it a lot because I want to use it for social good. As far as this is concerned, man, I don't know. I like black is like my favorite color, and so like that. But then, like, I want it to be more interesting than just black. So, like, maybe black with, like, a cool silver lining. Maybe some sparkly shit in there. Maybe, like, some red goo. Like, if they could be fluidy in the middle and, like, have some goo in there moving about. They got a fucking alarm going off, an Amber Alert happening on his phone. Yeah. I'm working on a character right now, and there's a lot of a theme of, like, inky red smoke happening.
Yeah,
so
I like
if I
black
can like
and red a lot.
That,
black
it's
and
really
red
fucking
as
it's
a
beautiful combination.
Yeah.
I'm working on a character right now that I'm gonna play for a future thing that I'm working on. And he's a wizard man, and he uses necromancy. He's a necromancer boy, and I've styled his powers, his magics, with like inky red smoke, like as if you were like evaporating blood. So like if I could work that into a piece of like a set of dice, that'd be pretty fucking tight.
I love his style. I'm trying to see if this glitch that I keep seeing pop up in the top right hand corner is just me or if everybody's seeing it.
I'll tell you about the character later on whenever we're not on the stream, because I don't want to give anything away. It's something I'm working on that's going to be like a public thing later, and I'm very proud of how far it's come and like how cool it's getting.
ZQs says, hey Forrest, cladistically, eukaryotes appear to have emerged from Archaea because we've recently found a group of Archaea, Asgard, with eukaryotic signature proteins, so technically 2 domains.
So Archaea are more closely related to eukaryotes, I'm pretty sure, but they are still definitely a separate domain just because they are so incredibly different. Like the way we define eukarya, you couldn't put us with Archaea, and the way that we define Archaea, you couldn't put eukarya as a part of that. So like, no, they're still 3 domain. Whether or not one comes from another is irrelevant. Like monotremes and marsupials and placentals are all mammals, but like they're stacked differently. You know what I'm saying? So like, I wouldn't argue that there's 2 domains. If somebody out there is gonna make that argument, I would love to hear it if it's like an actual argument, but I wouldn't say that's accurate. You know what I mean? It's like saying that like fungi are definitely more related to animals than plants, but I wouldn't lump them in with animals. You know what I'm saying? Also, to Carne Verde said he just subscribed to my channel and it felt so good. Thanks so much for subscribing. I appreciate that. Everybody else should go do that. Be as cool as that guy.
Oh, and subscribe to Jimmy Snow since we're going to start doing political stuff over there. I guess that matters.
Nah,
I should probably put a
just-
link down below, but that's fine.
No, do both. Do both.
Julie
It's okay.
Cordova says, just like my kids, I love all the hosts equally. Well, that's not true.
Oh.
You don't even love all your kids equally. Okay, maybe you love them equally, but you like some of them more than the others. African Elements with Professor Darius says, sorry, forgot to ask. I heard you mention some show format where folks defend their views and have them challenged. I sent an email on something I wanted to present. Is that the right way to do it? If you're trying to do Matt's show End Boss, where you're trying to, it's not just present your views, it's a debate show. And so it's kind of like a view that you want to specifically do against somebody. Right now, if you go to QNA, Q, the letter NA, line.com, you can apply to be on NBoss, which is that style thing. And then we're launching other types of debate shows that we'll open up forums for as well soon too. But I will tell you, if it's a sort of general or broad thing, I wouldn't hold your breath. It's pretty much going to be very similarly themed to other content on this channel. Excuse me. Excuse me. That was deep.
Jesus. So gross.
Josh Solberg says, hello, second time ever donating, but I just want to say thanks for these shows and giving me insight on the next election. Forrest, love your vids. Jimmy, go get dunked on by Shaquille O'Neal. Oh, you don't love my vids? Just kidding. It's fine. Dylan Fuller says, when you did the charity stream, Forrest, I was surprised when you chose Bard as being a biologist. I assumed Druid. LOL. But you in real life have high charisma. Also, the Line D&D game, maybe a one-shot, please. Maybe one day. I wouldn't be surprised. I have in mind how I would do it if I did it, but we haven't started working toward it.
I've wanted to, so first of all, the Bard character, he had to be a Bard because of the character, like what it was. It wouldn't have worked any other way. The character was, he was an anarchist and a communist, and he went out there and like, he won fights by having his opponents unionize against the big bad evil guy. That was the premise of the character. A Bard is the only way to do that. And because it was a one shot, it worked super fucking well. Jesse had created hours and hours of story for us to get through. We ended up just murdering the government within 3 hours, within a minute. So that was great. But yeah, I would do a line game, but I have a different one that I want to do for a charity stream here. And I've told Jimmy about it, and I need other people to help me convince him. I want to do a you laugh, you donate thing, where we all tell terrible dad jokes to each other, and if you laugh, you have to donate. And then the audience also participates. If you laugh at us, you have to send in $1 to donate to whatever the thing is. And we just do terrible dad jokes for a few hours. How great would that be? We'd raise a bunch of money.
Terrible idea. Ericopedia says,
that's a great idea. Tell everyone in the chat, say how great of an idea that is.
Sounds like I'll be donating a lot of money, probably that I don't have. And how are we going to force anybody else to donate?
Only if you it's an honor system thing. You have to donate if you laugh. We won't even say how much. Donate $5. Donate $1.
I think you have to you have to add a level of competition or something, and then I think we have to pool it. You have to do something in advance, like, all right, here's right now the whatever, blah blah blah, and then you pool money between the two, and maybe you have two charities, and one of the charities is going to win the whole pot. It'd have to be a whole thing.
That sure, but then all the hosts would also be in it. So like, if you laugh,
right,
we
so
all
you'd
have
multiple
to,
rounds,
have to send
so both charities ultimately
$3 or something like that. Yeah.
We're not going to
so like, if I
one of the
made Matt
charities
laugh after, but you did put in $3, and then everyone in the chat as well. Okay, think about that. Think about how great that could be.
I'll think about how to fix your idea. Ericopedia says,
fucking
Jimmy, I want to hear why Forrest Nationalist.
If I can make you laugh, then we do it.
No. Ericopedia says, Jimmy, I want to hear why Forrest Nationalist climate plan from Monday wouldn't work. Also, Denver airport code is DEN, not DIA. You're right. I get to be the expert about something for once. Go Jimmy yourselves. They were referring to when you two were talking about, what if we just made it really gay to hate climate change or whatever. And I put up a banner saying, should Jimmy come on and explain why this wouldn't work? And I'm not going to do it for very long, just because I don't want to be here much longer. I'm not feeling great. But I will say that the core of the argument was, and I don't actually think Forrest doesn't know this. I think that a lot of what he was ranting about was facetious. But that core of the argument was set as though those sorts of talking points in policy and direction for what public sentiment should be is actually determined by politicians, but it's not. It's determined by the billionaires in the public who have the interest in those goods. And so the reason why it wouldn't work is because billionaires wouldn't let you do it. It's literally just, it's sort of as simple as that, but you could extrapolate it further. Like us coming out, I'm not a Democrat, but us on the left trying to create a system in which it's don't oppose climate change, that's gay, or whatever the thing was. It's super patriotic, and to hate on the Chinese and and to apply to their nationalism wouldn't work because they're not nationalist first, they're their team first. So first of all, they're just going to oppose this because it's coming from them, but then also, as far as actually driving this lobbying force, it's going to be the billions of dollars that make sure you don't stop letting them outsource to China and the like. Not to mention, if we actually stop outsourcing stuff to China, and China's like, fine, we'll sever the connection, everything just goes dark. We rely on China so much for our manufacturing that it would actually ruin all of our lives. So the whole thing but he was mostly being funny and making fun of how bigoted they are. They just have to play into their bigotry. I assume. Maybe he was serious. $10. Maybe he'll tell me if he was serious or not. I guess not. $10 from Empress Lizard. So Forrest, about that soup, is the recipe a secret? Another good show. Go Jimmy yourself.
No, man, I described the recipe. It's fucking sear get chicken legs or thighs, dark meat always, because it's better.
Way better.
Sear it in the bottom of a stock pot and render out the fat as much as you can. Then take it out and set it to the side. Use the fat and fond as well as some vegetable oil to supplement. And get flour in there. Make yourself a roux. Get it to like a good blonde roux. You don't want like a dark brown roux like you're making gumbo. Just get a nice blonde roux going on. Then dump in chopped carrots, celery, mushrooms, whatever. If you want to add other onion, definitely onion. Get that going, and then chicken stock. Burble it down. Throw in your chicken back in there. Let that cook out. Shred the chicken off the bones, throw the bones away, make sure you leave the bones in while it's burbling so you get the flavors, and then just throw in some dumps, man. Either you can, if you're lazy about it, you do what I do and I'm lazy about it, just chop up, so get some buttermilk biscuits in a can, chop them bitches up, drop them in there. The only difference between biscuit dough and dumpling dough is that biscuit dough has a higher fat quantity, and so it's going to be softer and flakier, whereas dumpling dough is going to be chewier because it's higher in protein. Doesn't fucking matter when you're boiling it, really. Or if you don't want to do that, get some frozen egg noodles and dump that shit in there. To make it easy peasy. But yeah. And if you really want to be cool, go get yourself some hearts and gizzards and boil those in there as well. Fucking chicken hearts are like my favorite part of the chicken. It's fucking great. Have you ever had a chicken heart?
I was with you on dark meat, but I draw the line at hearts and gizzards. Yeah, I've tried
Chicken
everything.
Hearts are the best part. They're the best part of the chicken.
Okay, bro.
Dude, tell me I'm wrong. You can't.
Skeptics and Scoundrel says he's got a fever. And the only cure is more elbow.
Let me show you these. Let me show you these sexy little bows up in there. And I'll tell you my dad jokes for the fucking charity stream. I only have 2 rules for when I die, 2 wishes. Number 1, I want my remains scattered at Disney World. And number 2, I do not want to be cremated. I made you giggle. Now you have to do the show.
I'm not on this one either.
Hey, I didn't know that was the end of it.
Patreon.com/calltheline. Go there, become a patron, get into our Discord.
Like and subscribe if you smacked it to my elbows.
That's right. You owe us a Father's Day gift if you smacked it to our elbows.
Hey, there you are. I'm gonna go make soup.
Go make soup. Bye, everyone.